Chapter 1. I Became a Malfoy. Yesterday, I was still hopelessly swooning over Tom Felton Draco Malfoy's devastatingly handsome actor scrolling short videos until midnight and forgetting the time. And today, after just one night's sleep, I've transmigrated? Could it really be what you think of by day, you dream of by night? Something feels off. Clinging to my lifelong habit of never letting go of my phone, I tried to push myself up, but found my vision clouded in a dense white blur. I couldn't see anything at all. Lucius, or is awake. A crisp, melodious female voice rang in my ears, immediately capturing all my attention. I felt myself being lifted and held gently. Though my sight was still hazy, the faint fragrance of flowers drifted toward me, and I instinctively leaned closer to the source of the voice. She must be hungry again. I'll have to trouble you once more, sissy, came a deep, magnetic baritone, rich and sonorous like a cello. Even through the blur, I could tell it belonged to a long-haired man who had just approached. He took me carefully into his arms, his gray eyes gazing at me with such focus, as though I were the most precious jewel in the world. I couldn't help reaching out, clutching a strand of his smooth, platinum-blonde hair. Lucius, Aurora and Draco both like you more. The woman, sissy, teased, her tone carrying a faint note of jealousy. The man smiled indulgently. I'm only trying to ease your burden. Are you ready, sissy? It finally dawned on me. I had become a helpless, swaddled infant. As a devoted Harry Potter fan, those names Sissy, Lucius were all too familiar. Sissy Narcissa Malfoy née Black. Lucius Malfoy, current head of the Malfoy family, father of Draco Malfoy. Putting the pieces together, I realized the truth. I had transmigrated into the Malfoy family, as their eldest daughter. After reading so many fanfics, I'd always wondered what it'd be like to be related to the Malfoys. After all, the beauty of that platinum-haired family was undeniable on screen. Just the film Harry Potter, I am Mrs. Malfoy, I must have watched it millions of times. The woman guided my tiny hand, and for the first time I touched. As if sensing some hidden connection, a boy who had been asleep suddenly opened his eyes. A pair of gray eyes, identical to Lucius's, locked onto mine. We stared at each other. He didn't cry. Instead, he gave me a sweet, innocent smile. Sissy, let Draco be the older brother. That way he can better protect her. But Aurora is clearly older. This will be our secret, only you and I know, as long as we don't tell anyone else. Lucius coaxed gently, his silver tongue as persuasive as ever. Before long, Narcissa yielded to her husband's decision. You're right, that prophecy, and that man. Besides, Aurora, like me, is a child of magic itself, meant to alter fate, to reverse the Malfoy family's decline. If anyone were to find out. Aurora's name isn't even on the family tree, Narcissa said softly, her gaze dimming. From my far-sighted baby's eyes, I could see clearly the family tapestry bore no trace of me. Aurora wasn't born of your body, and she shares no blood with us, but I will treat her no differently from my own. As my father treated me, so will I treat her, Lucius said, pulling Narcissa into his embrace. Facing the wall, he whispered something under his breath. A confundus charm. Suddenly, my name appeared on the tapestry. From this day forth, Aurora will be the Malfoy family's adopted daughter. I will protect you both, no matter the cost, even if it takes everything from me. Though I couldn't see his expression clearly, I could feel the heavy atmosphere around him. Babies are especially sensitive to emotions, and Draco suddenly let out a wail. The two new parents fumbled in panic, trying to soothe us. At that time, the wizarding world was far less peaceful than it seemed on the surface. Chapter 2. A power the Dark Lord never possessed. Before transmigrating, I had lived through 18 springs, summers, autumns, and winters in Huaguo, where the winds of reform swept across the land. And in the blink of an eye, I was back to the days before liberation. Fortunately, my English listening skills hadn't gone to waste, otherwise, I'd never have learned so many secrets. The Malfoys believed their children were too young to understand, so they didn't bother to guard their words. Draco wasn't born at full term. It had to do with a prophecy. Of course, as a Harry Potter fan, I knew exactly which prophecy this was, the one that altered so many destinies. Born as the 7th month dies, the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, and one of them must die at the hand of the other. The moment Lucius heard the first half of the prophecy, he used a secret potion to bring forward his wife's due date. Thankfully, Narcissa had always taken excellent care of her health, and Lucius, ever cautious, ensured she suffered no lasting harm. But the premature infant was frail, and Draco often cried inconsolably. Narcissa soon grew haggard. How could the head of the Malfoy family, who adored his wife more than life itself, stand by and watch? The Malfoys were truly as wealthy as rumor claimed. With a flood of galleons, Lucius secured round the clock care from St. Mungo's team of healers. Under their tireless attention, Draco gradually grew into a rosy, cheeked, snow-white little dumpling. Lucius shut his doors to all visitors, refusing every social call, devoting himself entirely to caring for his wife. My opinion of the Malfoy patriarch, so sly as a fox in the original story, shifted dramatically. He had been painted as an opportunist, a coward. A man who sat atop wealth, yet chose the wrong side from the very beginning. He followed in Voldemort's shadow, running errands and carrying out schemes, yet botched every task. He failed to guard the diary, which Harry Potter destroyed with a basilisk fang, erasing a Horcrux. He lost the prophecy orb in the struggle against Harry, shattering it, and failed the mission his master entrusted him with. And at the final battle, he fled the field. But now he was a devoted husband. He poured his heart into shielding his family from harm. I had carefully observed Narcissa's arm, and as in the original story, there was no dark mark. She had never been a Death Eater. Her husband had carved out a sanctuary for her, untouched by outside influence. She was cherished, treasured, held gently in his palm. Who said pure blood marriages, arranged for status and lineage, could never hold true love? I watched their interactions with envy. Perhaps my gaze lingered too openly, for Narcissa suddenly seemed to notice. Lucius, not here. Aurora is awake. Draco and I had just eaten, and Lucius's eyes betrayed his own hunger. I've cast a muffling charm. Don't worry, Lucius soothed. His clear, resonant voice dipped low, warm and magnetic. Through his actions, he revealed the desire in his heart. And I, helpless, could only watch him devour the food left over from Draco and me. Lucius, why is Aurora still watching? Narcissa murmured against his ear, her arms draped over his shoulders, torn between retreat and surrender. No way. Had they discovered the truth? Lucius suddenly gathered me into his arms, casting detection spells over my body. His expression grew grave. The muffling charm has no effect on Aurora. No, more precisely, no magic works on her at all. Lucius, do you remember? The prophecy. Narcissa's voice trembled as she leaned into her husband's chest, looking utterly lost and fragile, stirring pity. That child will possess a power the Dark Lord himself never had, Lucius said slowly. Chapter 3. The Malfoy Family's Hidden Secrets. Sissy, don't worry. Everyone knows the Malfoy heir was born in June. No one would ever connect our little one with that prophecy. Lucius spoke softly, pressing a kiss to Narcissa's pale blonde hair. Only then did I notice Narcissa's hair was almost identical to Lucius's, a shade of faint gold so light it was nearly silver. Their eyes, too, seemed carved from the same mold. As far as I knew, natural blonde hair was rare among Westerners, yet their obsession with golden hair and blue eyes ran so deep that bleaching had become an everyday practice. How to tell if someone is truly blonde? Look to the roots. If they grow in dark, the color is false. But Narcissa's hair was golden from root to tip, no different from Lucius's. Even their facial features bore a striking resemblance, so the West, too, had its own version of couples growing alike. How curious! Because of this discovery, neither of them pursued the matter further. Instead, Lucius cast a patroness charm to send word to Abraxas. In the original tale, only Severus Snape among the Death Eaters could conjure a patroness. J.K. Rowling believed that unwavering determination and love, both essential for the spell, were things the Death Eaters lacked. Yet, it seemed she had underestimated Lucius's resolve to protect his family. For him, the words "everything for the sake of the family" were no empty phrase. And his patroness was a fox with 9 tails. The legend of the 9-tailed fox came from my own homeland, Hugh Aguo. Such a coincidence. Before long, a house elf arrived with news. Abraxas, Lucius's father, had returned. Father! Narcissa tried to rise to greet him, but Lucius held her back. Your body hasn't fully recovered. You must rest more. Abraxas looked remarkably young, standing beside Lucius, they might have been mistaken for brothers. He exchanged a glance with his son, then reached out to take me into his arms, his expression softening. For generations, the Malfoy line had never produced a daughter. Abraxas once said that I was a gift from Merlin himself to the Malfoy family. "Lucius, come with me to the study." It was clear the Malfoy men did not want their women to worry too much. They would do all they could to build the perfect world, willing to sacrifice everything for their family's happiness. From a distance came Draco's wailing, and Lucius added, "Father Draco cries endlessly whenever he can't see Aurora. You were the same as a child, whenever Sissy wasn't near you." A mischievous glint flickered in Abraxas's eyes, sly as a fox. Truly father and son were cut from the same cloth. "Father." Lucius faltered, not expecting him to bring that up, his face slipping into helplessness. Then, as if recalling something, he too began to smile. "Aurora looks very much like Sissy did as a child." He lifted a long, elegant finger and tapped my forehead. "Who knows, perhaps this generation of Malfoys will settle things within the family." Abraxas's voice grew lower and lower. So, the Malfoys were already living together at our age. I've really uncovered quite a few secrets about their family. I perked up my ears, eager to hear more gossip, but the conversation quickly shifted to something serious. "You called me back so suddenly. Does it have something to do with Aurora? For a baby, she's a little too quiet." Chapter 4. Go back to where you belong. My heart leapt into my throat. Could it be? Abraxas's fingertips brushed against the center of my brow. His gray eyes were brimming with sorrow, and my own chest tightened in response. "Aurora, I'm sorry." A sharp sting spread across my forehead, like being pricked by needles. This sensation. Could it be legilimency? No trace of dark magic. Doesn't look like possession either. The pain in my body, coupled with the frustration in my heart, made me burst out crying uncontrollably. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." Abraxas repeated the words over and over, his voice stumbling, while I squirmed in his arms. "Aurora, are you angry with grandfather?" he asked, seeing how hard I struggled, assuming I wanted to escape his embrace. The pained look on his face was so close to tears that I slowly quieted down. Pouting, I grabbed a fistful of his long hair where it spilled over his shoulder. Just like Sissy when she was little, she always liked holding on to something. Holding something always made her happy, Lucius agreed softly. "Sissy? Isn't that Narcissa's nickname? Could it be that Narcissa was raised here, at Malfoy Manor, since childhood? How unbelievable. Lucius, you really need to spend more time with the children. Look, Aurora likes being with me the most." Abraxas spoke with the pride of someone showing off a rare treasure, boasting of my closeness to him. "Father, then I'll go check on Sissy." Lucius placed Draco carefully at Abraxas's side, finally breathing a sigh of relief, as though he'd laid down a heavy burden. "Your father's such a little sister fanatic," Abraxas muttered with mock bitterness, though he didn't really look angry at all. Years later, when Draco brought up his grandfather's so-called teachings, I finally understood what being a sister-obsessed Malfoy truly meant to their family. "Abraxas, do you need me to help you?" A clear, youthful voice suddenly rang by my ear. "What are you doing here? Get back at once." There really was someone there. Cold sweat broke out across my back. A shadow gradually solidified into form. It was a breathtakingly handsome boy, with short, obsidian, black hair, sharp features and eyes full of intensity, deep and tender all at once. "Tom." Abraxas raised his voice. In the Harry Potter tales, who else could it be? A boy named Tom, impossibly good looking, known to Abraxas himself. There was only one answer. "Abraxas." The boy's lips twisted into a sulky pout, his expression wounded. "Am I really so unbearable to you, even though Sissy was still?" "Sissy has nothing to do with you." Abraxas cut him off, voice sharp, though the edge of denial in it was painfully clear. The boy before me, no, not Voldemort yet, but the 16-year-old Tom Riddle, a fragment of soul bound to a diary, glared back. His eyes flushed red, simmering with rage. Suddenly, he lunged at Abraxas. The man squeezed his eyes shut on instinct. "Stop lying to yourself, Abraxas. You know it, you can't escape." Tom's whisper brushed against his ear, soft yet suffocating. But Abraxas, eyes still closed tight, missed the raw, overwhelming affection burning in the boy's gaze. So typical of Slytherin's words saying one thing, hearts screaming another. "Gee, Aurora, I think she can actually see me." Om's crimson eyes shifted toward me. "Impossible! Don't you dare set your sights on her!" Abraxas stepped in front of me at once, shielding me from Tom's stare. "Tom Riddle, I order you return to where you belong." Chapter 5. Voldemort's Most Precious Gift. Nowhere but by your side will ever be enough for me. I didn't know how Abraxas had managed it, but somehow, he had forced the soul fragment from the diary to separate, to exist outside its vessel if only for a short while. And even more shocking between the two of them, it was clear that Abraxas, not Tom, held the upper hand. They faced each other, and Tom's eyes burned into a glowing scarlet. In the end, it was Abraxas who faltered first. He barked the warning again, fierce on the outside, but weak within. "Don't you dare set your sights on Aurora. In my current state, what could I possibly do?" Young Tom gave a bitter smile, his finely arched brows knitting slightly. He knew well how to use his circumstances to his advantage. Sure enough, Abraxas's heart softened. "Tom, that's not what I meant." "I know, Abraxas, always saying one thing and meaning another." The boy's lips curved faintly, his eyes indulgent, as though Abraxas were still the mischievous young Malfoy heir of years past. "You just said, Aurora can see you?" "Yes." Young Tom seemed long accustomed to Abraxas's leaping train of thought. "Her eyes, unlike Draco's, are always fixed on me." Damn, I really was caught. Well, since I'd been found out, watching openly might actually work to my advantage. Otherwise, if they realized I could understand their words, it would only bring me more trouble. Aurora. Abraxas held me tighter, worry clouding his face. Draco, ignored for too long, began babbling noisily for attention. They're this small and already learning to compete for affection. Young Tom crouched down, lightly poking Draco's plump, soft cheek with a fingertip. And just a moment ago, who was it saying he'd come to help? Abraxas muttered under his breath. Clearly, Draco's roundabout way of speaking in the original story had been learned from his grandfather. Draco needs a change. Young Tom deftly tended to the infant with practiced hands. Next time I'll just have the how self do it, Abraxas murmured, surprised the boy was capable of such things. It's fine. You know, every summer at the orphanage, this was part of my daily life. Young Voldemort, he truly knew how to stir pity. Abraxas was utterly caught in his snare. Tom the man faltered, seemingly at a loss for how to comfort the boy before him. Abraxas, my time is running out. The energy I fought so hard to gather, it's already nearly gone. Young Tom's figure was beginning to fade. Would my blood help you? Abraxas bit his lip, steeling himself before blurting it out. The Malfoy bloodline is very special. The boy shook his head, smiling faintly, gently refusing any aid. His power was nearly exhausted, leaving him unable to make another sound. No one could say when or if he might awaken again. But the faint movement of his lips told me the words he wanted to speak. Abraxas, you know, I would never harm you. That's nothing like you, you such a selfish, ruthless brat. How could you still have this side to you? A single tear traced down Abraxas Malfoy's pale cheek. Much later, I learned the truth. The 16-year-old fragment Voldemort severed from himself was the only piece of pure kindness he ever preserved. And that fragile gift was meant for Abraxas Malfoy alone. Chapter 6. Her child will soon be born. Aurora, are you trying to comfort me? My tiny fingers traced along the path of Abraxas's tears. The man's eyes were rimmed with red, his beautiful gray irises shimmering like wet glass beads. How, with my infant mouth still undeveloped, I could not truly speak with him. I'm fine. Abraxas forced a faint smile, as if he wished to reassure me, yet his whole being seemed fragile, as though he might break at the slightest touch. The Malfoy family's beauty was undeniable, and not simply a matter of casting in the Harry Potter films. Some had once doubted whether Tom Felton and Jason Isaacs, the actors for Draco and Lucius, matched the descriptions in the books. How could blonde, gray-eyed bullies possibly gather such loyal fans around the world? The answer was simple. Audiences let good looks shape their judgment. The actors were too handsome. But if one were to follow Rowling's own descriptions, the Malfoy's appearance should have been no more than average. To me, that was the greatest misconception. Rowling wrote through Harry Potter's eyes. From the very beginning, the black-haired, green-eyed savior carried prejudice against the Malfoys. She described Narcissa as merely nice-looking. In truth, she was breathtaking. Living by her side, every day, I couldn't help but marvel at the creator's bias. Skin smooth as jade, pale as snow, yet dismissed as if she looked drowned. How thick a filter did Harry wear? Or was he simply too near-sighted to see? Abraxas and Lucius, the Malfoy father and son, could rival, if not surpass, the Elven King and Prince from The Lord of the Rings. As a newcomer, my perspective was far more impartial. Truly, Merlin had favored the Malfoys, blessing them with beauty and wealth, yet limiting their offspring. My own arrival had been an unexpected gift. But with me came consequences. I stole away the love once meant only for Draco. My very presence made the entire family stand guard. Severus, I asked you here today because of Aurora. Lucius had invited Snape to Malfoy Manor. Severus Snape was the most tragic soul in the Harry Potter saga, walking the knife's edge between light and darkness. When Lucius first recognized his prodigious talent in potion making and introduced him to Voldemort, it was not without self-interest. Yet Lucius had always trusted his fellow Slytherin. Rarely did a Malfoy offer genuine faith, and when he did, it was so easily betrayed. Perhaps from the moment I became Aurora, neutrality was no longer an option, and once Snape learned the truth, he would know. Draco and I were both due to be born at the end of July. Lily Evans's son was not Voldemort's only possible target. Would Snape give us up? Which mattered more, his beloved's child, or the twin heirs of his so-called friend? The answer was clear. Aurora, be good, Lucius soothed softly. Snape extended his arms, and I was enveloped in the clean scent of herbs. The potion's master was still young then, untouched by the shadows of grief. No one could have guessed how soon he would lose the woman he loved most. She's so soft. Felt Snape's body stiffen. He cradled me gingerly, scarcely daring to move. Babies are always like that, Lucius said gently, watching from the side. Snape's awkwardness was almost comical. Her child will soon be born as well. Chapter 7. The patron Lucius found for me. There was no need to spell out who she was. Lucius had also witnessed their falling out. In the end, the pure white Lily Evans chose Potter. A boy who had once bullied her so-called friend. The infamous marauders. Who could have imagined that Gryffindor, House of Honor and Virtue, produced a band of bullies? Who wants to see Snivelus's underwear? Not only Snape's eternal nightmare, but also a scar in the heart of every Potter fan. Lucius patted Snape's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. I'd like you to be Aurora and Draco's godfather. Mr. Malfoy would never agree to that, Snape declined tactfully. Father hasn't objected, Lucius cut off his retreat, and Aurora likes you too. Like you? As if. I was just listening carefully to their conversation, nothing more. Most infants can't stand a stranger's arms. They'd have started crying ages ago. Lucius fanned the flames further. How despicable, selling me out like that. Still, if I looked at it another way, Snape was indeed a powerful backer. In the original story, when Voldemort wanted to punish the Malfoys by assigning Draco the task of assassinating Dumbledore, it was Snape who carried it out in his stead. For him, the line between good and evil never held much weight. A Slytherin who valued promises above all else. Thinking this, I reached out and grabbed the pair of black locks hanging over his forehead. Severus, did you even wash your hair? Lucius looked utterly disgusted. Only then did I remember that this future potions master was never exactly known for his hygiene. Lucius quickly tore me out of Snape's arms. Severus, Aurora's willing too. It settled. What he had originally asked Snape to check for seemed to have been completely forgotten. As expected of the Malfoy family, every one of them had a touch of fastidiousness. Maintaining a friendship with Severus for so many years was, in itself, no small feat. Severus, remember to wash your hair next time. Aurora's hungry now, so I won't see you out. Oh, Lucius, don't tell me you're just flaunting your brand new pair of children in front of poor, perpetually single Snape. Talk about rubbing salt in the wound. Ah, the delicate cruelty of Slytherin friendship. Aurora, with one more person to watch over you, your path ahead will be much easier, Lucius said gently. Luke, you were gone so long, Narcissa murmured in a soft complaint as she reached out to take me from him. She's getting a bit full, isn't she? Lucius didn't even try to avoid the subject. Narcissa's reply dwindled to the faintest whisper. Lucius had stolen the first taste of what was meant for Draco and me. Her gray eyes, shimmering with spring-like warmth, turned tenderly toward him. Sissy, first come, first served, that's how it works. You! She could do nothing against her husband, caught between protest and surrender, looking all the more fragile and captivating for it. Draco, impatient as ever, was the first to scramble over on hands and knees. Lucius reluctantly released Narcissa, making space for his son. Unbelievable. No respect for his elders, even as a child. Trust him to twist his words either way. Poor Draco, doomed to be overshadowed from the very start. That said, Narcissa truly had an extraordinary figure. A perfect harmony of Eastern delicacy and Western curves. Perhaps it was the nursing, but her bosom was full and heavy, dazzlingly white, impossible to ignore. She had only just given birth to twins, yet her body had already returned to a graceful balance of softness and slenderness. No wonder Lucius never let us linger a moment longer after every feeding. Sissy needs proper rest, and you too should start learning some independence early. I looked up at the enchanted starry ceiling and the separate nursery, utterly speechless. What a shameless excuse. Liar of a father. Chapter 8. A Time of Turmoil. Most of my days were spent with Draco at my side. My so-called idol had been reborn as a baby. Plump, soft, sweet, nothing like the arrogant brat in the original tale. He was an adorable dumpling, all pale skin and chubby cheeks. Draco takes after Luke, while Aurora is more like Sissy. Braxis chuckled. He pulled out a treasured Malfoy family album, showing it to us. This is Luke and Sissy when they were young. Each year, the two of them had birthday portraits together, from their infancy through childhood, adolescence, and into adulthood. Wizarding photos moved like short videos in the Muggle world, alive with shifting expressions. Even as a boy, Lucius already displayed an astonishing possessiveness toward Narcissa. So this was childhood sweethearts, a love that grew between neighbors with no barriers? The Malfoys and the Blacks, their families were far too intertwined. Even birthdays were shared? Perhaps my understanding of the wizarding world was far too shallow. From the moment I was born here, I should have realized, clinging too closely to the original story was dangerous. Pull one thread and the whole tapestry shifts. After all, a person who shouldn't exist at all might well change the course of everything. I might very well butterfly effect the entire story. Draco stared, utterly absorbed, at a photograph of Lucius playing Quidditch. On the broomstick, the young Lucius held the golden snitch aloft. Surrounded by his teammates, he landed before Narcissa, dropping to one knee. It was said that if a seeker offered the snitch to the one he loved, he would receive Merlin's blessing. The girl's cheeks flushed a delicate red, shy and bashful. Her platinum blonde curls lifted in the breeze, shimmering like satin. Such a romantic confession. What I didn't realize at the time was that Draco himself etched this moment deeply into his memory. Time passed quickly, and it seemed that my presence hadn't disrupted the story at all. Abraxas and Lucius appeared at Malfoy Manor less and less often. Draco, Aurora, are you missing your father and grandfather? Narcissa gathered us both into her arms, her voice gentle and soothing. Where are they, Mama? Using simple words and broken phrases, Draco and I could already express ourselves. Don't Papa and Grandfather want us anymore? Draco's eyes brimmed red. They love you both so much, that's why they must work harder to protect you. Narcissa explained in words we could understand. Are Papa and Grandfather fighting in a war? Draco asked, his excitement breaking through. So it was true, boys had that instinctive craving for strength and combat. Yes, and no. The light in Narcissa's eyes dimmed, but she forced a smile. She was the mother of 2 children, for our sake, she had to be strong. At least in front of us, she could not reveal her own fragility. But in truth, she wasn't much older than the me who had come from Hugh, Aguo. She worried endlessly for her husband's safety, for the rise and fall of her family's honor. Meanwhile, Voldemort, his soul constantly splitting, grew more and more irritable, handing out cruciatous curses at the slightest misstep. The Malfoys, thanks to their early financial support, held considerable weight among the Death Eaters. And yet, precisely because of that power, they lived under constant suspicion, treading on eggshells every day. Whenever fear consumed her, Narcissa would unconsciously rub the L-shaped pendant at her neck. L for Lucius. Mama. Clinging to her, I reached up to wipe the dampness at the corners of her eyes. Papa said, "No crying." Chapter 9. Mama calls Papa brother. Are you keeping an eye on me, little Malfoy steward? Forgive me, Narcissa pinched my nose lightly, forcing a teary smile. Don't cry. Papa says you'll turn into a scruffy little fox if you do, I repeated Lucius's words. Narcissa's cheeks flushed scarlet, as red as apples. Aurora, why do you always listen to him? Her soft complaint, her lilting tone, it sounded exactly like a woman coquettishly pouting. Though husband and wife of many years, the two still loved like newlyweds. Is Little Fox Mama's pet name? I asked deliberately, feigning innocence. I widened my eyes, putting on a blank, clueless expression. I knew this was the most convincing disguise of all. Her face flushed an even deeper red. Mum, are you sick? Your face is so hot. Draco clambered over as well, pressing his small hand against her cheek. It's burning. Thank you both for your concern, but leave your mother to me. Lucius had apparated back. I felt my body grow light as Draco and I were promptly bundled out of the master bedroom. We were long used to this whenever father was present, we were never the priority. Aurora, let's go, Draco urged beside me. Poor Mum, she was just crying, and she'll be crying again soon. Why? Because father always makes her cry. Don't you know that? His expression was one of pure confusion. Then, as though recalling something, he added, Ah, right, you always sleep like the dead. Until at least a full day and night passes, Mum can't leave the room. What? You actually remember things from when you were little? I was too shocked to speak. Of course, don't you? He looked at me as though it were the most natural thing in the world. What? Could Draco also have been reborn? You don't want anyone to find out? He gave a firm nod. Good. That's how it should be. Aurora, you're a Malfoy too. Draco, thank you for acknowledging me. I couldn't help but laugh. He was still so young, yet he forced a solemn little face, playing at being an adult adorable. Are you imitating father? No wonder the original books had a basis. Draco really was a father worshipper. That constant line, I'll tell my father, had roots from childhood. I am not. The Malfoy complexion was pale, so any flush showed immediately. Had I embarrassed him by exposing his thoughts? How cute! I poked his puffed-up cheek with my finger. It was smooth and delicate, like a freshly peeled egg. Aurora, I'm the older brother. He seized my hand tightly. You were only born a few seconds before me. That still makes me your brother. He clutched my hand even tighter. But it was only a title. The Malfoy family tree never acknowledged me. All of it was an illusion. Yet, I couldn't say so. Draco, bristling with indignation, looked like a little pufferfish ready to explode. Fine, I was wrong, brother. I quickly yielded. Father is a brother too. Draco suddenly lowered his voice. What do you mean? I mean in private. I've heard mother call father brother. Draco stumbled over his words, trying to explain. My head spun. Mother, father, brother, what was all this? He must have misheard. At the time, I didn't understand the deeper meaning of his words at all. Chapter 10. The Dark Lord has vanished. Poor Draco, ever since he was little, Lucius had tricked him into shouldering the role of big brother. Draco, you're the older brother, you must give way to Aurora. Draco, you're the older brother, you have to set an example. Draco, you're the older brother. As the political climate in the British wizarding world grew ever more unstable, family training soon rose to the top of the Malfoy household's agenda. Back in China, they were busy promoting less homework, less burden. Who would have thought I'd cross into this world only to be buried under endless lessons? Father, does Aurora really have to join in? Draco seemed to have noticed my reluctance. Lucius paused, his gaze drifting toward Narcissa, full of old memories. She crouched down to meet my eyes. Aurora, we want to give both of you the same opportunities. Sometimes, even under the name of protection, the one being protected longs to pick up a weapon and become strong. Sissy, I'm sorry. Lucius's voice was filled with remorse and tenderness as he kissed the space between his wife's brows. Narcissa leaned into his strong chest, their fingers entwining with an intimacy that left no space between them. Had my mother once been denied the chance to undergo her family's trials? But the Malfoy family trials had nothing to do with a daughter of the House of Black in the first place. What game were they playing at now? The fleeting envy in Narcissa's eyes told me the truth. For women, taking part in such trials was never easy, especially with a male heir like Draco already born. Aurora, I'm sorry. I never meant to take away your chance. Draco found me after the lesson. You're just worried I'll be too tired. I understand. I took his hand. Then, imitating Lucius, Draco suddenly pulled me into his arms. Before I could even struggle, he pecked me on the cheek. Oh, come on, don't copy everything. That's something only couples are supposed to do. With a bright grin, Draco declared, I knew it, girls like this sort of thing. No, only father and mother can do that, not us, I hurried to explain, terrified of hurting his pride. Why not? Draco's face was full of confusion. Heavens, how was I supposed to explain this to a toddler? We just can't. Yet deep inside, I couldn't shake the worry that once I fulfilled whatever purpose I had here, the Malfoys would discard me. Family always came first, and what was I but a magical creation? Could I really count as family? Why not? How could I even explain? Urgent, need help, online waiting. Seeing me stammer, Draco's smile grew stiff. Aurora, you don't like me. Of course not, I do like you. In Harry Potter, you were always my favorite character. Especially now, growing up together with you. Merlin knows how happy I am. It's all right, I'll wait until you say yes, Draco vowed with utter conviction. At last I understood why Western novels spent so much time describing the color of their heroes' eyes. Beneath long, dark lashes, his gray eyes shimmered with light. I had every reason to suspect this boy was trying to seduce me with his beauty. Wait, why does it sound worse the more I think about it? Forget it. One day, he'll understand. By then, for the sake of family honor, he'll make the right choice. Suddenly, Lucius's patroness appeared in the room out of thin air, a silver, nine-tailed fox. It carried his voice, Sissy, the Dark Lord has vanished. Chapter 11. Severus has gone mad. Narcissa pulled Draco and me tightly into her arms. Luke, your father, is he all right? I'm fine, father, we'll speak of it when we return. A massive nine-tailed fox suddenly drew close, pressing its round nose gently against Narcissa's cheek. It gave us one last reluctant glance before racing off into the distance. It's all right now, children. She was dressed in nothing but a thin nightgown, her delicate fingers trembling slightly. Mom, are you cold? Draco hugged her back as though his warmth could shield her. Thank you, my little dragon. Little Dragon, Draco's nickname. Narcissa ruffled his pale hair with tender affection. Mum. The sight of mother and son, tender and close, filled the room with warmth. For a moment, I felt like an outsider. No, that was only right. I was the one who had stolen away love that should have belonged wholly to Draco. But then, Narcissa gathered me into her arms as well. Her embrace carried a fragrance that was uniquely hers, sweet, clean, faintly sharp. The scent felt strangely familiar. At last, I understood why the Black family had named her Narcissa. It was the fragrance of the Chinese narcissus, fresh, sweet, but edged with a quiet austerity. Mum. I had always been used to standing alone. Aurora, it's all right to lean on us. She pressed a kiss to my forehead. We're a family. She had noticed my wandering thoughts at once. Draco said nothing, only reached out his tiny hand and laced his fingers firmly through mine. I'll protect my sister, he declared loudly to Narcissa, his small voice brimming with determination. My nose burned, my eyes prickled with heat. I buried my face against Narcissa's chest, soaking her nightgown with silent tears. She said nothing, only stroked my hair with slender fingers, her touch soft against my scalp. At last, my body relaxed in her embrace. It was this scene Lucius returned to find. Two children asleep in their mother's arms. Mr. Malfoy, cooperate at once. Lower the wards around Malfoy Manor. A summons from the Wizengamot. With Voldemort's fall, the Ministry was moving swiftly against his former followers. The higher one had been exalted, the harder the fall. Fortunately, Abraxas and Lucius had prepared well in advance, moving nearly all their assets. What remained was little more than an empty shell. As for the Black family, unsurprisingly, they were staunch defenders of pure blood culture. Orion Black, the patriarch himself, had been a supporter of Voldemort. His niece, Bellatrix, was Voldemort's most fanatical lieutenant. Narcissa's mother, Drula Rosier, came from the ancient Rosier line, one of the sacred 28. Through this marriage tie, the Malfoys and Rosiers had always been closely bound. Their aid had been crucial in safeguarding the Malfoy fortune. Rosier, the name rang a bell. Yes, Vinda Rosier, Gellert Grindelwald's infamous lieutenant, hailed from the very same family. The tangled web of wizarding bloodlines was enough to leave my head spinning. Lucius and Narcissa did not try to shield us from these truths. Draco and Aurora cannot spend their lives in the ivory tower we've built for them. They must learn early what the future will demand of them. Narcissa's tone was calm, but her eyes betrayed a shadow of sorrow. My darlings, I'm sorry. This is the best outcome we could have hoped for. Our family is together and safe. Lucius drew his wife into his arms, his voice gentle with comfort. Severus has gone mad. Chapter 12. When the walls collapse, everyone pushes. The Dark Lord has broken his promise. You mean, Mrs. Potter? Lily Evans had sacrificed herself to save Harry Potter's life. Yes, to protect her child. Narcissa clutched us even tighter. In that moment, she must have felt a kinship with Lily Evans. Lucius, if it were me, I think I'd make the same choice Mrs. Potter did. In the original story, during the final battle, Narcissa deceived Voldemort, claiming Harry was dead. She too would sacrifice herself for her children. Lucius Malfoy will never allow you to face such a choice. His hand reached for the back of her neck, stroking the L-shaped pendant there. Sissy, we agreed long ago you must never leave me behind. I'm sorry, Lucius. Her whispered apology was swallowed by his embrace. Aurora, let's step outside. Resign, Draco shut the master bedroom door, tugging me out with him. Mama made Papa angry, Draco said with a worried look. It's fine, they just need to talk things over. Only, the talk lasted quite a while. I figured I ought to remind the house elves there was no need to prepare them dinner. Though the mess would have to be dealt with later, Lucius at last released the tension he had kept bottled up. By the next morning, he appeared at the breakfast table refreshed and in good spirits. Even as Aurors from the ministry arrived to escort him to the Wisengamot courtroom. Draco, Aurora, don't be afraid. Even stripped of freedom, even without his wand, he still spoke softly to reassure his family. Malfoy, you'll pay the price for everything you've done. A young red-headed man leveled his wand at Lucius's back. Weasley, you think you're fit to judge me? Has the ministry truly no one else to send? If I recall correctly, you couldn't even manage to become an Auror. Lucius didn't bother to look back, his tone dripping with contempt. You! Arthur Weasley was instantly enraged, wand raised, actually ready to strike down the unarmed Lucius. There was an old saying in the West, red-haired people were quick, tempered, and sensitive. Looking at him now, I had to admit, perhaps it wasn't wrong. You consorted with the devil himself. You drove the Longbottoms mad. Malfoy, you belong in hell with him. Arthur, enough, barked Bartemius Crouch, who had come along. He was the father of Barty Crouch Jr., and the current head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Known for his iron hand, he was also a leading candidate for the next Minister of Magic. Mr. Malfoy has not yet been convicted, he said tersely. Yes, thank you for the reminder, Barty. Weasley, your accusations just now, I could easily sue you for slander. Lucius drawled, dragging out his words. That's assuming you live to try. Say your goodbyes to your children. Next time, they'll be visiting you in Azkaban. Arthur shot back coldly. For someone like you to have children at all, well, they'll soon be orphans. Unlike poor Harry, they won't even have a Muggle family to take them in. Lucius finally turned, his family being his one untouchable weakness. His expression was no longer calm, no longer casual. I was prepared to cooperate with you, he said with a quiet sigh. But considering how little you've managed to haul back to the ministry coffers, it won't be long before the whole institution collapses. Now, I've changed my mind. Chapter 13. An Uninvited Guest. Lucius's disdainful manner only further provoked Barty Crouch. Yet unlike Arthur Weasley, Crouch was far more polished. Mr. Malfoy, I must apologize. The fault lies with our staff's lack of professionalism. If you would only... Before he could finish, the Malfoy family's defense system hurled him straight out. I had intended to handle things gently, sissy. Lucius wrapped his arms around Narcissa's waist, his face full of wounded grievance. The magic suppressor that had bound him moments ago lay snapped cleanly in two. They went too far to curse our children. In Narcissa's hand was the snake-headed cane passed down through the Malfoy line. When her father activated the defenses, she had retrieved Lucius's wand. Lucius's wand was elm, with a dragon heartstring core. Only with absolute trust could another wield one's wand. Narcissa offered it back, but Lucius shook his head. Keep it for me. All right. She did not refuse. Instead, she stepped forward and smoothed back his slightly disheveled hair. I'll go to the Wizengamma, but I won't hand over a single galleon. Then their scheme will come to nothing? Narcissa's lips curved in a faint smile. They'll soon see who stands to lose more. The Ministry, desperate for funds to fuel post-war reconstruction, had summoned Lucius under the guise of sponsorship. It was nothing short of extortion. Their message was clear: pay up and your trial will go smoothly. Father Draco, and I rushed to him, my brother's eyes already brimming with tears. Don't be afraid. Lucius brushed away the dampness on my cheek. Had even I, usually so cold-hearted, begun to weep? Father swears he will return safely. We'll spend Christmas together as a family, all right? He crouched down and hooked his little finger with ours. Then the presents must be double, Father. Of course. Sissy, that man contacted me as well. He asked if I needed help. Your father? Yes. Father, who is grandfather? Why have we never met him? He's already here. Lucius's smile turned mysterious. Of all the Ministry's entourage who had arrived at Malfoy Manor, one figure remained so plain, so featureless, he was nearly invisible. A shimmer of magic rippled through the air, and his true form emerged. A blond, blue-eyed man in his middle years stood before us. At last I understood where Lucius's beauty came from: his inheritance. Short hair of burnished gold, finely chiseled features like a sculpture, sharp brows, and piercing eyes. His gaze carried the chill of command, and one pair of mismatched pupils lent him an otherworldly allure. He looked down on us from above. Lucius, Sissy, it's been a long time. I've brought gifts for the little ones. His heavy Eastern European accent laced each word, his every gesture brimming with aristocratic poise. Allow me to introduce myself. He crouched so his eyes met ours. I am Gellert Grindelwald. Gellert Grindelwald. Albus Dumbledore's once beloved, the leader of the pure blood supremacist movement. Wasn't he imprisoned in Nurmengard? You've heard my name before? His sharp gaze caught the flicker of surprise in my expression. I heard it mentioned by a portrait. My mind raced before I settled on the safest answer. Is that truly so? Grindelwald's eyes narrowed. Chapter 14. As We Please. Gellert. Narcissa's voice was quiet, yet she shielded me behind her. She was draped in Lucius's coat, but her sharp movement left one pale shoulder exposed. Sissy, take the children to rest first. Lucius tucked the coat firmly back around her, the perfect gentleman as he guided us out. Grindelwald only smiled faintly, saying nothing, his eyes sliding elsewhere. He had long since grown accustomed to Lucius's obsessive possessiveness. If memory served me right, Grindelwald's tastes leaned toward men. Lucius, maybe you should be worried about yourself. If not for the barrier of blood, you would be far more tempting to him than I could ever be. Even so, my cheap great-grandfather's curiosity toward me lingered. His probing stare crawled across my skin like needles. Aurora, don't be afraid. That phrase had almost become Narcissa's catchphrase. Mother, why should I be afraid of him? He's family, isn't he? Narcissa ruffled my hair. The closer the person, the deeper the wound they leave. Aurora, you're braver than I ever was. Her gaze softened and she kissed my brow. Not to be outdone, Draco tipped his head up and kissed Narcissa's cheek. Now my kisses passed on to my sister too. The heavy atmosphere shattered into laughter and warmth. Lucius forbade us from attending the public Wizengamot trial. As a seasoned politician, He surely knew that the sight of wife, daughter, and infant son would stir a swell of sympathy. By reason and by sentiment, it would have been the most advantageous choice for him and for the Malfoys. But the family portraits told me the real truth. Luke is far too jealous to let Sissy appear before the public eye. Of course Narcissa's beauty was meant to be treasured and hidden away. And there were always those eager to strike when a family was vulnerable. Without the Dark Lord's protection, the Malfoys looked like a fattened prize. Who wouldn't want to share? The Order of the Phoenix and the Ministry both needed enormous resources to operate. Lucius never put all his eggs in one basket. He always had a plan B. Foreign powers aligned with Grindelwald pressured the Wysengema. And unlike the Carrows, the Lestrange brothers, or Bellatrix, who took to the battlefield, tortured Muggles, murdered members of the Order, leaving behind endless evidence, the Malfoys had always played the role of financiers and strategists, working from the shadows. In the end, Lucius was released in court. One warm afternoon, the entire Malfoy family gathered together to watch the trial's recording. The last frame froze on Arthur Weasley's furious face. Jealousy makes one ugly. Lucius swirled the red wine in his glass, studying the way it clung to the crystal. I truly can't recall ever having a quarrel with Weasley. He shook his head with feigned innocence. Perhaps you once pursued Prefect Prewett, Narcissa teased lightly. Prewett, Molly Weasley's maiden name. You know my tastes, Sissy. Lucius arched a brow. Or maybe it's because, when you were Slytherin Prefect, you caught the Weasleys being intimate. That did happen. Strange, isn't it? Those two paragons of Gryffindor look far more like spiteful Slytherins. Then his voice shifted, smooth and deliberate. Sissy, shouldn't we also imitate the Weasleys of old, and live as we please? This morning we already. No matter. This is Malfoy Manor. Here we do as we please, Sissy. Chapter 15. You can fight for it too. The Malfoy couple went off to do as they pleased, leaving Draco and me staring at each other in mute helplessness. But we were used to it by now. That was simply another ordinary day in the Malfoy household. A few days later, Lucius returned from the Hog's Head, dragging back a thoroughly inebriated Severus Snape. His greasy hair clung to his scalp in filthy clumps, his robes were so stained their color was indistinguishable, and the stench rolling off him was unbearable. For a man as obsessively fastidious as Lucius to collect the corpse spoke volumes about what true Slytherin friendship meant. Pinching his nose, he ordered the house elves to scrub the potion's master inside and out. Severus Narcissa's face was etched with worry. Lily Potter's death struck him hard, Lucius said with a frown. The Ministry has already seized control of the Potter estate. Yet another story of the Ministry swooping in like vultures. Failing to pluck the Malfoy coffers, they had set their sights on the Potters instead. Generations of pure blood wealth turned into the Ministry's feast. And the Potter child? As a mother herself, Narcissa's empathy flared. Highly confidential. Lucius cast a sidelong glance toward Snape and exchanged a meaningful look with his wife. After Lily Evans's death, Snape had become the double agent we knew from the original story, walking a knife's edge between the Order of the Phoenix and the Death Eaters. He had fooled them all, even the ever-suspicious Voldemort himself. But from Lucius's expression, it didn't seem as though he was in the dark. Think logically. Voldemort had killed the woman Snape loved most. How could he possibly still expect loyalty? Father, can I visit Godfather? I tugged at Lucius's robes. Anyone can celebrate you in good times, but those who stand by you in your lowest hour you never forget. Lucius's smile held quiet understanding. I'll leave it to you, Aurora. I'm coming too, Draco volunteered eagerly. Aurora, what scheme are you plotting this time? He whispered in my ear. What are you talking about? Don't pretend you never get up early unless there's profit in it. Brother, you know me best. I hooked my pinky with his. Godfather's a genius in potions and curses. If he lends his strength to the Malfoys, it would be a tremendous advantage. So that's why Father would bother befriending a half-blood, Draco realized aloud. Blood isn't everything. Talent and opportunity matter more. Aurora, how do you come up with these things? Draco studied me, his expression strangely complex. From watching and listening, my gaze drifted toward the affectionate Malfoy couple, and the corner of my lips curved upward without me noticing. When Snape finally stirred awake, The first sight to greet him was Draco's and my sleeping faces, worn out from keeping vigil. "Severus, did we wake you?" Narcissa said softly. "These two insisted on looking after you." With guilt in their eyes, she and Lucius gently lifted us into their arms. "That boy's name is Harry, so young and already motherless. Severus, Lily's sacrifice was for the ones who live on. Perhaps you could look after Harry instead." From a heart that had been dry and lifeless, the faintest glimmer of hope suddenly flickered. This would become the only mission of the rest of his life. "Harry's grandmother's a black. The Malfoys can offer protection too." Snape gave a slow nod. "Thank you, Sissy, but Albus won't agree. How could Dumbledore ever choose the Malfoys, who had been so close to Voldemort? Severus, you can fight for it too." Chapter 16. Savior, this is as far as I can help you. "You mean to say, you want me to adopt the Potter boy?" "Lucius, that doesn't sound like you at all." Snape spoke as though the very thought reeked of filth. It was Aurora's suggestion. "Aurora." Snape's gaze fell on the girl resting against Narcissa's shoulder. "You've given birth to a Gryffindor. That isn't the least bit funny, Severus. Aurora has a point, you're the only one who would truly care about him." Lucius freed a hand to clap Snape's shoulder. "I'll think about it," Snape muttered, turning his eyes away. "And, thank you." That was the second time Severus Snape had ever spoken words of genuine thanks. We offered as much goodwill as we could, hoping that one day, in the future, he wouldn't decide to sell the Malfoys out completely. After all, his whole life had been nothing but service to others. Voldemort exploited his talents, Dumbledore his guilt over Lily Evans. To these so-called leaders, he was their sharpest dagger. He had never truly lived for himself. But I was no savior. I hadn't come here to redeem a soul long since lost. The day Lily Evans died, Severus Snape lost the ability to love. That final word always which wrung tears from the world, was also his epitaph. Dumbledore gently but firmly refused Snape's request to adopt Harry. The kindly old wizard swore to Severus that Harry would grow up in the safest place, living like a prince. Living like a prince, what a cruel irony. If neglect, abuse, and life in a cupboard counted as princely. Still, Snape remained closely tied to the Malfoy family. He often tutored me and Draco in our studies. Draco's talent for potions quickly earned his approval. And, just like in the original story, the boy came to idolize the youngest head of Slytherin in Hogwarts history. Snape even taught him Sectum Sempra and its counter-curse. "Draco, that spell is dangerous." I remembered how, in the original timeline, Harry cast Sectum Sempra in 6th year, splitting Draco's chest open, his shirt soaked crimson as he collapsed in a pool of blood. "Don't worry, I'd never use it on you," Draco said cheerfully, waving his wand around to practice. I had no desire to end up scarred for life and quickly kept my distance. "Found you." Draco yanked open the cabinet door. "Godfather, Aurora was just hiding so she wouldn't have to practice," he said with a wink. Luckily, Snape wasn't about to take Draco's word at face value. "Your magic is still unstable. No more practicing offensive spells." He confiscated Draco's child's wand. "Now, on to potions. Let's see how well you've prepared." "Godfather, do Muggles really hit their children?" We were already 5 years old by then. Surely Harry Potter had endured several years of his own joyless childhood. Snape didn't answer. My question had clearly dragged him back into his own bleak memories. "Aurora, you've just watched too much Muggle television. That's why you get scared like this." Draco grabbed my hand, pulling me out of the cabinet. "Father and Mother spoil you so much, how could you even think they'd treat you that way?" But I heard the portrait saying, the expectations on us will only grow harsher. What if, like on Mugglesby, we don't measure up and end up sleeping in the cupboard under the stairs? My voice cracked, thick with a sniffly whimper. "Aurora, do you think you're a house elf or something, sleeping in a cupboard?" Draco mussed my hair with a laugh. "Thank Merlin, I'm so glad I wasn't born into a Muggle family," I muttered, face still pale from the thought. But before the words had even faded, Snape was already gone. "Harry Potter, this is as far as I can help you." Chapter 17. Did I just get confessed to? In the days that followed, Snape didn't show up at Malfoy Manor. Draco seized the chance to tattle, insisting that something I'd said must have upset him. Lucius, thoughtful, replied. Severus's father was a drunk and a gambler. He often vented his rage on Severus and his mother, Eileen. He crouched down and gently stroked the top of my head. It's not Aurora's fault. My little princess couldn't have known. Father, you're so biased, Draco pouted, storming out of the room in a huff. I rushed to follow him, but Lucius stopped me. Aurora, I hope everything turns out as you intend. He inclined his head, wearing that unreadable, knowing smile. So sharp, he'd noticed. As for Draco, don't chase him. A boy needs to learn to endure a few grievances. As his sister, it's your privilege to be the one who's favored. Lucius chuckled softly and stepped aside, letting me pass. Behind me, I overheard him whispering with Narcissa. Sissy, Aurora is so much like you. Yes, my heart's always been biased toward you, my big cat. Much later, I would learn that Big Cat and Little Fox were nicknames for their animagus forms. Father was a snow leopard, mother, a nine-tailed fox. Their patronesses matched as well. What a pair of soul-bonded lovers. Draco, are you in there? A large lump rose beneath the covers. I crept closer, lifted a corner with a sudden tug. Only to find a toy dragon. Tricked. A second later, a dark green blanket dropped over my head. Ha! Ha! Childish tricks. Draco lunged from behind and wrapped his arms tightly around me. I knew you'd come looking for me. The spikes in his tone were gone, his guard lowered. And my heart softened too. Of course, we once shared the same body. In this world, no one is closer than we are. He spun me around. Something brushed against my lips through the blanket. Don't move, Father does this to Mother too. Draco, could he be? He pinned my hands. I hadn't known he was this strong. You. His fingers traced my face, my hands, with surprising care. Little mast. For the first time, Dobby's shrill voice sounded like heaven. What is it, Dobby? I could hear the anger in Draco's voice. Master calls you both to dine. With a snap of his fingers, the blanket vanished. Light flooded back in. Draco's pale face was now crimson, as though bleeding from within. Brother, don't do that to me. Aurora, you don't like it. He looked bewildered. Only husband and wife can do that. If your future wife knew your first kiss went to me, how heartbroken would she be? We didn't really kiss. Draco's furrowed brow relaxed. Through a blanket doesn't count. Besides, I promised Father I won't force myself on a girl unless I'm sure of her feelings. I let out a long breath of relief, though something still felt very off. The future Lady Malfoy, Aurora, can only ever be you. Draco tossed down the words and took my hand, leading me toward the dining hall. What the heck? Did a snot-nosed little brat just confess to me? Chapter 18. You Are You. Inside I was still an adult, so naturally I didn't take the careless words of a 5-year-old to heart. There's an old saying in Huaguo, a man's words are like a trickster's lies. In the world of Harry Potter, true affection was rare among pure-blood families. Aside from Lucius and Narcissa, most marriages were hollow facades. Bellatrix Lestrange's match had been a gift from Voldemort. Snape's mother, Eileen Prince, had married a drunkard who abused her. Voldemort's mother, Merope Gaunt, had forced Tom Riddle Assar into marriage with a love potion. Hardly a single union began with genuine love. Draco's canon partner was Astoria Greengrass. Even his 7-year relationship with Pansy Parkinson at school had ended without lasting commitment. So what chance did I have of breaking up his official pairing? So far, nothing in the story's trajectory had shifted significantly because of me. How much influence could I truly wield? That was still in question. Aurora, why are you staring off like that? I glanced down. My plate was piled high with food. Draco, attentive as ever, had cut my favorite pieces into neat, bite-sized morsels. Thank you, brother. I beamed at him, then remembered that at 5, I was already losing baby teeth. Hastily, I covered my mouth. Mortifying. Across the table, Lucius and Narcissa exchanged a knowing look. Damn it, they were enjoying my embarrassment. It's all right, Aurora. Perfectly normal, Narcissa said gently. Yes, Draco chimed in, even without a front tooth, you're still the cutest girl. Merlin's beard. Could someone dig me a hole to crawl into? Really, Draco, no need to rub it in. Lucius cleared his throat twice, hiding the upward curl of his lips. Severus and Dumbledore had a fierce quarrel, he remarked, neatly shifting the subject. I gave him the tiniest nod of gratitude before picking up the thread. Was it because of the boy who lived? Lucius inclined his head. Harry Potter's aunt and uncle treat him poorly. The poor child has been made to live in a cupboard. He cast me a probing glance, as if testing how much I knew. It's just like Aurora said, Draco exclaimed. Did you inherit great-grandfather's gift of prophecy? Thank goodness. For once, Draco had given me the perfect excuse instead of tearing me down. Our great-grandfather, Gellert Grindelwald, was famed for his uncannily accurate prophecies. Everyone knew it. Skipped a generation, perhaps? Lucius arched a brow. He didn't believe a word, of course. He had suspected my oddness from the start. Aurora, we'll keep this secret together, Narcissa said calmly, her tone soothing the frantic beat of my heart. My daughter, nothing matters more than your safety. She rose, circled the table, and came to me. Kneeling down, she took my small hand and pressed it over her heart. It was her vow. Mother. My eyes stung. I turned my head away, but she gathered me into her arms. Her clear, ringing voice was gentle and warm. She was nothing like the cold, haughty woman I remembered from the books. She sheltered and cherished every member of her family. Her aura of aloofness existed only to ward off needless trouble. With beauty like hers, the slightest kindness would have drawn countless unwanted admirers. Luke only worries for you, she murmured in my ear. Aurora Malfoy, you are not anyone else. You are simply you. Chapter 19. Counting My Crimes. Once I had calmed down a little, Lucius returned to the subject at hand. Severus is fighting for custody of Potter's heir. He hopes we'll lend him a hand. He glanced at Mother, adding a pointed reminder. Harry Potter's grandmother was born a black. Strictly speaking, he's your cousin, Sissy. Father, are you planning to bring him here to live with us? Draco frowned, disbelief plain on his face. Harry Potter is the only one who's ever defeated the Dark Lord, Dumbledore's trump card. Having him under our roof can only help us, never harm us, Lucius coaxed, patient and persuasive. All for the family's benefit. This was the education instilled into every pure-blood heir from childhood. And yet, it went against a child's nature. What child wants to share their parents' love with a stranger? Reluctantly, Draco muttered, Understood, father. No longer the worn daddy. I instantly sensed the distance. Quickly I laced my fingers through his. Brother, we're family. That will never change. The message sank in at once. His handsome face flushed pink. Of course, that's just common sense, Aurora. Each little brat so stubborn with his words. Father, Mother, we finished our meal. May we be excused? Draco's voice was stiffly formal. Lucius tapped a finger against the corner of his lips. Only then did Draco realize the food stain there, snatching up his napkin in embarrassment. In an instant, his grown-up act fell apart. The mischievous Malfoy patriarch always choosing his only son as a target for teasing. I noticed Narcissa quietly pinch Lucius's arm. Since childhood, he must always mind his manners. I'm leading by example, Sissy. Draco didn't argue. He simply pulled me along, fleeing from the grandeur of the Malfoy dining hall. The redness of his ears betrayed just how mortified he was. I gently scratched his palm. Aurora, I understand what you mean, it's just having a stranger invade your own home, Draco. I'm not happy about it either. Like sharing an apartment with a stranger, so many habits to adjust to, so many frictions to smooth out. Draco's gray eyes lit with resolve. Then let's convince Father not to let Potter move in. Father's decisions, no one can overturn them. Not even Mother? Draco pressed, unwilling to give up. Have you noticed? Every major decision always made after the two of them discuss it together. You mean, Mother agreed to let Potter stay here? His face fell, bitter disappointment settling in. He had believed, at least, that Mother would stand with us. Potter will always be Potter. Only we share the same blood, the name of Malfoy. I drew him into my arms. He held me just as tightly. As if, in this world, the two of us alone were bound together by fate. A child's world is small, filled only with parents and kin. A child's world is vast too, for the losses and shadows of childhood can take a lifetime to heal. I only have you, Aurora. I couldn't bring myself to say something hollow like don't be so pessimistic. Draco's feelings in this moment were real, and no empty comfort could soothe such fragility. Years later, when Lucius would be imprisoned in Azkaban and Narcissa left to hold the Malfoy family together on her own, without a great tree to shield him from the storm, Draco would once again stand alone. The cutting of the cord isn't true separation. Only when body and spirit both accept independence does it begin. From the day I became Aurora Malfoy, we have been bound as one, our fortunes and our failures shared. Draco, I will never force you, but I will grow alongside you. The honor of the Malfoy family will continue in our hands. They've fallen asleep together again, I heard Lucius mutter in a half-grumble, half-sigh. And you've no right to talk. Back then, you tricked me into sleeping beside you every night. Oh, and which little fox was it who cried their eyes swollen when we tried sleeping apart? You're far too strict with Draco. Narcissa, realizing she was losing the exchange, quickly changed the subject. And whose fault is that, when he has two doting ladies spoiling him? Are you jealous, my big cat? Narcissa's voice drifted into the air, playful and sweet, like a silken hook that tugged at the ear. Soon enough, her muffled gasps of breath followed. I was wrong, Luke. Stop tickling me. Aurora and Draco are still sleeping. They're sound asleep, don't worry. Draco's a boy, he needs to learn resilience from an early age. Not every Malfoy is as shameless as you, ah. Narcissa gave a startled cry followed by the rustle of fabric. Sissy, the night is long. You'll have plenty of time to count my sins, one by one. Chapter 20. Harry moves into Malfoy Manor. Not long after, Narcissa, as Harry's cousin and his only competent blood relative, went to the ministry to complete the adoption papers. Originally, young Potter had a godfather in name, Lucius said with a curl of disdain at his lips, but that foolish mutt chose to rot in Azkaban rather than face the burden of raising his orphaned godson. Serious, he just needs time, Narcissa murmured as she stroked Harry Potter's hair with aching gentleness. The boy's state made her heart clench. He was even more pitiful than she'd expected. Malnourished, shorter by half a head compared to Draco and me, his skin sallow, his limbs stick-thin, his great green eyes, far too large for his face, looked up at us timidly. Lucius summoned St. Mungo's healers to conduct a full examination. They found multiple soft tissue injuries and scars across his back so severe they made Narcissa's breath catch. The Dursleys must pay for this, she said, voice tight with anger. Harry, do you want us to? Lucius crouched so he could meet the boy's gaze directly. Consent had to come from him. Please, Mr. Malfoy, Harry whispered, his lips tightening. There was a steadiness in him rare for a child his age. Lucius and Narcissa exchanged a glance, wordless but full of meaning, then took him by the hand and apparated away. Welcome, Mr. Potter. Draco and I were already waiting in the drawing room. Dobby, of course, shown us both in enthusiasm. Harry Potter, he squealed at the top of his lungs, ears flapping like great fans, eyes bulging like copper gongs. Dobby, don't frighten our guest. I wanted to bury my face in my hands. So humiliating. Raised in the Muggle world, Harry had never seen a magical creature before. He startled back a step, then forced himself to stand his ground. Trying to apologize, Dobby resorted to slamming his head against the wall with a resounding crack. Lucius, with a casual flick of his wand, vanished the elf from sight. Don't be concerned, Mr. Potter. We'll help you grow accustomed to every part of the wizarding world. My two children, Draco and Aurora, are your age. Mr. Potter, how do you do? I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. Draco extended his hand. Harry wore clothes far too big for him, the cuffs and hems washed so thin they'd faded white. Looking a little uneasy, he stretched out his hand. Hello, Draco. You can call me Harry. For some reason, my nose stung. Draco and Harry finally able to stand together without hostility. In the original story, so many of their conflicts traced back to those poor first impressions. And with Ron Weasley fanning the flames at every turn, mocking our surname Malfoy, as if it meant unfaithful, untrustworthy, how could a thin-skinned boy like Draco endure such ridicule? Shaken and defensive, Draco lashed out at the Weasley family. Harry, loyal to his friend, refused Draco's offered hand of friendship. And so, Draco was humiliated before everyone. But this time, with none of those troublemakers around, the two could meet on equal terms. Harry, let me show you where you'll be staying. Harry, still a little awkward, followed after Draco. I walked at his side, searching for topics children our age might share. This will be your room. The guest room had already been arranged by Narcissa. Classic Slytherin style, emerald green twined with silver. A fresh set of loungewear was folded neatly at the bedside, with a note tucked on top, Narcissa's graceful handwriting clear. For Harry. Chapter 21. You mustn't be sad for another man. Mother has such good taste in clothes. Hurry, try it on, see if it fits. I nudged him into the washroom and shut the door behind him. The moment Harry turned, I caught the glimmer of a tear on his face. Harry Potter, living like a prince? Dumbledore's nothing but a liar. Draco pulled me aside, curling his lip in disdain. The so-called greatest white wizard tricking the world like this? It's just a persona, I whispered, shaking my head gently. Keep your voice down. Harry's still in the dark. He has the right to know the truth. I quickly covered his mouth. The truth only counts if he discovers it himself. If we tell him outright, it might backfire. I'm ready. A small voice broke our standoff. The clothes fit, but on his frail frame they only made him look more gaunt. His bare arms were covered in scars, not a patch of skin left unmarked. It was midsummer, and the short-sleeved shirt Narcissa had chosen did nothing to hide those wounds. Wait a moment. I fetched a vial of quick healing potion, an essential item for the family trials. Draco eagerly offered his help. Harry, those people who hurt you are beasts, the blonde boy fumed. Why did they beat you? Because I was too slow with the chores. Harry's voice was careful, almost apologetic. Years of living unwanted had sharpened his sense for reading people's moods. Didn't you try asking a neighbor for help? I asked as I worked, distracting him from the sting of the potion. Quick healing potions worked fast, knitting skin and easing bruises, but the process was brutal. Ugh, a muffled groan slipped out, but he swallowed it back immediately. Just bear it a little longer, it'll be over soon, Draco urged, moving his hands faster. I tried, but asking for help only made things worse. Of course, what else could it be? Who would believe the words of a 5-year-old child? The Dursleys only had to bribe the police, placate nosy neighbors, and shape public opinion, painting the boy as some incorrigible misfit. Their abuse would be dismissed as discipline, their cruelty disguised as care. And all of it could have been avoided. The Dumbledore wanted a savior who grew up starved of love, so that even the smallest kindness would bind him, make him willing to spill blood for others. Harry Potter, how cruelly innocent he was. His fate had never belonged to him. Many of his old injuries weren't the kind a single treatment could erase. Mrs. Malfoy already gave me medicine once, he explained softly. So mature, so heartbreakingly grown for his age. I had never liked the Harry of the original books, the reckless, hot-headed Gryffindor who relied on Hermione's brilliance to drag both him and Ron through each ordeal. But this Harry, here and now, was no longer a character on a page. He was real, a living child. The sorrows of others never feel like our own until they are bound to us, until their pain seeps into our lives. Only then do we truly understand. Aurora. Draco's fingers brushed my cheek. Crybaby, he muttered under his breath. Sorry, I whispered, my tear ducts are a little too active. The warmth of the Malfoy household was undoing me. It made me fragile. It stripped away the hard shell I had always worn. You mustn't, Draco leaned close, whispering so only I could hear. You mustn't shed tears for another man. I nudged him, reminding him others were present. You've never even cried for me, he pressed on stubbornly. I'm not going to cry for you. You'd better stay safe. I raised my voice. Of course, I'd never throw myself into danger just to win a woman's sympathy. He lowered his tone. Before he could say something even more inappropriate, I quickly covered his mouth with my hand. Draco's lips were soft against my palm, tickling slightly. You two have such a close bond, Harry remarked with a touch of envy. No doubt he was thinking of his bullying cousin, Dudley Dursley, the oversized darling of Aunt Petunia, who never missed a chance to punch and kick Harry around. We're twins, Draco declared proudly. Fraternal twins? That explains why you don't really look alike. What's fraternal? Draco frowned, clearly puzzled. That sort of muggle medical knowledge wasn't part of a Malfoy education. Though the Malfoys prided themselves on blood purity, they weren't completely cut off from the muggle world. Lucius's business dealings spanned continents and industries. Ignoring Muggles would mean ignoring a fortune. Especially among the Muggle elite, the Malfoys had always found ways to profit from major upheavals. It was said that Lucius Malfoy I once courted Queen Elizabeth I unsuccessfully. Every Malfoy patriarch seemed to inherit a sharp sense for commerce, expanding the family's influence generation after generation. By Lucius's time, their wealth was vast, nearly rivaling nations. Yet prosperity is fragile. In the not-so-distant future, the Dark Lord would return, claim Malfoy Manor as his base, strip it bare, and nearly destroy the thousand-year-old estate. Like the Titanic wreck, when the elderly Rose looked at rusted ruins, yet recalled the gleaming vessel of her youth. This time, I swore, I would do everything in my power to protect the land that had sheltered us. Aurora, drifting off again? Draco waved a hand before my eyes. What were you talking about? The concept of fraternal twins wasn't new to me, but my thoughts had wandered far afield. Harry says I take after father while you're more like mother. Draco smirked, delighted. Nothing pleased him more than being compared to Lucius. A true daddy's boy. The boy in the original tale who so often boasted, "I'll tell my father," for him, resembling Lucius was the highest honor. I don't know who I take after more. Harry's voice dimmed, his eyes clouding. The Dursleys had erased every trace of Lily Evans. The poor boy didn't even have a single photograph of his parents. Draco and I exchanged a glance. Without a word, we came to the same decision. We would call upon the Malfoys' privileges at Hogwarts. The next morning, a photo album appeared at Harry's bedside. Inside were images of Lily Evans and James Potter from their school years. Lucius even leveraged private connections to secure photos from their wedding. Lily, her long red hair swept into an elegant bun, surrounded by cascades of white lilies. Beside her stood a tall, handsome young man in glasses, charming, refined, and full of life. Their joy was captured forever in the summer of their 20th year. Your eyes, they're just like hers. In the photograph, the woman's smile was radiant, her emerald eyes sparkling with warmth and light. Severus Snape's one true love. The picture had been taken at a grand party held at the Potter estate. Countless witches and wizards had come to offer their congratulations. The head of the Potter family was an old acquaintance of Abraxas, and Lucius and Narcissa appeared in the frame as well. The only one missing was the youngest potions master in history. They said he had been too busy perfecting a bottle of Felix Felicis, one he never found the courage to give. Harry's features were almost a mirror of James's. Their expressions told two different stories. That effortless confidence, the brash spark in James's eyes, these were things Harry, weathered by hardship, would never truly possess. Perhaps he never could. A tragic childhood takes a lifetime to heal. Harry would even ask, more than once, if he was really allowed to use the personal items prepared by the Malfoys' house elves. And this was after Lucius had already placed in his hand the key to the Potter family vault at Gringotts. The wealth inside was staggering. Piles of galleons so high they nearly blinded Draco and me. Harry, with this much gold, you could buy Malfoy Manor outright, I said in an exaggerated tone. The shadows of his childhood still clung to him, leaving him faintly insecure around us. I only hoped that money might bring him some safety, some confidence. Aurora, could I ask Uncle Lucius to help manage it? I'm too young, I wouldn't know how. He scratched his head, making the request shyly. What if the Malfoys decided to swallow the Potter fortune for themselves? I tested him with the question. If Uncle Lucius truly wanted that, he wouldn't have given me the key in the first place, Harry answered with simple, unshakable sincerity. And strangely, I felt guilty. A businessman always weighs profit. This might well have been Lucius's way of testing the boy. The Malfoy patriarch was clearly pleased with Harry's trust. Thank you for your faith, Harry. This will be a mutually rewarding decision. Aurora, you should have more confidence in your father's character, Lucius added with a pointed glance. Narcissa let slip a laugh. Luke, even your own daughter is questioning your integrity. Yes, at her age, and she's already siding against her father. Lucius tapped my forehead lightly. I actually think Aurora's concern is valid, Draco said, as he rubbed the spot to soothe me, happily piling on. The room burst into helpless laughter. Just as promised, Lucius helped restore the Potter enterprises. He purchased the rights to one of old Potter's inventions, hair's smoothing potion, then repackaged it, selling it across the wizarding world. Aurora, you must understand, 11 is greater than 2. He arched a brow, his expression inscrutable. So petty, clearly just proving a point. Aurora, thank you for thinking of me. Harry came to me privately, his green eyes bright, no longer darting nervously like a frightened fawn. It's nothing, I muttered, looking away. I wasn't used to being thanked. It doesn't feel real. What do you mean, Harry? I mean, this life. Right now I'm too happy. I keep worrying that everything I've experienced in Malfoy Manor is only a dream, and when I wake up, it'll all be gone. Chapter 24. Harry's sponsor. How could that be? I grabbed his hand. I'm real and so are you. Then, I pinched him hard. Does it hurt? It does, he laughed, almost relieved. I remembered hearing once, after Harry defeated Voldemort, he discovered the so-called wizarding world had all been a dream. In the dream, he was the hero who saved everyone. But when he woke, everything was gone, reset to zero. Outside, Aunt Petunia would be pounding at the cupboard door, ordering him out to scrub the floors again. A Mobius strip, endless repetition. But my presence was proof to Harry that those fears were unfounded. The Malfoys, of course, would never starve him. Within weeks, the thin, hollow-cheeked boy began to fill out. His face even grew the soft roundness of baby fat. Godfather hasn't visited the manor in ages, Draco muttered as he stared at potion ingredients left long unused. He whispered to me in complaint, we've already welcomed his old friend's son into our home, and yet he hides away, refusing to show his face. Maybe he prefers to play the hero behind the curtain? I offered casually. The real reason, well, the original story had made it plain. Harry's face, so much like James Potter's. The Marauders had once bullied Snape mercilessly during their school years and never truly paid for it. To Snape, James was not only a tormentor, but also the man who stole away his childhood love. And now every time he looked at Harry, those wounds reopened. Yet still, he was bound to protect him. What a twisted, painful paradox. I couldn't help shedding a tear of sympathy for Professor Snape. But that didn't mean I planned on letting him off so easily. I hurried off a letter to Spinner's End. Not long after, a reply came. Aurora, what on earth did you write? Severus actually agreed to part with his cauldrons for once? Even Lucius was intrigued. I only smiled mysteriously and said nothing. The very next morning, Dobby announced Snape's arrival. Hands folded behind his back, his face unreadable, he stood there like a riddle. Lucius's sharp eyes lingered on Snape's head for a long while, as though checking whether he had actually washed his hair as promised. I rushed forward, just the right height to wrap my arms around his leg. He bent slightly and lifted me into his arms. I whispered in his ear, a secret only for us. Godfather, you should go see Harry. You've helped him escape his old life. But you never show yourself. He thinks he's done something wrong. Lately, he's been so low he hardly eats. Snape's brow furrowed tightly. What does Potter's mood have to do with me? Stubborn man, impossible to sway. You're the one who led him into the wizarding world. Without Snape, Harry would still be curled up in that cramped cupboard. Everything he knows about magic he owes to you. Just like that day long ago when Severus met Lily Evans. It was he who told the red-haired girl with green eyes that she was a witch. He had been her first link to the magical world. In his pitch-black eyes, a flicker of emotion stirred. Lucius, your daughter is nothing like a Malfoy. Typical Slytherin mouth says one thing, heart means another. He'd heard me, he just wouldn't admit it. On the contrary, Severus, my friend, Lucius replied smoothly. Every choice Aurora makes is for the sake of the family. As Harry's sponsor, you truly ought to take a greater interest in him. Chapter 25. Narcissa reigns supreme. So, Harry's guardianship hadn't been won easily. Without Snape's guarantee, Dumbledore would never have agreed to let him go. Perhaps, in the mind of that wise old wizard, the Malfoys could never be trusted to treat Harry sincerely. As if in every Gryffindor's eyes, not a single Slytherin could be good. They loved to say one mustn't judge people by their house, but from where I stood, the worst prejudice came from the subtle lessons instilled by the headmaster himself. Take Hagrid, Dumbledore's most loyal follower, he had told Harry, when the boy knew nothing of the wizarding world, that every Slytherin was rotten. Whether that came from Dumbledore's prompting was anyone's guess. But this time, Harry was growing up in Slytherin's environment, with Slytherin's head of house as his guarantor. I refused to believe he could be so easily brainwashed into changing sides. I am not, unlike certain pure-blood heirs who live off their ancestors' shadow, free of duties. I have a mountain of essays to mark. Where is the Potter troll? That meant yes. Long used to Snape's roundabout way of speaking, I leaned close to Lucius and whispered, "Father, before my godfather changes his mind, hurry and call Harry over." "Aurora, I can hear you." Snape's face went as black as soot. "I said it for you to hear. You're impossible. Would it kill you to be straightforward for once?" Lucius chuckled indulgently and brushed a hand over my hair. I'd inherited Narcissa's natural waves, and every day she styled them into some new beautiful arrangement. "Dobby." At once the house elf appeared, trembling nervously. "Master Harry is playing Quidditch with Master Draco." At the title Master Harry, the corners of Snape's mouth twitched upward, almost a smile. Master Harry, proof enough that the boy was being treated with care in the Malfoy household. "Then shall we go together and see them?" Lucius suggested. "Father, I'm already 5, I can walk on my own." I wriggled, trying to get down, but he only held me tighter. "Soon enough you'll grow, and I won't be able to carry you anymore." "What do you mean? I've seen you carry Mother with no trouble at all." Lucius coughed into his hand. "That's not the same." "How is it not the same? Mother's an adult, and sometimes I've even heard her call you Papa. Does she say that just to make you carry her?" "Aurora." What Narcissa was behind me. Oh no, what had I done? I only wanted to tease Lucius, but he'd managed to set me up again. No wonder his animagus form was a fox so sly. Narcissa's face flushed scarlet. "I'm sorry, Mother, I didn't mean to embarrass you." "Severus, children's words are thoughtless. Don't take them seriously." Lucius, perfectly calm, smoothed it all over. As long as he didn't feel awkward, all the awkwardness fell on someone else. Lesson learned. Snape gave a cold snort, clearly long accustomed to the Malfoys' public displays of affection. "Aurora, copy Platinum Glory by hand and hand it in tomorrow." Lucius paused, then added, "If you don't finish, you don't sleep tonight." Punishing his daughter to shield his wife? Really impressive, Father. Narcissa shot Lucius a reproachful glance, then crouched to take my hand. Her tone was solemn. "Aurora, some things you mustn't say in front of outsiders. Do you understand?" "I'm sorry, Mother." My lips wobbled, my voice thick with tears. There, Luke was only trying to frighten you." With effortless authority, she erased my punishment. In the Malfoy household, Narcissa reigned supreme. Chapter 26, Bringing Up the Wrong Thing. Malfoy Manor stood amidst the vast plains of Wiltshire, the endless fields making it the perfect place for a Quidditch pitch. Generations of Malfoys had inherited their forebears' gift for flying. Before us, Draco and Harry streaked through the air on children's brooms, chasing one another with gleeful abandon. "You're amazing, brother. Harry, you're amazing too." I clapped from the stands, cheering them on. Draco had tried to teach me broom riding before, but I could never manage with the ease the boys showed. Harry, on the other hand, had picked it up almost instantly after just one lesson from Draco. The difference in talent was staggering. James Potter had once played chaser for the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and in the original tale Harry himself had been made seeker in his very first year, unheard of at Hogwarts. I stole a glance at Snape. His expression was unreadable, smooth as still water. What was he thinking? In the Harry Potter films, Alan Rickman, the only actor Rowling entrusted with Snape's future, had portrayed him watching Harry's first Quidditch match. His lips twitched into what many thought was a sneer. But when the truth was revealed, audiences realized it had been a faint smile of genuine pride. Under Snape's watchful eye, Harry grew from a bewildered child into a capable young man. Snape had borne responsibilities far beyond those of any parent. To call him the father Harry never had without blood, but in every other way was not an exaggeration. At that moment, he must have been proud. The two boys spotted us and hurried to the stands. Draco's eyes lit up when he saw Snape. "Godfather!" he cried. Leaping from his broom, he landed right in Snape's arms. "You haven't visited in so long. Aurora and I missed you." Snape's hand ruffled Draco's platinum hair, his stern face softening. Harry descended too, though far more hesitant. "Professor Snape," he murmured. The man's sweeping black robes and forbidding presence made him nervous. "Harry." I slipped to Harry's side. "Professor Snape, thank you. I mean, I haven't properly said it to you before." Snape was tall. Harry had to tilt his head back to catch the faintest flicker of his expression. But the future double agent could never be read so easily. "No need," Snape replied curtly. Color drained from Harry's face. He opened his mouth, struggling for words. "What Godfather means," I rushed to explain, "is that seeing you well is enough for him. Harry, Godfather isn't a man of many words, he does far more than he ever says." "Aurora is Severus's interpreter," Narcissa said warmly, patting my shoulder. "And she does it well." "Yes, Severus, your manner of speaking lends itself too easily to misunderstanding," Lucius added slyly. It was true his temper had once driven him to call Lily Evans a mud-blood in front of their peers, shattering years of friendship. People, it seemed, were forever doomed to repeat their mistakes. Snape's expression shifted subtly, but he gave the smallest nod, as if he accepted my translation. "Godfather, Harry's an excellent flyer," Draco declared with glee. "Oh Merlin, my dear brother, could you possibly pick a worse thing to say?" Chapter 27. Flustered and Defeated. "Harry's inherited the Potter's talent for flying," Narcissa murmured as she ruffled his messy black hair. Harry gave a shy smile. "Professor Snape, I heard you were at Hogwarts the same year as my parents. Could you tell me about them?" "Sometimes, ignorance is a blessing. At least it spares you fear." "Your mother was brilliant," Snape said at last, his voice low. "Gifted with potions. Your eyes are very much like hers." Harry's face lit up. "And my father?" Snape hesitated. "In 7th year, he and your mother were head boy and girl." Harry was about to press further, but Lucius smoothly cut in. Clearly, he too remembered Snape's old grudges against the Marauders. For Snape to speak even that neutrally of James Potter was already a rare concession. "Harry, your parents were both Gryffindors. You may be sorted there as well. If so, we'd be rivals on the Quidditch pitch." Draco sounded almost regretful. He'd seen photographs of Harry's parents in their school years, those bright scarlet and gold ties of Gryffindor had left a vivid impression. Lucius still kept his and Narcissa's old school robes. Both of course were Slytherins. Now and then, he coaxed Narcissa to dress in them again, reliving the charms of their youth. Narcissa's elegance had hardly faded. The sight was never out of place. "Mum, you must have been the most beautiful girl at Hogwarts," I teased. She only smiled, a little shy, saying nothing. "Of course," Lucius declared proudly, "Sissy was the most beautiful of all." Honestly, I was so tired of this pair constantly flaunting their affection. Harry, meanwhile, seemed lost at Draco's speculation. "Uncle Lucius, do children always go into the same house as their parents?" "Not necessarily," Lucius replied, "but nearly every Malfoy has been a Slytherin." "A Slytherin? Born savior? Would Dumbledore even allow it?" Professor McGonagall, head of Gryffindor, was his staunchest ally. Keeping Harry within Gryffindor's walls was the easiest way to watch his every step. I was convinced the dormitory had been prepared for him long before. The sorting hat, I thought, was just for show. As headmaster, Dumbledore surely had the power to tip the scales. "Aurora, don't worry," Draco whispered in my ear. "As long as you say Slytherin firmly in your mind, that's where you'll be." "What? Really?" I'd never heard this before. "It's a family secret," he smirked. "I'll tell you later when we're alone." His eyes flicked toward Harry. "Fine. Curiosity kills the cat." As soon as dinner ended, I dragged Draco off to our room. "Out with it, you ruined my appetite keeping me in suspense." "Aurora, is that how you ask a favor?" He looked insufferably smug. I swallowed my pride and forced the words out. "Brother, please," I muttered. "What was that? I didn't hear you." The smirk widened. "You're impossible." I lunged, fingers digging into his sides. We tumbled across the vast king-sized bed, laughing, thrashing. "Haha, stop it." But Draco soon turned the tables, catching my wrists, leaving me flailing helplessly. "Do you surrender?" he demanded, hands merciless as I squirmed. I give up. Please, brother, I really want to know." Chapter 28. The Secret Base. Draco looked down at me from above. It's only at times like this that you behave yourself. From all the exertion, his shirt was rumpled and wrinkled. His platinum blonde hair stuck up in every direction, making him look almost comical. I was already panting under his relentless pressure. Listen, Malfoy, what I mean is, our ancestors once had a deep friendship with Salazar Slytherin, the founder of Slytherin House. How could you possibly know that? That detail never appeared in the original story. First Malfoy told me. Armand Malfoy. In the portrait, he was a strikingly handsome young man, long platinum hair, gray eyes, the very traits passed down through generations. He rarely gave advice. Even when Lucius, the current head of house, asked him for counsel, he usually ignored him. But with Draco, he was different. With Draco, he held nothing back. Armand was once favored by Slytherin himself. In fact, he was Slytherin's most beloved student. Have you noticed how the Malfoy crest looks a lot like Slytherin's emblem? I know that one. Father told me it was made as a tribute to Slytherin. I cut in quickly. Draco gave a sly, knowing smile. Not at all. Armand said it was the other way around. Slytherin borrowed from the Malfoy crest. The emblem was his way of honoring Armand's father. Armand's father? Of course Armand, as the first Malfoy, didn't just spring out of nowhere. He had parents too. Armand's father was an elf. That's why the platinum hair and gray eyes have been carried down our line, generation after generation. Draco's hand brushed through my own platinum waves. Too bad not a single descendant has ever awakened that bloodline. Our elven heritage is thinning out more and more. His face fell, full of regret. A wizard's magic came from blood. That was the root of all the bloodline theories. And Voldemort's rise, bolstered by both Slytherin's blood and his unparalleled talent, only reinforced those beliefs. But the blood of elves surpassed even that of Slytherin. Near mortal lifespans, unaging beauty, formidable magic. Far more alluring than the hollow immortality Voldemort craved. Draco, some things can't be forced. They're chance encounters, rare gifts. How would you know if you never tried? Aurora, you're so defeatist. With a huff, Draco rolled off the bed, storming to the side and slamming into a chair, making it rattle against the floor. Suddenly, a sharp knock sounded at the door. Draco? Aurora, are you two all right? It was Harry. Had he been standing outside this whole time? How much had he overheard? Draco and I locked eyes. It's nothing. Draco just fell off the bed and hit his head, I shouted deliberately. The boy clapped a hand over my mouth, silencing me before I could dig him in deeper. Oh well, just be careful then, came Harry's voice, followed by footsteps retreating down the hall. Having outsiders around really is inconvenient, Draco muttered, low enough for only me to hear. But I noticed the way he kept sneaking glances at me, watching for my reaction. His gray eyes sparkled, seeking my agreement, my response. Next time we want to whisper secrets, it can't be here at home. We'll go to our secret base. You mean, that place? Just like the Room of Requirement at Hogwarts, the ancient Malfoy Manor had a chamber of its own. It only appeared when we needed it, and only those of Malfoy blood could enter. Lucius said it was a safeguard left by our ancestors, a last resort. Inside were treasures beyond measure, priceless jewels, secret formulas, and carefully preserved memories of past Malfoys stored in pensives and memory orbs. Lucius forbade Draco and me from touching any of those guarded secrets. Such knowledge was reserved for the head of the family alone. But entering the space itself, that was not restricted. Draco clasped my hand as we hurried through the manor's long corridors. Aurora, concentrate. We had to align our thoughts to open the entrance to our hidden sanctuary. Draco closed his eyes, feeling along the air. Here! With a sharp click, a doorknob appeared from nothing. We pushed the door open. Ah, this place is always the most comfortable. The room was laid out exactly like our bedroom. Against the deep green walls, Draco's platinum hair gleamed even brighter. No wonder generations of Malfoys had favored emerald tones, they made their heritage shine. Come up, Aurora. Draco patted the space beside him. I climbed onto the bed and rested against his arm. Aurora, have you noticed? Godfather acts strangely toward Harry. I hadn't expected Draco to be so perceptive. What's strange about it? I encouraged him to explain further. He went through so much trouble to take Harry in, but He doesn't seem eager to see him. That was because Harry looked far too much like his rival. But of course I couldn't say that aloud. Maybe he has his reasons, or maybe Harry's mother was once Godfather's sweetheart. So close, Draco, so very close. Brilliant! I nodded quickly. That makes perfect sense. Lily Evans must have entrusted Harry to him before she died, leaving Godfather to take on the responsibility. But, Aurora, I don't know how to put it. His beautiful gray eyes dimmed, like a unicorn nursing a wound, fragile, sorrowful, yet still breathtaking. Godfather pretends to keep his distance, but I can feel it. He cares about Harry a great deal. Mother too, she even bought clothes specially tailored for him. Father's helping manage the Potter estate on Harry's behalf. His voice sank lower. And I only have you. Aurora, you're on my side, aren't you? I wrapped my arms around his narrow waist. Beneath his neat loungewear, his frame was still small, almost delicate. His cheeks still carried the soft roundness of childhood, and yet here he was, fretting about losing his family's affection. How blind had I been not to notice his unease sooner. Draco, from the moment we were born, we've never been apart. No matter what happens, no matter what you do, I will always believe in you and I will always stand by your side. You said it, Aurora. I'll treasure this memory forever. In the dim light, his gray eyes reflected my face, as though I was his entire world. Draco, trust me, everything Father and Mother do is for us, for the future of the Malfoy line. I won't tell you not to be jealous because those feelings are natural. Even I lowered my head, embarrassed. In the original story, Dumbledore's favoritism toward Gryffindor and Harry was blatant. No matter how many times the trio broke the rules, they'd still be rewarded with last-minute points at the leaving feast. And every year, hard-working houses were robbed of their rightful victory, as Gryffindor soared to the top with ease. So the school rules exist just so they can be broken? A headmaster encouraging students to cheat? What sort of example is that supposed to set? No wonder Slytherin, overtaken and humiliated, never claps for Gryffindor. Isn't this just deepening the divide between the houses? And Draco, sitting there with perfect calm, that would be the real surprise. But years later, when those long, buried memories resurfaced, the truth slapped me hard across the face. I had become exactly what I once despised, someone who broke their word. A liar who grew fat on hypocrisy. Chapter 30. Ticklish Aurora. You don't like Harry either? Draco's eyes lit up, and his arm tightened around my waist. He's just a guest staying in our home. I don't feel anything extra toward him. I only know he's important for the Malfoy family's future. That's all. I thought for a moment before giving my answer. Draco looked even more pleased. So that means, you don't really care about him. Not the way you do about me. He leaned into my words, watching my expression carefully. Of course not. We're bound by blood. How could he ever compare to you? What a hopelessly insecure boy. I rested against his chest, his pounding heartbeat pulling at mine. From the very beginning, my heart had been tilted in his direction. The world mourned for the tragic savior. But only I mourned for the pale boy in white, lying in a pool of blood from a Sectum Semper curse. We can lean on each other, Draco. I felt his strength ebb as he finally allowed himself to relax. We clung to each other, drifting into sleep in our secret hideaway. Half awake, I thought I heard Lucius and Narcissa whispering with amusement. Those two little ones, always hiding here. Just like we used to. Every time you were upset, you'd run here. Lucius's voice softened. Back then Father always locked me in the attic. My parentage was the greatest taboo, Narcissa sighed. I felt the same as Father. I was just too afraid of losing you. Luke, not here, not in front of the children. It's fine. They're fast asleep. Relax, sissy. Isn't it true? This way feels even better. What on earth was that nonsense? I had to be dreaming. The next morning, Draco and I woke up in our bedroom. Did Mother and Father carry us back last night? Draco's ears turned scarlet. He fidgeted with the hem of his nightclothes, mumbling. Only the Malfoys could have opened our secret base. That must be it. They always bring us back, don't they? I wonder when they came in. Draco ducked under the blankets, leaving only a tuft of pale blonde hair showing. They probably didn't hear our whispers. I slipped under the covers with him. In the darkness, the only light was Draco's beautiful gray eyes, shimmering as his pupils trembled. Then my lips were suddenly wet. "Draco, what are you doing?" I pushed against his shoulders. Good grief, we were still children. But father kisses mother like this too. And he leaned in again. "That's different." I turned my head away, but his lips brushed against my cheek. "You don't like me kissing you?" Draco's face fell, all hurt innocence. "That's not it, I just..." My lips burned again. "You ambushed me." I clapped a hand over my mouth in shock. "Definitely not the same as a peck on the cheek," he muttered under his breath. "What's different about it?" "You'd know if you tried." Draco's smirk was all triumph. "No way. Like I'd ever kiss a brat." "That's fine. Father says it's better for boys to take the lead anyway." His fingers darted into my side. I was extremely ticklish. I curled up, arms guarding myself, only for him to tilt my chin into place. Chapter 31. Aurora's First Kiss, Gone. My first kiss. Including the 18 years I'd lived in China, it had been mine alone for 2 decades. And it was stolen, just like that, by a snot-nosed little brat. And in the original story, he wasn't even supposed to be free. Whether it was Pansy Parkinson in school or Astoria Greengrass later in marriage, Draco Malfoy was always spoken for. "How could you? That's not fair. You didn't even ask me." I shoved him hard, tumbled off the bed, and bolted from the room. Called after me, but I didn't stop. "Aurora, why are your eyes red?" "Mother." Her voice was tight with worry as her thin arms closed around me. She cried out, "Luke!" "What is it, sissy?" Lucius appeared in a sharp crack of apparition. Aurora, her eyes. Lucius studied me carefully. "Sissy, it's nothing. Look." Relief softened her face. "Just a little redness, probably an allergy," he said gently, stroking her back. "No need to worry." I thought, oh, thank Merlin. Narcissa still looked shaken. "You must trust the elixir's strength. Aurora hasn't inherited your red eyes," Lucius murmured lowly. "Red eyes? Narcissa?" But she didn't look it. If anything, she had the same signature gray eyes as the rest of us. No sign of contacts, no trick I could spot. Just those gray eyes, filled with deep, unspoken worry. "I'm fine, Mother." With her holding me so close, so tenderly, a warmth spread through me, steady and sure. She gently smoothed my messy bangs with her fingertips. "Will you tell Mother why you're upset? Did you have a fight with Draco?" I didn't want Draco to be punished, so I fumbled for an excuse, not knowing how to cover it up. "Father, Mother, will you entrust Aurora to me?" It was Draco. He had followed me here. "You didn't bully your sister, did you?" Lucius asked sternly. The boy's eyes met mine for the briefest instant before darting away. "I didn't bully her. I did it because I like her." "What exactly did you do?" Lucius frowned. "The same thing you did with Mother. I did it with my sister." Draco's face was full of righteous certainty. "You!" Lucius seized him by the collar and hoisted him up. "You, how dare you?" The man was so furious he could barely speak. "Why not? I saw it in the pensive you kissed Mother when you were my age." "You kissed Aurora, that's all?" Lucius's grip slackened. Draco slipped free, retreating a few steps, still shaken. "Yes, that's all. I'm still just a kid." "But even so, if Aurora doesn't like it, you still can't." Narcissa gave Lucius a reproachful look, clearly displeased with how he had raised his hand only to let it fall. "Mother, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Aurora, do you really not like it?" His eyes shimmered like a wounded unicorn. "I don't like it. Just not on the lips." Before I could finish, he cut in happily. "Then it's fine." He grabbed my hand. "Father, Mother, we won't disturb you any longer." "What on earth?" "I told you Father and Mother wouldn't oppose us," he proclaimed loudly as he marched me out. Chapter 32. Who are you, really? Draco's gaze burned into me, his fingers interlaced tightly with mine. "Forget it, there's no reasoning with him." What was I supposed to do? Tell him that his future wife would actually be Astoria, the Greengrass girl who was a year younger than us? The Greengrass family head had once visited Malfoy Manor with his 2 daughters. Astoria was a delicate blonde with blue eyes, always short of breath after the slightest exertion, forever hiding behind her elder sister Daphne. Draco had shown no particular interest in her. But ever since Harry had come to live at the manor, more and more visitors had started calling. The various pure blood families who once shunned the Malfoys after Voldemort's fall suddenly did a complete about-face after Lucius secured guardianship of Harry Potter. The world bustles for profit and scatters for profit as well. Lucius welcomed them all. Before long, the Malfoy enterprises were thriving again, richer than ever. But that meant the three of us mascots paid the price. In the swirl of toasts and banquets, we weren't just ourselves, we were the very image of the Malfoy family's dignity. Draco's hair was slicked back with gel, every strand neatly in place. Dressed in a white suit with a matching bow tie, he looked strikingly handsome. Harry, in contrast, wore black. His vivid green eyes drew every gaze, and though he cut a fine figure, there was a shy air about him. Unlike Draco's easy poise, Harry's reserve only made the adults more eager to tease him. Aurora, he came toward me, weariness written on his face. Clearly, fielding sly questions and probing remarks had drained him. "Why are you sitting here alone?" he asked, taking the seat beside me. I tilted my chin toward the colonnade. Draco had once again been cornered by the darling of the Parkinson family, Miss Pansy herself. Far from the unflattering caricature painted in the original story, Pansy was striking. Long, glossy black hair, cool sea-green eyes, and a beauty not unlike a Persian cat, graceful, sharp, and alluring. I couldn't help recalling that scene from 6th year in the original tale, where Draco had lain with his head in her lap. The image left a sour taste in my heart, as though I were forced to watch helplessly while someone else claimed what was dearest to me. "Miss Parkinson does seem a little too forward," Harry remarked, offering me his arm. "Shall we go over together?" He had noticed my disquiet. His perception startled me. I gave him a grateful smile, slipped my arm through his, and with my free hand took a drink from a passing tray. Draco spotted us at once. His shoulders relaxed in relief until his eyes fell on my hand resting on Harry's arm. A frown tugged at his brow. "Aurora, Miss Parkinson has been looking everywhere for you." The girl dipped into a graceful curtsy and smiled at me. "It's been far too long, Miss Malfoy. Might you show me through your gardens?" Her manners were impeccable. What? She had been seeking me all along? "Aurora, would you like me to join you?" Harry asked, his sharp green eyes assessing Pansy. She arched her lips in a poised smile. "No need, Mr. Potter. This is Malfoy Manor. Safety is hardly in question." I nodded to them both and followed Pansy toward the gardens. The grounds were lush and layered with greenery, every detail arranged with Narcissa's exquisite taste. Then, when I least expected it, Pansy cornered me against a wall. "Who exactly are you?" Chapter 33, Beneath the Moon and Flowers. "What do you mean?" I slapped her hand away, dislike flashing in my voice. "You've never appeared before." My chest tightened. Could it be, was Pansy a transmigrator too? "The Malfoy line has always been passed down through a single heir," she said with cold certainty. "Miss Parkinson, since when has your family fallen so low? Did your tutors never bother to teach you the most basic of manners? Don't pretend with me. There's no one else here." She gave a derisive laugh. "You are utterly ridiculous." I lifted my skirts, ready to leave. But she seized my arm. "Hey!" My temper flared. She was far more persistent than I'd expected. "I'm sorry, Miss Malfoy. I overreacted." Her tone shifted in an instant, her manner softening as though she were a different person altogether. I shot her an irritated glare. Was this supposed to be her way of testing me, and had I passed? "If you just want to keep talking to yourself, then we've got nothing to discuss." This time, she didn't stop me. Only, behind me I heard her murmur, "This time I won't repeat the same mistakes." In the original story, Pansy Parkinson parted ways with Draco after the war. I always assumed a large part of it was because the Malfoy family had fallen into decline. Her family, the Parkinsons, had stayed neutral, neither siding with the Death Eaters nor with the Order. The Malfoys, though spared Azkaban for avoiding the final battle, were disgraced beyond repair. Rowling never explored it further, but it was clear. Their position was shattered. And what self-preserving Slytherin family would throw their cherished daughter into a fire pit? In the end, Draco marrying Astoria owed much to Pansy's withdrawal. But now was she regretting it? Trying to seize the chance to rewrite her choice? She had lived through the original story, where I didn't exist. To her, I was a wild card. That explained her urgency in seeking reassurance. Her mind was already that of an adult, mature, composed, making her words and actions so different. As though she had meant to write her story freely, only for a sudden overseer to appear, forcing her hand to falter. Then suddenly my nose stung from colliding with a solid chest. Clutching my nose, I looked up at Draco. Do you never watch where you're going? You walked straight into me. Beads of sweat glistened on his forehead and nose, his cheeks faintly flushed. Were you looking for me? Of course. Do you even need to ask? He pinched my nose lightly. That was how much he thought of me. For the first time, I threw myself into his arms. Did Pansy bully you? His voice carried an icy edge. No, I didn't want him confronting her. I'm just happy you came to find me. Fool. The word was sharp, but his eyes and lips were smiling. How am I a fool? The Malfoy heiress, so easy to please? That's foolish. Then what should I be? My Aurora should be difficult to satisfy, demanding, willful, untamed. And how would I ever make friends like that? I pouted, though my heart felt sweet as honey. You only need me. He lifted a strand of my hair between his fingers. He slipped off his coat and draped it over my shoulders. Not far away, a swish of Pansy's robes betrayed her presence. Chapter 34, My Gift of Thanks. Let's go. I had no wish to provoke her. Draco pulled me tighter, his chest burning warmly against my back. And me, I had long since grown used to being spoiled like this. Could I really become what he says I will? Was Pansy Parkinson's arrogance in the original story also Draco's doing? I can't think like this anymore. Clearly, it shouldn't get so tangled. He's my brother, my blood. We were never meant to end up together. Then why does my heart still ache with this stubborn unwillingness? Draco, our guests are still here. Lucius's voice cut through as we stepped back into the hall, his tone a gentle reminder. Sorry, father. I'll go with Aurora. Lucius plucked a stray leaf from my hair. The garden? She was with Miss Parkinson just now. And then you ran into the rose wall? Aurora, my daughter, this is your home. Don't tell me the garden you've played in since childhood is capable of hurting you. Hurt? Only then did I notice the scratches streaking across my pale arm, thin rivulets of blood where the rose thorns had caught me. Against such white skin, the marks looked shockingly stark. I didn't even realize. I'm sorry, Aurora. Draco seized my wrist, already tugging me toward the medicine cabinet. Father, can we keep Miss Parkinson off the guest list from now on? Of course, if that's what you want. Lucius inclined his head. He wasn't afraid of offending the Parkinsons. In the original timeline, Draco's romance with Pansy had Lucius's tacit approval. She hurt you whether on purpose or not, it doesn't matter. In the book, Draco provoked Buckbeak and got across the arm, and Lucius immediately pulled strings to have the beast executed. For a Malfoy, family always came first. At this rate, they'll spoil me beyond repair. How could you be so careless? Draco's words carried scorn, but his hands worked with exquisite gentleness. Assess, the potion's sting bit hard, speeding the healing but doubling the pain. Bear with it, he muttered, brows drawn tight. I'm fine, it's nothing serious. I remembered Harry when he first came here, carrying scars so much worse than these. You're nothing like a proper girl. Scars are badges of honor on men, at least. The words were cruel, but the look in his eyes was all worry. Such a liar, this boy. Thank you, brother. My arms wound around his neck, and I brushed a kiss against his cheek. His lips curved before he could stop them. That's it. He arched a brow, laughter tugging at his eyes, even as he tried to tamp it down. What else do you want? I asked, feigning innocence. Always pretending. Draco sighed, resigned, and tapped his other cheek. But this time I wasn't going to play along. Brother, close your eyes. Suspicion flickered, but he obeyed. His lashes, pale and thick, trembled like little fans. Below the proud bridge of his nose were lips so perfectly shaped, still moving as he muttered more infuriating words. I leaned in. His eyes flew open in surprise, then softened, and closed again. His lips were so soft. Last time, it had been nothing more than a startled brush, a fleeting spark. This time... Aurora. Do you like it? I wrapped my arms around his waist, resting my head against his chest. His heartbeat thundered like a drum, betraying the turmoil he was trying to hide. Draco's face flushed crimson. I cut him off mid-sentence, leaving him faintly unsatisfied. Well, do you like it or not? He gave a little huff through his nose. I knew when to stop. If you pushed this little dragon too far, he'd puff up and bristle. Aurora, are you in there? I heard from Uncle Lucius that you were hurt. Harry's knock sounded at the door. Damn it, Draco muttered. I called out toward the door. I'm fine, my brother already treated the wound. All right. There was a pause outside. Suddenly, the door swung open. Little Mistress Aurora, Little Master Harry has also prepared medicine for you. It was Dobby. He had actually opened the door without Draco's or my permission. He might have been reassigned to serve Harry, but he was still a Malfoy himself. His authority shouldn't stretch this far. This couldn't be allowed to continue. But with Harry standing right there, I couldn't discipline Dobby directly. That would be like slapping Harry in the face. Draco, of course, had no such hesitation. Dobby, do you even know what you've done? I'm sorry, Master Draco. I was wrong. He banged his head against the wall with all his might. Stop, Dobby. Harry tried to restrain him. Leave him. He's just been spoiled without discipline, Draco said coldly, watching. I never would have imagined that the rift between Harry and Draco would begin with a single mistake from a house elf. Aurora, Harry turned to me for help. Brother, maybe let it go this time? I didn't want this to escalate. You're pleading for him too? Draco snapped, his anger shifting onto me. Harry was only worried about me and Dobby panicked because of that. I slipped my hand into his and gave his arm a little shake. Please? Just this once? Begging Draco in front of Harry made my cheeks burn with shame. Draco's lips twitched upward, his eyes betraying the smile he tried to suppress. Fine, just this once. But if it happens again, I'll have Father dismiss you. Dobby babbled his thanks. It was clear if it meant staying near Harry, he'd endure anything. Harry lowered his eyes, hiding his expression, but the weight pressing on him was palpable. Harry, Dobby is a Malfoy servant. Punishment for mistakes is normal, I hurried to explain, not wanting him to misunderstand Draco. Even if he was following my orders? His emerald eyes blazed with something dangerous. Harry, Dobby belongs to the Malfoy family. For him to put your command above mine or Draco's is an insult to us both, I said bluntly. Draco wasn't punishing him to target you. I don't want you to misunderstand my brother. I know. He gave a faint smile, and the sharp tension of moments before melted into nothing. You really aren't angry? I studied his face carefully. Of course not. I was only worried about you. His gaze was tender, almost shy. And yet, the fleeting darkness I'd glimpsed in him left me unsettled. Let's go back, the banquet isn't over yet. I was desperate to leave this place thick with conflict. Dobby, confinement tonight, Draco added firmly. As we turned away, I caught one last glimpse of Harry. The smile had vanished entirely from his eyes. Aurora, next time don't bother explaining so much to him. After a full day of festivities, we collapsed onto the bed, utterly exhausted. At last it was just Draco and me, with a quick muffly-auto charm to shut the world out. He muttered irritably, children raised by muggles really are different from us, even the simplest truths, he can't seem to grasp. In the muggle world, they preach equality for all living things, and they've never seen anything like a house elf before. Dobby worships him, so of course, Harry feels compelled to protect his little devotee. That Dobby always turning his loyalties outward. Don't be angry, brother. There will always be oddities and misfits in the world. I twined my fingers with his. Aurora, I've been thinking, maybe we should just hand Dobby over to Harry outright. A servant without loyalty is useless to us anyway. House elves were property of wizarding families, privileges of the old bloodlines. And besides, Draco's expression hardened, Dobby knows far too much. Yes, he was a ticking time bomb. Better to wipe his memory clean and gift-wrap him for Harry than let him linger. Aurora, Father always says, only the dead keep secrets. He quickly added, watching my reaction. Those were his words, not mine. I think the same way, I assured him softly. Brother, you don't need to be so cautious when you speak your mind. I was only worried you'd think I'm a terrible person. His face twisted in mock hurt. How could I? We are Malfoys. Everything we do is for the good of the family. Besides, there is no such thing as absolute good or evil. Shift the perspective, and the conclusion changes entirely. If that's how you see it, all the better. He was clearly pleased, though he cloaked it in his usual half-sarcastic tone. That was simply Draco's way. Oh, you contrary boy. Anyone else would be driven mad by you, but I know you too well. The next day, when Draco voiced his proposal, Lucius considered it for a moment, then laid a hand on his son's shoulder. Draco, it pleases me that you've thought so far ahead. When Dobby next appeared before us, he was already installed as a servant of the Potter estate. In the original tale, Harry had freed Dobby by tricking Father into tossing him a sock concealed inside Riddle's diary. This time, however, Harry received Dobby seamlessly without resistance. Or so it seemed. In truth, the cunning Lord Malfoy never severed the contract at all. He merely exploited the natural assumptions of those watching. We ourselves were fooled then. What he truly secured was Harry's overflowing gratitude. Time passed swiftly. The gates of the magical world opened before us. An owl from Hogwarts tapped at the windows of Malfoy Manor. The proud golden eagle perched in the hall looked down on the messengers with disdain, its beak wrinkling at their greedy squabbling over scraps. With a flick of its wings, it retreated to a quiet perch to groom itself, unhurried and aloof. Abraxas glanced at the parchment and snorted. So many years have passed, yet the letter remains unchanged in every detail. Back then, you and Sissy were the same, anxious for this very letter, too nervous to touch your breakfast. Father Narcissa's cheeks colored. She was even afraid she might be a squib, rejected by Hogwarts altogether, Lucius added, smiling faintly, when in truth, her bloodline alone guaranteed her place. The other half of it is so very powerful. Was Narcissa's other half of the bloodline truly so powerful? The Blacks and the Rosiers were both ancient, renowned pure-blood families, and in my mind, they stood shoulder to shoulder with the Malfoys. Even my proud, arrogant grandfather had never spoken of any other family with reverence or envy. For the Malfoys to respect someone and even stumble before them, there had only ever been one. The last heir of Slytherin, Lord Voldemort. Mother once worried my eyes might turn red, and in this world, the only human ever known to bear such eyes was Voldemort himself. All the signs, in the end, seemed to point toward that noseless monster. A man who cast aside beauty in pursuit of immortality and power. What a wild, ridiculous thought. In the official Harry Potter spin-offs, Voldemort had a fleeting entanglement with Mother's elder sister Bellatrix. From that union came a daughter, Delphi, who inherited both parents' coldness and cunning. But Narcissa, she was nothing like that. She radiated warmth, maternal grace. She cared for her family with unwavering devotion. Not the faintest trace of malice clung to her. I flushed with shame at my own absurd suspicion. How could my mother possibly be tied to Voldemort? Aurora, are you worrying about which house you'll be sorted into? Narcissa, noticing my silence, drew me closer. She was tall, elegant, her limbs long, her figure perfectly curved. Time had left no mark on her or Lucius. Everyone said I resembled her. Would I, once grown, possess her kind of beauty? I stared at her in a daze, making her laugh softly. If Mother looked like this at Hogwarts, surely many must have been as entranced by her as I was now. I remembered the diary I'd once seen Tom Riddle at 16, with a beauty so striking it could steal your breath. Aurora, Sissy is speaking to you. My ever-jealous father would never allow Mother's attention to rest too long on anyone else, not even her own children. I want Slytherin. I belong there, I answered quickly. You won't reach Slytherin just by daydreaming. Best you prepare for Hufflepuff. How could he curse his own daughter like that? Father, that's not funny. Draco jumped in at once. Aurora and I already agreed if it's not Slytherin, we're not going, and we'll stay in the same dormitory you two once did. Then may your wishes come true. Lucius pulled Narcissa closer into his arms. Ugh, the ever-clingy Malfoy couple. And you, Harry? Which house do you want? Narcissa, unwilling to keep the spotlight on herself, quickly turned the question away. Do I really get a choice? Harry's face was bewildered. Of course, setting foot in Hogwarts also meant living under Dumbledore's watchful eye. Harry, there's no need to be so grim. Hogwarts sorts you by who you are. Lucius, unusually, offered a word of comfort. Every graduate had kept the sorting hat's secret, preserving the mystery that too was a Hogwarts tradition. "If I can, I'd like Slytherin," Harry said at last, summoning his courage. His green eyes locked firmly on mine. "If you end up in Slytherin, Dumbledore will be so furious he might set his beard on fire," Lucius said with a sly smile. But really, once Harry was adopted into the Malfoy family, Dumbledore should have started bracing himself, Narcissa added sweetly, fanning the flames. "All the better Gellert can personally comfort him," Lucius went on, still teasing. Lucius's mother, Abraxas's wife, had been the daughter of Gellert Grindelwald. Anyone who's read the original story knows Grindelwald and Albus Dumbledore met in the height of a brilliant summer at 16. Two prodigies, destined to become leaders of rival camps, bound in 3 months of blazing passion that left behind nothing but lifelong regret. One drunken night, Grindelwald fathered his only child, Lucius's mother. Unwanted by either side, the child was soon used as a pawn in pure blood marriage alliances. Tragedy followed. Lucius's mother died on the day of his birth, lost to amniotic fluid embolism. Not even the full staff of St. Mungo's could wrest her back from death. Abraxas was devastated. For years after, until Lucius was grown, no other woman bore the title of Lady Malfoy. That made Lucius Grindelwald's only living descendant and one of the key reasons the Malfoy family recovered so swiftly after Voldemort's fall, untouched by the purge that consumed others. I once asked Narcissa why, unlike other pure blood girls, she hadn't been sacrificed as a marriage pawn, but instead had the rare fortune to marry for love. "Because I was lucky enough to meet your father early," she said softly, her gaze drifting as though reliving their every memory. "How early?" My curiosity about their love story burned, especially since the original never touched it. "Aurora, I'll let you in on a secret," Narcissa smiled mysteriously. "From the moment I was born. I was born here in Malfoy Manor, and grew up with Lucius," she added. "You were childhood sweethearts?" "You could put it that way." She ran her fingers through my hair as she answered. "Your mother just let you be raised here without worry?" The crushing duties and expectations of a pure blood family had never seemed to shadow her. "My dear Aurora, never take things only at face value. There's another secret. I'll give you a hint, but you'll have to uncover it yourself." She kissed the spot between my brows through my fringe. There was something steadying about her presence, a strength that quieted every storm. I wished I could be like her. "Sissy, time to leave," Lucius said as he pushed open the door. Honestly, he never let us have enough mother-daughter time. "Today's pact. We need to buy textbooks, fit your uniforms, and find your wands." Narcissa must have seen the reluctance in my eyes, because she cupped my face with a smile. Her wand was striking, its handle studded with silver rivets, weighty and elegant, almost antique in its grace. Lucius's wand, on the other hand, had always been the Malfoy patriarch's heirloom. Once Abraxas's, it now lay concealed inside his serpent-headed cane, a symbol of power as much as a weapon. Neither Draco nor I had ever seen its true form. "Father," I asked, curiosity slipping out, "can I see your wand?" Why did his expression look so embarrassed? Lucius's hand tightened instinctively around the serpent-headed cane. His face shifted from pale to flushed as he glanced at his wife for help. Narcissa, on the other hand, was laughing so hard she nearly trembled. Roar, ha, ha. She pulled my flustered self into her arms and explained gently, "A wand, well, it carries another meaning too. You'll understand when you're older. In short, never ask a boy to show you his wand." Lucius gave a helpless smile, allowing his wife her teasing, but still managed to leave me with a stern reminder. "Merlin, could it really mean what I think it does?" I truly hadn't known. It wasn't our first time shopping in Diagon Alley, but it was the first time we'd set foot inside Ollivander's wand shop. "My dear children, remember, it is not you who chooses the wand, but the one that chooses its master." The shopkeeper, Ollivander, was wholly consumed by his craft, a scruffy, peculiar man. His silver-white eyes looked eerie, as though the irises had been swallowed by whiteness. "I remember every wand I have ever sold, Lady Malfoy, unless I am mistaken. You and Mr. Malfoy wield a pair of twin wands?" He turned suddenly to Narcissa. Yes, Narcissa caressed her wand, her gaze growing distant, as though recalling the day she first chose it. Lucius excused himself, saying he needed to visit Nocturne Alley, and parted ways with us there. "You were brought here by Abraxas, if I recall correctly, but there was an incident." "Ollivander, we're pressed for time." Why don't you let the children choose first? Narcissa interrupted him rather brusquely. Very well, ladies first. Young miss, step forward. He measured the length of my arm, asked which hand I favored, then began handing me wand after wand without pause. Sparks exploded everywhere. The wrong wand in one's hand could unleash chaos and calamity. Narcissa quickly shielded Harry and Draco behind her, giving me a reassuring look. Aurora, don't be afraid. Ah, how could I forget? You are a Malfoy. Perhaps you've inherited your parents. His explanation grew hazy. Every word made sense, but strung together, it sounded like riddles. From a shelf, he fetched a wand unlike any I'd seen, made of neither wood nor metal. It felt impossibly light in my hand. At once, a heat surged through me, overriding the flow of magic in my veins. Something was about to break free. I was terrified. I wanted to scream, but fear drawing unwanted attention. As if sensing my panic, Narcissa broke through the magical turbulence and rushed to my side. Aurora, are you all right? Your daughter has found her wand, Ollivander announced proudly. My wand burst into a dazzling aurora of colors, illuminating the entire shop. The Aurora. Aurora, the Roman goddess of dawn. Galileo, the Italian scientist, had named the northern lights after her. Aurora, it's beautiful, Draco murmured, stepping forward. He reached out and took my wand. Ollivander had no time to stop him. From the tip of my wand shot a silver dragon, roaring as it soared into the air above us. Incredible, truly incredible, 2 children sharing one wand. Then, who will this wand ultimately belong to? This wand was Aurora's first. I can't just claim it as mine. Draco said the words, but the longing in his eyes betrayed him. No wizard who had once felt the thrill of a wand that truly answered him would ever give it up willingly. The hawthorn wand hummed in his grip, as if whispering to him, reluctant to part. Ollivander, don't use this as some test of character. Narcissa frowned. Aurora's twin wand. Let Draco try that one as well. Ollivander slapped his forehead. Bless me, I nearly forgot. Yes, try this. The wand had appeared in the original tale. 10 inches, hawthorn, with a unicorn hair core. Without Ollivander's reminder, no one would have guessed the hidden bond between the two. It's mine, Draco exclaimed. At last, from thousands of wands, he had found the one that chose him. And their twins are wands. He hurried to my side, his gray eyes sparkling as though starlight lived in them. He pressed the wand back into my hand. Aurora, I'd never take what belongs to you. That's fine. If you steal mine, I'll just steal yours. I snatched Draco's wand, the familiar resonance flaring through me like a second heartbeat. Good. His fond gaze lingered on me. Not far away, Narcissa's eyes followed us, too distant, thoughtful, as if remembering something long past. Even among siblings, Ollivander murmured in wonder, the chance of choosing twin wands is vanishingly small. Rarer still to wield each other's with such ease. You two must share a bond beyond ordinary measure. Of course, Draco answered without hesitation. Aurora is the most important person in my life. His pale cheeks warmed to a faint blush. I squeezed his fingers lightly, my silent reply. Mr. Ollivander, at last Harry spoke. Forgive me, young sir. Coming here with the Malfoys, you must be the famous Harry Potter. Ollivander peered intently at the lightning scar, gesturing absently, as if chasing unseen threads. Yes, Harry offered a shy smile. His selection went nothing like Draco's. Just as in the tale, wand after wand refused him until at last the 11-inch holly with phoenix feather chose him, Voldemort's twin. Harry studied the wand, his expression grave. From that instant, the curse of destiny bound him to the Dark Lord, a thread that would entangle the rest of his life. Mama, which is stronger, phoenix feather or unicorn hair? Draco's hopeful glance turned to Narcissa. Ollivander's earlier comment still stung, as though he had come away with a lesser prize. Draco, the wand is only an amplifier. What matters is harmony between wizard and wand. That is where true strength lies, when the two together achieve more than either alone. She deflected the comparison, guiding him to focus on mastery instead of materials. Unicorn hair wands were ill-suited to the dark art's irony, sharp as a blade, for Draco, and I had been born into a family of Death Eaters. Draco, may I see your wand? Harry asked. Lucius had warned me never to touch another boy's wand. Perhaps that prohibition didn't extend to other men? No, that line of thought was dangerous. After all, the dreary pairings had legions of admirers too. Draco, of course, didn't think that far. He and Harry exchanged wands without hesitation. "Look, Draco, I can use yours as well." The moment Harry cast with it, the spells flowed as smooth as silk, as though the wand had been carved for him alone. "You're not the only one who can wield the twin wand." He stepped closer, his voice dropping to a whisper only I could hear. "Remember that." I remembered. In the original story, after Harry seized Draco's wand, it yielded to him. He could wield Draco's wand as his own. Could it be that Harry, like Pansy Parkinson, carried memories from before, granted another chance to live it all again? The thought rattled me, leaving me unsure how to respond. "Aurora, would you like to try my wand?" Harry asked cautiously. My face burned scarlet. Ever since learning the other meaning of wand, I hadn't been able to look at one straight. Did Harry and Draco know, or were they just obliviously saying things loaded with double meanings? "That won't be necessary. Father says you mustn't use another person's wand." I darted a look at Narcissa, silently begging her to intervene. She only laughed slyly, eyes glinting like a fox. "Ha, Aurora, that wand isn't this wand. If Harry's willing to let you try it, then try, it's fine." I had to admit I was curious. This was the wand that, in the end, defeated Voldemort. Like Draco's, it was flexible in its own way. Harry handed it to me. I pinched the handle lightly. "You see, my wand works with you too." His hand closed over mine, making me the conduit between him and his wand. Harry's magic coursed into me, linking with my own. The sensation was impossible to describe. My back pressed against his chest. His warm breath fanned my neck. It was crossing a line hurriedly. I pushed the wand back at him. Yet my fingertips tingled, and even after our contact broke, I could still feel his magic lingering in me. "What kind of strange game is this?" Draco muttered, clueless. He laced his fingers with mine, and together he placed both our twin wands in my palm. The twin wands wriggled free, dancing through the air, chasing each other playfully. "Mother, do your twin wands with father behave like this too?" Draco asked proudly, sneaking a look at Harry. "There's far more to twin wands than that," Lucius said at last, arriving with his arms snug around Narcissa's waist. "All paired twin wands belong to the Malfoy family," Draco declared, thrilled. "Draco Malfoy, do not boast of this everywhere," Lucius snapped sharply, his tone grave. Draco flinched, instinctively cowed by his father's sternness. "But father, why?" I asked in his place. Lucius didn't answer immediately. Instead, he raised his wand and bound us all in chains of an unbreakable vow. Only once the spell sealed us did he speak, his voice deliberate. "Twin wands can never be turned against each other, and more than that, Merlin himself marks their bearers. Their fates are entwined, bound together until death." "To have my fate bound to Aurora's, I could wish for nothing more," Draco said softly, gazing at me. His eyes, earnest and unwavering, nearly melted me on the spot. "But it doesn't end there. Aurora will become your greatest weakness. As the bond deepens, her every joy, sorrow, and pain will echo in you and yours in her. Between you, there will be no secrets. None at all." "Wait, Aurora can actually read my thoughts." Draco's face drained of color. "That's correct." Lucius arched a brow. "Then, mother knows yours too? You mean you've never hidden anything from her?" Draco clearly wanted to drag Lucius down with him. "Of course not," Lucius answered without hesitation, one arm casually playing with Narcissa's slender waist. "Draco, is there really something I shouldn't know?" I asked, curious. He leaned close to my ear, lowering his voice. "Men and women are different. Sometimes my body really longs for you. If you knew that, I'd be so embarrassed." "Merlin's beard." "Draco, you're far too young to be thinking like this." My cheeks went up in flames. I slapped a hand over his mouth. "Not another word." "All right, I just wanted to give you a warning." He looked genuinely afraid of upsetting me, his meek expression almost pitiful. "Fine." My palm still pressed against his lips, soft and warm, while his gray eyes locked with mine. The Malfoys, all of them, had inherited excellent genes. Draco would grow up every bit as striking as Lucius. Even at 11, his figure was already straight and tall, carrying the outline of the young man he'd become. It could cause problems later, Harry cut in, rescuing the moment, especially once Aurora and Draco each have families of their own. Narcissa and Lucius exchanged a glance, stepping in before Draco could blurt out a protest. The future is long, Narcissa said gently. Anything could happen. The awkward moment passed quickly. Now, everyone had their own wand and mine was twinned with Draco Malfoy's. Sharing a wand core with my favorite character from the story left me so thrilled, I could hardly contain myself. Aurora, I'm happy too. Our hands clasped tightly together beneath our robes. Ike, and feel your happiness as well. With twin wands, our emotions had linked. So that's why I'd been acting so strangely. My joy had been magnified through Draco. From the corner of my eye, I noticed Narcissa and Lucius observing us carefully, but Draco and I were lost in our own little world, as if Diagon Alley contained no one else. Neither of us saw Harry's hand clench so hard his knuckles turned white, the holly wand in his grip bending dangerously under the strain. The Weasleys had also arrived in Diagon Alley, their large, bustling family trailing along like they were off to market. Father, couldn't we just order things by owl post next time? I tilted my face up to Lucius in suggestion. The beginnings of online shopping. No one's thought to set up such a service yet we could monopolize it, Draco added immediately, catching my meaning. A true Malfoy business instinct ran deep in their bloodline. Not a bad idea, Lucius nodded. Of course, his main reason was likely avoiding running into the Weasleys altogether. Look, it's the Malfoy family's little snow owl, the Weasley twins called out, pulling faces. The Malfoy clan's platinum blonde hair, gleaming like silver under the sunlight, was their unmistakable mark. But to be mocked as white-haired, no Malfoy would take that kindly. I heard Dad say Muggles call that condition albinism. Arthur Weasley, who now worked at the Ministry's Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office, naturally knew about Muggle illnesses. So they were deliberately comparing the Malfoys' looks to a Muggle disease, using it to insult a proud, pure blood family. Targeting someone's appearance like that, Weasleys, you've truly outdone yourselves. They weren't speaking loudly, just enough so we could hear every word. Hiding behind the excuse of being pranksters with loose tongues, their real aim was to humiliate. Brother, I pressed down on Draco's wand hand, shaking my head ever so slightly. The entire Weasley clan had turned up in force. If they tried to swarm us, the odds would not be in our favor. If they liked sniping from the shadows, then we'd quietly make them pay in kind. I gripped my wand but didn't cast a single spell. Back when I chose my wand, I had been able to make it shine with blinding light. So what if that light could be directed? One of the Weasley twins suddenly clutched his eyes with a shriek. Mum, my eyes, they hurt so much. Tears streamed down his cheeks in torrents. No matter what Mr. and Mrs. Weasley tried, nothing eased his pain. Loose lips, pay the price. Well done, Aurora, Draco whispered in my ear. Oi, was it you lot? A red-headed boy, his freckled face set in a scowl, marched up to us. What's that supposed to mean? I widened my eyes, putting on the picture of innocent bewilderment. And you are? Draco frowned. He didn't take kindly to strangers demanding answers without even giving a name. We both knew exactly what he was accusing us of, but instinct favors self-preservation, and since they had started the fight, we had no reason to confess. Dare to let my father check your wand? The boy pressed, blocking our way, emboldened by his brother's pain. The injured twin kept moaning in agony, the family desperate for a cure. Of course, they wouldn't let any lead slip past. Weasley, long time no see. Has your ministry position risen so high that you now let your children strut about unchecked? I'll be sure to pass along the good news to Fudge. Lucius stepped forward, cane outstretched, barring the redhead's path. Arthur Weasley flushed scarlet. After all these years, he was still just a minor clerk, never advancing beyond mediocrity. High position, that was nothing more than a dream. He had paid dearly for that infamous raid on Malfoy Manor. All his recklessness had yielded nothing, no evidence of Lucius's ties to the Death Eaters, not even a single dark artifact. The Malfoy patriarch slipped away without spending a single galleon, unscathed. But the post-war rebuilding demanded massive funds. Without the Malfoys to bleed, the ministry had to keep leaning on Madame Longbottom. Her son and daughter-in-law had been left broken innocent Mungos, victims of Bellatrix Lestrange's Cruciatus curse. In her grief, Madame Longbottom had donated nearly everything she owned to the ministry and the Order of the Phoenix, leaving only the Longbottom estate. Even so, her generosity barely made a dent. The ministry, desperate, set its sights on the Potter and Black estates. But Harry had been adopted by the Malfoys, and Narcissa was the last freeborn of the Black Line. Backed by the Malfoys' impenetrable team of solicitors, both fortunes were locked down tight. Another ministry scheme thwarted. In the end, it was the minister himself who had to swallow his pride, coming again and again to Malfoy Manor to negotiate partnerships. That moment marked the true shift in power. At every turn, the ministry gave ground, while the Malfoy family used the opportunity to entrench itself deeper into every facet of wizarding life. This round, Lucius had won brilliantly. Arthur Weasley had already suffered more than one humiliation before Lucius Malfoy. The brash arrogance of his youth was long gone. His faltering career had worn him down into a middling, unremarkable man. He busied himself with Muggle trinkets, passing the days. Did he ever regret the careless words he once spat out in Malfoy Manor? No one could say. But when his twin sons jeered at the Malfoys, he never bothered to stop them. And when the Malfoys struck back, he could conveniently take refuge behind phrases like, "don't stoop to quarrel with children," the Malfoy patriarch has no tolerance at all, planting himself firmly on the moral high ground. Unfortunately for him, his little scheme failed completely. I cast a glance in Harry's direction. In the original tale, the so-called savior had stood unshakably at the Weasley side. Now, he stood between me and the red-headed boy. Without authorization from the ministry, examining spells cast from another wizard's wand is illegal. "Get lost, Malfoy's lapdog!" The redhead spat the words, his temper snapping as he watched his brother collapse in pain. Ron Weasley splendid. What a memorable first impression he left on Harry. Harry, who had known only privilege and honor under the Malfoys' roof, no longer burdened with the shame of living unwanted in another's home. When had he ever been insulted like this? Together with Draco, he grabbed Ron by the collar, one on each side, ready to fight. I hurried to intervene. "Forget it, Harry. Let them look. Don't blame him, he's just lashing out because he cares. I saw him buying first-year books. He might even be a classmate at Hogwarts later. Aurora, you're too kind, that's why people take advantage of you." Harry's face was full of disapproval. "I'm a Malfoy. Being misunderstood is part of the name." I intertwined my fingers with Draco's. "Don't turn things around. You were born vile, the very proof is in your family name." Suddenly, a red-haired girl darted out. Clearly Mr. Weasley had done plenty of educating at home. Thanks to that constant preaching, our reputation was already etched deep in their minds. And truth be told, Malfoy was not a pleasant name to most ears, it carried the stench of treachery and evil. How laughable. Just because your brother badmouthed us, and then fell ill, it must automatically be our doing? If you went out without an umbrella and caught the rain, would you curse Merlin for it? The Weasleys finally met their match, ha! Crowd around us began to murmur, some piecing the truth together. Among them were victims of the Weasley twins' thoughtless pranks, who seemed to relish the turn of events. "Don't quarrel with children" had nearly become Molly Weasley's mantra. But society has its own way of teaching lessons. And yet not one person thought to summon a healer from St. Mungo's. Horse if St. Mungo's sent a doctor, and the Weasleys couldn't pay the fees, they might try to wriggle out of it, leaving a bigger mess. Seeing the moment had reached its peak, I withdrew the blinding light. It was no spell at all. Even a reversal charm tracking my wand's last incantations would find nothing. "Arthur, what happened here?" An elderly man with a long white beard shuffled forward. He wore a flamboyant set of pajamas and half-moon spectacles, an almost comical figure. "Professor Dumbledore." Lucius and Narcissa stepped forward to greet him. Harry froze, eyes wide with shock. His childhood nightmare, the man who had consigned him to the Dursleys, the great so-called champion of the light Albus Dumbledore. His demeanor was as gentle and kind as could be. The tense hostility from moments before seemed to vanish into thin air. Yet those piercing blue eyes were fixed firmly on the wand in my hand. "Miss Malfoy, may I take a look at your wand?" His gaze was sharp, almost piercing straight through me. I glanced toward the Malfoys. Both Lucius and Narcissa gave me the smallest nods of encouragement. "Professor Dumbledore is chief warlock of the Wizengamot," Lucius explained smoothly. "Good day, sir." I held my wand out with both hands. My gesture seemed to surprise him. Perhaps he had expected me to resist, to struggle. Instead, he cast Priori Incantato, forcing the wand to reveal its past spells. For fairness' sake, he magnified the images for everyone present to see. His brows knit together. "Arthur, I believe you are mistaken. Miss Malfoy's wand has never been used." "Impossible." Arthur Weasley's eyes blazed red with anger, unwilling to accept it. "This wand is brand new, purchased straight from Ollivander's shop." Lucius stepped forward, resting a hand on my shoulder, drawing me into his protective shadow. "Professor Dumbledore, may I have my daughter's wand returned?" he asked coolly. I tilted my head back, a little hesitant, and added softly, "May I have it back, please, Professor?" Dumbledore's expression shifted to one of mild regret. "Thank you for your cooperation, Miss Malfoy." "Professor, don't you think you ought to check the rest of our wands as well?" A clear voice broke the silence. It was Harry. "I hardly think that will be necessary, child," Dumbledore began, but when he realized it was Harry, his smile grew more genuine. "Then why assume Aurora's guilt first? Any of us could have had reason to act." Harry handed over his own wand to the self-proclaimed champion of justice. This was favoritism laid bare, the headmaster shielding his own Phoenix allies. Even the bystanders, who moments ago were only spectators, now muttered among themselves. Clad in a thin dress, I let my expression shift into lost bewilderment at being falsely accused. "Mother, why would they do this?" I whispered, burying my head into Narcissa's embrace, my shoulders trembling. The image of the wronged, innocent victim could not have been more perfect. The whole Weasley brood, ganging up with Dumbledore to bully a Malfoy girl. Haven't the Malfoys already been cleared of wrongdoing? Yet the Ministry still targets them? I heard the Weasleys and Malfoys are distantly related. Maybe they just wanted an excuse to extort them. As whispers escalated, Dumbledore's eyes hardened. He fixed Arthur Weasley with a blazing stare until Arthur grudgingly made his children apologize. Ron and Ginny, after meeting our eyes, dropped their heads in shame. On the surface, the Malfoys had won both pride and position, but I knew better than to grow complacent. The Weasleys, once humiliated, always played the same card. We may be poor, but we're righteous. Whoever got entangled with them never came out unscathed. "Aurora, are you all right?" Draco gathered me into his arms, his voice laced with pain. I only shook my head silently, leaving behind the lonely silhouette of my back. When you have no throne to stand upon, gentleness is the simplest weapon against force. "They've gone. You don't need to keep up the act," Lucius murmured. "Father." His words nearly broke my composure. "Ha! Little liar, you almost fooled me too." Draco ruffled my hair with a mischievous grin. "Harry, thank you for speaking up for me. I'm sorry I kept you in the dark." I stepped closer, forcing myself to meet his green eyes. "The Weasleys weren't wrong about me. I am that kind of girl, low, untrustworthy, twisting truth to my advantage. I'm sorry, I've only let you down." Chapter 46 Lucius's Torture. Anyone who dares to slander the Malfoy family must pay the price. Harry and I spoke the words in unison. My mouth fell open. How did this boy know exactly what I was thinking? "Because I feel the same way," he said simply. "If I hadn't been sure he wasn't using legilimency, I'd have sworn he was some kind of parasite living in my head." "Thanks for understanding, Harry." I stepped forward and gave him a hug. "Aurora, you play your role well," Lucius praised. "Sissy is far too pure-hearted, utterly incapable of lying." "Yeah, right. In the original timeline, your wife deceived Voldemort himself, bold enough to declare Harry dead and fool the Dark Lord to his face. Father spoiled Mother beyond reason. He shielded her from storms, cherished her like porcelain, and never allowed her to shoulder risk. But was that really a good thing? If Narcissa weren't who she was, such indulgence would surely have ruined her. Aurora did wonderfully. Narcissa beamed, graciously accepting Father's compliment. To be spoiled into a life where her fingers never touched so much as dishwater, Madame Malfoy truly was happy. Would my own other half one day be like Lucius? Someone who could be my sanctuary, my harbor against the storm? "Harry, catch!" Lucius tossed him a peculiar-looking portkey. "As for how to activate it, you'll need to work that out yourself." "The portkey to the Potter estate?" "Uncle Lucius." Harry's eyes shone with sudden tears. "It was meant to be your 11th birthday gift, but certain obstacles delayed things. Lucius didn't elaborate. But after years at his side, I knew if Lucius Malfoy found something difficult, it could only mean opposition from the Order of the Phoenix, led by Dumbledore, or the Ministry under his influence. Fudge's appetite has only grown. He's had his eye on both the Black and Potter estates for ages. With such a feast before him, how could he willingly give it up? Just how did you manage it? Narcissa fired questions like arrows, worry etched into her face. Don't fret, sissy. I'm standing here, whole and unharmed, aren't I? Father clearly basked in Mother's concern. It's because of you. Every time Fudge looks at you, I can hardly stand it. Narcissa's cheeks flushed pink, as though she'd drunk too much wine. Sissy, you don't honestly think I'd stoop to trading my body, do you? Lucius's face had gone a sickly green with fury. No, of course not. It's just, things are moving so quickly I couldn't help but wonder if perhaps some special methods were used. Mother faltered, her voice growing smaller and smaller as if she wanted to hide behind me. Narcissa Malfoy. Lucius's tone dropped to a dangerous low, his gaze sweeping over the three of us. Father, Mother, Godfather left us homework we haven't finished. We'll be going now. Draco seized the chance to redirect. He shot me and Harry a look, and the three of us fled the battlefield. Luke, I was wrong. From within the room came Narcissa's pleading voice, soft and lilting, dripping with sweetness. So that's how Narcissa spoke to Lucius in private. Bend over. No. Sissy, don't make me say it twice. Lucius was utterly unmoved. A rustling sound followed. What sort of punishment awaited her, I couldn't even guess. My heart jumped into my throat. Aurora, let's go. What comes next isn't for us to hear. Draco's eyes flickered, and he grabbed my hand, dragging me into a run. Do you think Mother will be all right? I don't know if she'll be all right. What I do know is if we keep listening, we'll get caught red-handed. Is Cousin really going to be okay? Harry trailed after us, worry etched across his face. On the Black family tree, Harry was Narcissa's distant cousin. His grandfather had married a Black. Maybe we should go back and check, I suggested. No, Draco refused outright. He shut his eyes, his expression tight with restraint. Father, he'll only double down if we interfere. Then we have to save Mother. I tore free from his grip and sprinted back. Narcissa, please hold on. Never had I imagined that the Malfoy family's perfect facade of harmony was built on Narcissa swallowing her pride in silence. Lucius, I misjudged you. A low Aurora. I had just begun to speak when Draco covered my eyes and hoisted me over his shoulder. Apologies. Carry on. Even though I only caught the barest glimpse, it was enough to scar me for life. Her sea-weed-like curls spilled across the dark green sheets. Her breathy moans were so soft and entrancing, like a siren's song. Lucius straightened, quick as lightning, and pulled the blanket over Narcissa's body. No wonder the two of them were so absorbed. And me, I had just barged in to ruin their moment. Merlin, help me if Father decided to settle the score later. Aurora. Draco's face was a mask of exasperation. I was wrong, brother. You're as reckless as a Gryffindor, he scolded. If you do it again, I'll punish you the way Father would. No, don't. Draco was still so young, surely he wouldn't have the strength. But without meaning to, my eyes flicked toward his. Then behave yourself, he snapped, his tone harsh yet with a faint edge that betrayed him. The awkwardness from before was swept away by just a few of his words. Let's go back. We have to be up early tomorrow. But the truth was, the events of the day had shaken me deeply. Images of Narcissa beneath Lucius, flushed and lost in pleasure, replayed in my mind like a film reel, keeping me restless through the night. I tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Draco fared no better. Not only was his sleep fitful, he slipped into the washroom several times, each time lingering far too long. By morning, the two of us looked at one another's dark circles in silent resignation, and both demanded that Dobby swap the milk for black coffee. Where's Mother? I glanced around, surprised not to see Narcissa. She was very tired yesterday. Let her rest a little longer. Lucius's eyes stayed fixed on the Daily Prophet, as though nothing from the night before had touched him. But when he spoke of Narcissa, his gaze softened with unmistakable tenderness. He must truly love his wife. It wasn't until we were about to depart for platform 9 3/4 that Narcissa finally appeared. Her eyes were faintly red, her lips slightly swollen, the high collar of her dress hiding the perfect line of her swan-like neck. Her expression was embarrassed, carefully avoiding our eyes. Not wanting her to feel too self-conscious after yesterday, I quickly changed the subject. "Don't cry, Mother, I'll miss you so much. I'll write to you the moment I get to Hogwarts." She gathered me into her arms and kissed my cheek. "Children, it's time to go. Sissy, mind your back, I'll carry her." Lucius took me from her arms. As if Mother's sore back wasn't his fault in the first place. Looping my arms around his neck, I seized the chance. "Father, while I'm away, you mustn't bully Mother." "If you do, I'll write to Grandfather," I threatened boldly. "Are you certain your grandfather would interfere? The Malfoy patriarch is me now." Lucius raised a brow, a smirk tugging at his lips. That expression, how infuriating. "Aurora, rather than seeking justice, why not get ahead on your first-year potions? I hear Severus is very fond of testing how well prepared each student is." Of course, in the original tale, Harry had been humiliated by Snape on the very first day of class. But now, with protective over his chick Snape firmly shielding him, Harry would never be the target of those classroom ambushes. With the kind of family ties I had with Draco, it was unlikely they'd come after the two of us, wasn't it? And as long as you were in Slytherin, Snape's attitude toward you wasn't too bad either. Following the principle of if you can't beat them, join them, I prayed I'd be sorted into Slytherin. It was the safer bet. "Aurora, watch your expressions." Lucius pinched my cheek in reminder. "You're always scrunching up your face whenever a thought crosses your mind." It wasn't that exaggerated. He was clearly just getting back at me for disturbing their night's rest. Stingy dad," I muttered under my breath. "Shall I put you down then?" He made a show of lowering me toward the ground. "Fine, fine. I know you just want to hold Mother instead." I wriggled free from his arms. "Aurora." Narcissa's playful scolding came from behind. Oh no, she'd heard everything. Harry watched us banter with open envy. If the Potters had lived, his life would have been like this too. He would have been cherished in their hands, not left to gaze at us with longing, forever unable to step inside. It all came so suddenly. And yet, as if fated. A half-mad divination, Professor Sybil Trelawney. A declaration of loyalty to the Dark Lord Severus Snape. "Come on, Harry." I grabbed both his and Draco's hands, pulling them across the platform. Onto the scarlet train from 9 3/4, bustling with students and dreams bound for Hogwarts. This time, perhaps, everything would be different. When it came to the Weasleys and us, enemies bound to clash was the perfect phrase. "Look at that shabby lot," Draco muttered under his breath. We weren't foolish enough to say it loud enough for them to hear. "Weasley's too many kids to feed," I chimed in, the words almost rhyming. The youngest Weasley girl, Ginny, kept staring in our direction. So, even before Ron befriended Harry, Ginny had already been infatuated with him. In the original story, Ginny grew into Hogwarts' star beauty. She was a year younger than us, and now her looks hadn't fully bloomed. It was hard to imagine the charm she would hold later. A pity the actress who played her in the films, Bonnie, was plain. By the time Deathly Hallows came around, she hardly fit the image of Hogwarts' radiant flower. I had underestimated Gryffindor courage. Ginny actually pushed Ron forward through the crowd, straight toward us. After that clash in Diagon Alley, it was impossible to speak calmly. Sister wants your autograph." Ron ignored Draco and me completely, standing firm before Harry. His cheeks flushed crimson, making his freckles stand out even more. It was enough to turn your stomach just looking at him. Draco and I rolled our eyes. "Harry, we'll go grab seats in the carriage. We'd leave enough space for his starstruck fans." But then, Ron hesitated, his mouth working as though he wanted to say more. What exactly was he planning to tell Harry? Afraid his muttering might be overheard, Ron lowered his voice. "Too bad for him," I slipped in a quick sonorous when he wasn't looking. Every word rang out across the platform, clear as a bell. "Weasley, why would you say that?" Harry's brow furrowed. He'd caught on to my trick, but instead of calling me out, he leaned into it, prompting Ron to spill even more. Ginny, starry-eyed, stared only at Harry, oblivious to the fact that every gaze on the platform was fixed on her and her brother. Harry's response only fueled Ron's frenzy. "Malfoy! They're Death Eaters. Your parents were murdered by him. You're treating the enemy as your own family." His words fired like a barrage, quick and relentless. The station was packed shoulder to shoulder. What should have been a hissed whisper now boomed like a proclamation. The Weasley parents had no chance to stop him. And this time, they didn't even look ashamed. Instead, they drew themselves upright, as if Ron's outburst was some righteous crusade. Ron didn't say anything untrue. Just a bit loud, Arthur mumbled, scratching his head, eyes sliding past the crowd to rest on his wife. Yes, our Ron. Molly forced a smile, squared her shoulders at last, and looked straight toward the Malfoys. Lucius and Narcissa stood apart, unmoved, their presence somehow lonelier than ever. The crowd around them had instinctively parted, leaving a visible gap, as though the Malfoys carried a quiet, dangerous gravity. A pang of regret tugged at me. My little act of mischief had been meant to humiliate Ron, yet now it had dragged my parents into the fire as well. But Harry held every eye. Everyone waited to see what the boy who lived would say. Ron Weasley. Harry spoke his full name slowly, deliberately. I know right from wrong. You don't need to remind me. Then his expression softened, his green eyes turning toward me. My friends are waiting. You, Ron caught at his arm. If you'd only think about it. I can help you. Me and my family, we stand against them. Just like in the original tale, Ron reaching out, demanding Harry make a choice. How can you be so dense? Harry muttered. Then louder, Weasley. He pried Ron's fingers off, one by one, until the hand dropped away. Don't you understand? My friends, his gaze flicked toward us, are right there. He broke into a run, his untidy black hair bouncing, those green eyes blazing like emeralds in the sun. And thanks to the lingering sonorous, his words rang loud enough for everyone to hear. The Savior had chosen. Lucius and Narcissa exchanged a knowing smile, not even sparing the Weasleys a glance. Harry, I'm sorry. I didn't think Weasley would grab you and spew all that. The truth was, I'd engineered it. I'd forced Harry to choose in public, leaving him no escape route. He could never truly betray the family that had raised him. And it gave me the perfect chance to put the Weasleys in their place. I've never pretended to be a saint. I'm a Malfoy. Everything I do begins and ends with Malfoy interests. It's fine. Everything I said, I meant it. Harry's gaze was soft, gentle, as though whatever I did, he'd be there unwavering, unconditional. Chapter 50. The Boundary, Lacking Muggle, Born. In the original story, Harry's close bond with Ron meant I didn't think much of his reaction. Come on. I pulled him into the Malfoy family's private compartment. Crabbe and Goyle had already arrived early to reserve our seats. The table was cluttered with bags of sweets. Draco gave a pointed little cough, and the two of them fumbled to clear everything away in a hurry. Even within pure blood society, there were layers of hierarchy. Some families acted as subordinates or vassals, offering their service to stronger houses. The Crabbes and the Goyles were exactly that. They might look burly and dim-witted, but in truth, their families had chosen allegiance over striving on their own. With the Malfoys' protection, they could enjoy a share of prosperity far more easily than by relying on their own abilities. So as the Malfoy heir, Draco had never stood on equal footing with them. The two hulking boys filled up one side of the carriage, leaving only the other side for us. I had just started to sit down beside Draco when the compartment door swung open. A girl's loud voice rang out. Have you seen Neville's toad? She had slightly bucked teeth, and her thick, bushy hair tumbled over her shoulders. Behind her trailed a timid-looking boy, none other than Hermione Granger and Neville Longbottom. Her eyes landed at once on Harry's scar. A heartbeat later, she was pointing at his forehead, shrieking in excitement. Oh my gosh! You're... She clutched at Neville beside her, as though to steady herself. I'm Harry Potter. His years at Malfoy Manor had already inured him to strangers' odd reactions. A fleeting trace of weariness passed through his gaze. I'm Hermione Granger. She thrust out her hand and shook his vigorously. Can I sit with you? I have so many questions I want to ask. Without waiting for an answer, Hermione plopped herself down across from Harry, all eager poise and attentive posture. I'm sorry it's a bit cramped in here, but since we'll all be at Hogwarts together, there will definitely be plenty of chances to talk later. Harry tried to dismiss her gently. But Hermione still looked reluctant to give up. Neville, my toad, Hermione whispered, reminding him softly. Draco's gaze was sharp enough to freeze him solid. The compartment was clearly marked Malfoy only, yet intruders had disturbed them again and again. The fact that Draco hadn't already lashed out was restraint enough. Hermione smacked her forehead. She had completely forgotten. "You'll have to keep looking for the toad. We won't disturb you further." She tugged Neville away, shutting the door with a loud bang. "The air reeks of mud, blood stench. Crabbe, open the window, ventilate." Draco snapped, no longer able to endure. "Brother," I squeezed his fingers lightly, a quiet reminder. Harry's mother had been a mudblood. In his anger, Draco had spoken without thinking. "Ah, sorry," Draco realized too late what he had said. Harry waved it off, showing he didn't mind. His memory of his mother, Lily Evans, extended only to the few faded photographs he had seen. Since being taken into Malfoy Manor, Narcissa's careful care had given him a warmth like a mother's. Compared to his Aunt Petunia's household, even blood ties had felt distant. But worse was yet to come. News that Harry Potter was traveling in the Malfoy compartment spread like wildfire. Wave after wave of self-important visitors came under flimsy pretenses, disrupting the already sleep-deprived Draco and me until our moods soured entirely. I cast a little selective deafness on myself and leaned against Draco's shoulder, pretending to nap. "Lock the door," Harry suggested. "They've all come looking for you." Draco hesitated. It was, after all, the perfect chance to expand his influence. The Malfoy carriage had always served this very purpose. Back when Lucius attended Hogwarts, countless pure blood heirs had passed through these doors, forging ties with the Malfoys and, through them, with the rising power of the Slytherin heir Voldemort. The Malfoy carriage had long been known as a hub of information. "They're only curious about me. Once they realize I have no other value, they'll scatter like startled birds." Harry shook his head, his gaze lingering on my shut eyes. "Let Aurora rest." The only way to quiet Crabbe and Goyle was with Narcissa's homemade cake. "You two leave some for Aurora. If there's none left, she'll throw a fit later." Draco grumbled under his breath while I feigned sleep. But the corners of his mouth betrayed him, his smile brimming with indulgence. "Aurora, wake up, we're almost there." Draco nudged my shoulder when I wouldn't stir. Don't bother me, brother. I want to sleep." I clung to him like an octopus, forgetting entirely where I was. Finally, he had enough and tickled under my arms. I surrender." Laughter jolted me awake. Surely, I was the first in history to be roused this way. My clothes were disheveled, Draco's jacket draped around me. "You've no grace at all, not like a girl," he scolded, though his hands, never still, gently combing through my platinum waves. I had inherited Narcissa's natural curls. If not tended constantly, they puffed up wildly, floating in every direction. "Time to change into uniforms," Harry reminded us. Crabbe and Goyle went so far as to whip the belts straight off their trousers. "You two, hold it. Can't you see Aurora's here?" Draco snapped, clearly fed up with the two goons his father had saddled him with. With brains only good for swinging fists, they were more burden than help. Draco walked me out of the compartment and locked the door behind us. "Draco, aren't you going to change?" Harry reminded him. "I'll do it with Aurora," Draco replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "You too." Harry's expression turned complicated, his eyes flicking between Draco and me. "Brother, why don't you change with them?" I added quickly, reminded that once we reached Hogwarts, I couldn't just stick by Draco's side as I pleased. We couldn't live together. That sort of unusual closeness, if noticed by the wrong people, would spell trouble for the Malfoys. Pureblood families might still cling to the tradition of marrying within their circles to keep bloodlines pure, but the risks of inbreeding had become impossible to ignore. The most infamous case? The downfall of the Gaunts, Slytherin's descendants. The last of their line, Voldemort's mother, Merope Gaunt, had eyes that pointed in two different directions. Her temperament was no better, volatile, irritable, extreme. For both propriety and common sense, Draco and I had to avoid suspicion. He eventually relented, unwillingly giving my fingers a squeeze. "Then, be good and wait for me outside." Lost in thought, I lingered near the compartment door. All around me, students already dressed in their school robes bustled past. My casual clothes made me stick out like a sore thumb. Has the Malfoy heiress been cast out of her home? Do you require my protection? Chapter 52. The Malfoy Line, Unbroken. I turned sharply, my voice edged with venom and sarcasm. Zabini. Aurora, why so cold? I'd allow you to call me Blaze, you know. His disappointment was obvious, but his lips still curved in a teasing smirk. Draco left you out here alone? Now that's a miracle, must mean the sun's rising in the west. He's just changing clothes, I hurried to explain, not wanting Draco misunderstood. He didn't show off those 8 new abs he's been working on? Blaze chuckled wickedly. Oh please. Though to be fair, Draco had indeed been devoting more time to training each day. Oops, guess I spoiled the surprise. Looks like he was planning to show you himself. Ugh. The longer Blaze talked, the filthier it sounded. I had no interest in listening to boys gossip like that. But what he'd said just now, Draco had trained for me. Heat rushed to my cheeks, impossible to stop. Suddenly, the compartment door swung open from inside. And there was Draco finding me chatting away with Zabini, blushing and looking flustered. I didn't even get a chance to explain before he yanked me into the compartment. Out, all of you! His voice cracked like a whip. I had never seen him this angry. Crabbe and Goyle scrambled to drag Harry with them. On his way out, Harry threw me one last worried look. I can't just leave you in here. He didn't finish, because I clung tightly to Draco, refusing to let go. Aurora, what are you doing? He sounded genuinely rattled. I only just changed. I lifted the hem of his jumper, intent on checking the results of his hard work. Zabini said you've got an 8-pack now. Come on, show me. You two were talking about me? His tone softened, but his body went rigid, every muscle taut. I tugged his sweater higher and started undoing his shirt buttons one by one. His ears burned crimson, every place my fingertips brushed along his skin twitching in response. Brother, you're so solid. He let me explore, though his eyes darted anywhere but at me. Aurora, he sighed, then pulled me against him in one swift motion. Now his bare chest was pressed to me skin to skin, nothing between us. Brother, you're poking me, I muttered, squirming. He said nothing, just held me close, struggling to steady himself. Aurora, don't say another word. Why not? Do you want me to embarrass myself? Relax, it's covered by your robes. No one can see, I teased deliberately. You little, he tugged my hair in mock punishment. Before either of us could say more, the voice of the conductor echoed outside, ordering all students to line up and disembark. Oh no, I haven't even changed yet. I scrambled off Draco, panic-stricken. There's no time. Here, wear my robe. But then you'll have nothing to cover up with. At last, the price of my mischief was coming due. Don't worry, it'll settle down soon enough. Draco opened the door. Zabini took one look at my half-changed state and smirked, waggling his brows. Wow, changing clothes takes that long? Impressive efficiency. Blaze, get lost, Draco growled with a crooked smile. Blaze Zabini, one of the very few pure blood heirs Draco genuinely enjoyed being around. He'd inherited his mother's legendary beauty along with her equally infamous husband, Killer Curse. 7 marriages, 7 dead husbands, each lost mysteriously before their vows could grow old. It left Blaze a wanderer, reckless and untamed. You and Uncle Lucius really are cut from the same cloth, he teased, both so hung up on your own little sisters. Zabini, no one will mistake you for a mute if you keep your mouth shut. Draco, unusually sharp, cut him off mid-sentence. If a Malfoy can say it, why can't I? Zabini snapped back, humiliated for the first time in front of so many people. What exactly have we done? I had a nagging feeling this had something to do with the mystery surrounding Narcissus' lineage. Why didn't Draco want me to know? Huh, so you really have kept her in the darks? Zabini laughed so hard tears gathered at the corners of his eyes. What riddle are you trying to spin now? I pressed him, confused. Aurora, this is something Mother and Father will tell us once we come of age. There's no need to hear it from outsiders. Draco turned me toward him, his voice solemn. All right. I knew perfectly well where my loyalties lay. Harry's lashes lowered, his face cast in shadow, thoughts unreadable. As though nothing had happened, Zabini went back to joking with Draco, their earlier quarrel swept under the rug. That was pure blood families for you. Ties so tangled and interests so tightly bound that no one ever truly dared tear the mask off. Still, I had to admire Zabini. His shamelessness was unmatched. Under the folds of our robes, Draco and I clasped our hands together, fingers laced tight. I knew that after tonight, we couldn't be so openly close again. Time never slowed for anyone. All we could do was cherish every fleeting moment together. Hagrid appeared to collect the first years, a massive figure, with a full beard, holding a toad aloft as he called out for its owner. He loomed like a mountain, daunting to 11-year-olds. His wild, disheveled appearance only made him more intimidating. Maybe Harry, who had spent much time with him in the original tale, could see past that bulk to the big-hearted fool beneath. "That's Hagrid," Draco whispered. "Father told me he's the gamekeeper in the Forbidden Forest, obsessed with breeding dangerous creatures. We'd better steer clear." Behind the harmless grin lay the man who raised acromantulas and blastended scroots, disrupting the forest's balance. Hagrid's naive fascination bordered on cruelty. "I heard he was once a Hogwarts student too, expelled for some serious offense," Zabini added. "Mother never told me why, just that it was a huge scandal and someone died." Dumbledore actually took in a murderer? Harry was genuinely shocked. This time, without the rose-tinted lens of Hagrid introducing him to the magical world, his reaction was far more normal. "What wouldn't he do?" I countered. "Harry, your own story is proof enough." "It's all in the past," Draco said, giving Harry's shoulder a reassuring pat. "Yes." Harry smiled faintly, and the two shared a glance of mutual understanding. Harry was still puzzling over how to unlock the wards of the Potter estate, though so far with no success. Still, it was his true home. He would never again need to live as someone else's burden. The first years crossed the lake by boat. Draco, worried Crabbe and Goyle might test the limits of a single vessel, sent them off to another. "Ha, they really do look like your bodyguards." "And yours as well," Draco retorted firmly. "I don't need them," I sniffed. In the original tale, when the Malfoy family's standing among the Death Eaters collapsed, Crabbe eventually betrayed Draco. I leaned softly against his chest and whispered, "I only need you, my dearest brother." Chapter 54, Turning the Tables. "Hire me to be your bodyguard? Miss, I'm very expensive." "What price should I pay then?" I teased him on purpose. Draco said nothing. His lips brushed lightly against my earlobe. It was no more than a fleeting touch, like a dragonfly skimming the water, yet ripples spread through my heart. "Aurora, your face is so red." His breath lingered by my ear. My heart raced, my thoughts blurred, and a wave of dizziness washed over me. I turned, pressing my cheek against his chest. "Brother, I feel so faint." Draco grew anxious. "You're not seasick, are you?" Awkwardly, he placed his palm against my forehead. "A bit hot." "Don't move. Just let me lean here for a moment." He held me tightly, then shouted toward the one man he disliked the most, Hagrid. "There's a student seasick here." "Don't make a fuss, I'm fine." I tried to stop him, but it was too late. By the time we disembarked, word had already spread, and I was branded the fragile young lady of the Malfoy family. "You're not the first year to get seasick," Hagrid said, pointing toward Neville Longbottom behind me. At least I had my brother to shield me. Neville, though his parents lived, was left to grow up without them. I nodded to him in greeting. He looked at me as though he'd found a kindred spirit. "Miss Malfoy." "Just call me Aurora." "Here, take this, it'll help." He pressed a piece of candy into my hand. "Thank you." Draco took it from me, unwrapped it, and warned, "Never eat anything given by a stranger." Neville froze, embarrassed, not sure what mistake he'd made. I mouthed another silent thank you in his direction. "Brother, I'm fine now." I patted him lightly. He had been carrying me in his arms all this time. "Put me down." "What if you faint again?" He was still upset. "Are you just showing off your abs and arm strength?" His face flushed red. "Be careful then." He set me down but kept a tight hold on my fingers. Warmth spread through me in a way I had never felt before. "You've got 2 hulking bodyguards, yet you insist on doing everything yourself?" Zabini clicked his tongue. "None of my siblings are this close." He always emphasized our brother-sister bond, which filled me with an unexplainable unease. "Father told me from the start that I must look after my sister." "Blaze, you're an only child, you can't understand." 2 pairs of gray eyes met, searching each other's depths. "Speaking of big families, you really did the Weasleys dirty." Zabini jerked his chin toward Ron nearby. His conversation with Potter was printed in the Daily Prophet. So many coincidences were, in truth, carefully arranged in advance. Father had informed Rita Skeeter, the Prophet's special correspondent, valued by her editor for her uncanny nose for scandal. Harry turned down the Order of the Phoenix's olive branch. Wasn't that a stretch? To spin Ron's eagerness to befriend Harry into Ron acting on behalf of the Order, extending an official hand of friendship, wasn't that taking things too far? Draco and I exchanged looks. Trust Rita Skeeter to pull off such a stunt with flawless ease. You know what? Stories told like this really do sell. Readers love it. This issue of the Daily Prophet sold out in a frenzy. The Weasleys ended up in the spotlight too, though not in the most flattering way. No doubt Lucius had a hand in that. He carefully downplayed both Draco's and my role in stirring things up, shielding me from the brunt of public opinion. Every member of my family protected me in their own way. Ron's behavior now looked like a bad joke. He shot us a resentful glare, then quickly looked away. Yes, we had numbers on our side: me, Draco, Harry, Zabini, and the looming figures of Crabbe and Goyle. Without his brothers, and without the unwavering support Harry had given him in the original story, Ron's cowardice showed through. He didn't dare challenge us openly, left only to sulk and stew in silence. Hermione Granger rattled off facts from her books, but the younger students were too dazzled by the grandeur of the Great Hall to care. No one paid her any mind. And unlike in the films, without Emma Watson's beauty to soften her presence, the real Hermione was plain, leaving little in the way of first impressions. "Stop gawking around, the sorting's about to begin," Draco reminded me. On the surface he was calm, composed as ever, but his damp palms betrayed his nerves. "Brother, are you worried?" "Of course. If we're sorted into different houses, who's going to look after you?" Draco snapped, though the irritation in his voice only half masked his concern. His roundabout way of caring made my chest warm. "Don't worry, I'll be chanting Slytherin in my head the whole time." I raised 3 fingers in a solemn oath. "That's better. Don't forget what you just promised." His words were sharp, but the corners of his mouth betrayed him, curving upward despite himself. Plenty of girls were sneaking glances at him from the corners of their eyes, some of them even older students. Young Draco Malfoy had a beauty so striking it blurred the line between boy and girl. Platinum hair, delicate features, the face of an angel straight out of Muggle religion. Blonde hair carried deep cultural weight in Europe. Its roots traced back mainly to northeastern Europe, especially the Germanic peoples. True blonde hair was rare and hard to pass down generation after generation, since darker hair and eyes were dominant traits. The rarity of golden hair made those who had it stand out, often seen as symbols of charm and allure. That was why blondes were so prized in Western society, why so many women bleached their hair in an endless pursuit of that beauty standard. Every Malfoy generation had been fortunate enough to inherit it, Draco included. That he drew attention wherever he went was only natural. "That blonde boy is Malfoy? He's adorable. I hope he gets into our house. Then we can all fawn over him." Dream on. Every Malfoy ever has been sorted into Slytherin. No exceptions. You've got no chance. They keep everything in-house. And the blonde girl beside him, his sister? They don't look alike at all. They're twins. Fraternal twins don't have to look the same. Don't ask me, Muggle books say so. And isn't that Harry Potter with them? He's cute too. Well, if not Malfoy, Harry's not a bad prize either. Looks were everything when it came to first impressions, and in that department, Draco had every advantage. Draco Malfoy. Chapter 56, Into Slytherin. "Brother, it's your turn." Professor McGonagall, head of Gryffindor, called each name in order, sending the first years one by one to the sorting hat. Don't underestimate that grimy old hat. It had belonged to Godric Gryffindor himself, passed down since the founder's time, and now, based on their ideals, it divided every new witch and wizard into their houses. Unity in difference, or perhaps, the beginning of division. Draco strode down the aisle toward the stool, every older student's gaze following him. The candlelight glinted against his platinum blonde hair, making him look almost luminous. He walked like someone born with a spotlight fixed on him. And yet, in the original story, he barely even counted as a proper villain. He picked up the sorting hat with visible distaste, as if wondering whether it had ever been washed in its centuries of service. Tens of thousands of Hogwarts graduates had worn it, and still the professors never thought to clean it? What a ridiculous school tradition. Before the hat even touched his head, it bellowed. Slytherin. Draco's lips twitched. He tilted his chin up toward Snape. Snape was dressed, as always, in his black robes buttoned right to the throat. But unlike in the books, his hair no longer hung lank and greasy thanks, in part, to Lucius's constant nagging after my childhood habit of tugging on it. Better habits, better chances at a second spring. Isn't that how it works? Snape's lips pressed into a thin line. He gave the faintest nod then, to everyone's shock, was the first to start clapping. Slytherins were no fools. They all knew how close Snape was to the Malfoy family. The air of Malfoy being sorted there was inevitable. Applause swelled through the hall. Aurora Malfoy. My heart lurched. For a moment, 100 thoughts tangled inside me. Everything began here with the sorting. As a Harry Potter fan, the house I had once dreamed of joining was Slytherin. Of course, the platinum-haired little bully had a lot to do with that. I'd always been shallow enough to let good looks sway my values. But now, with the same upbringing and the same world shaping me, my choice felt even firmer. I forced myself to look calm, repeating over and over in my head, Slytherin, Slytherin. Well, another Malfoy? The sorting hat chuckled in my mind. How interesting. I almost suspected it hadn't even bothered to speak to Draco, just dumped him straight into Slytherin. But you, an otherworldly soul, one who could alter the course of fate itself, even reshape the wizarding world? Fascinating. It paused dramatically. I shall place you in, as you wish, Slytherin. I let out a breath of pure relief, yanking the hat off before it could change its mind. Draco was already waiting at the Slytherin table, applauding the loudest of all. He gave Crabbe and Goyle a look, and they scrambled to vacate 2 spots. This is wonderful. The moment I reached him, I couldn't hold back anymore. I threw myself into his arms. Aurora, mind your composure, he murmured in my ear. Letting every emotion show is a dangerous habit. I know, but to be with you I just can't help it. Aurora, me too. I'm so happy, he whispered into my ear. After us, Theodore, not the fan favorite in so many later fics, was sorted into Slytherin as well. The Nut family, one of the Sacred 28, stood on equal footing with the Malfoys. Theodore preferred to keep to himself, never attaching to Draco's little circle. Every new student placed in Slytherin automatically fell in line behind Draco. Under Lucius's careful stewardship, the Malfoy family had been regaining its old power and influence. And so, in a house that prized bloodlines above all, Draco Malfoy naturally stood at the head. Aurora, one day, I want to stand at the top, but by my own strength. He tightened his grip on my hand. You will. Father rose the same way. Father. Lucius, calculating and cunning, had been independent since boyhood. His mother died of an amniotic embolism. Abraxas, buried in family affairs, had no time to raise his son. Everything Lucius became he carved out himself. But Draco and I grew up in a warm home where our parents adored one another, always providing us the best. We never truly knew hardship. Harry Potter. Even Professor McGonagall lifted her head, keenly watching the boys sorting. He was no longer the cupboard-dwelling child of neglect. His clothes were neat, his posture confident, so far removed from the boy in the original tale. With James's and Lily's features melded into his face, and those rare emerald green eyes, he was impossible to ignore. I noticed Snape's gaze never left him. In Harry's eyes, there was no trace of disdain for the sorting hat. He set it on his head as though crowning himself. He closed his eyes, locked in silent battle with the hat. Harry's sorting took longer than anyone else's. So long that even Dumbledore, seated at the center of the high table, nearly raised a hand to intervene. At last, Harry's eyes opened, clear and resolute. Slytherin. What? Impossible. The hat's made a mistake. The great hall erupted in chaos. Every student froze where they stood. Even Snape, usually unreadable, the double agent who never betrayed a flicker of emotion, couldn't keep his mask in place. His fingers stroked his chin, as though already planning his next move. I gave Draco's little finger a quick squeeze. The Malfoys were the first to applaud. Draco even rose to embrace Harry. Aurora. Harry held out his arms. Congratulations. Sorry, I was just too shocked. I apologized for my moment's lapse. "We're together again," he murmured softly in my ear. "Sit down, the sorting isn't over yet," Draco prompted at just the right moment. Harry slipped into the seat beside me. McGonagall restored order again and again before the ceremony could continue. Everyone had simply assumed Harry would go to Gryffindor. Rumor had it his name was already engraved on a dormitory door there. Where had it all gone wrong? Harry's parents were murdered by Voldemort, Slytherin's heir himself. How could such a blood feud dissolve into nothing? It made no sense. Was this even the same Harry Potter I thought I knew? Even more outrageous was how the Gryffindors seemed to take it for granted that Harry had betrayed his calling and accepted a false father. What they wanted to see was a story where Harry enjoyed a better childhood with the Malfoys' help, only to break away under Dumbledore's guidance and reclaim himself. The moment reality defied those expectations, their disappointment turned into hostility, and they projected that anger onto him. A chorus of Gryffindor boos rose up, loud enough to drown out the Sorting Hat itself. "Harry, ignore them. You're going to Slytherin, there's no doubt about it." "Aurora, it's fine. From the moment I chose this, I already knew what would follow. I can handle it." The flicker of loneliness in his eyes vanished almost as soon as it appeared. But no matter how many titles or prophecies were laid upon him, at the end of the day, he was still just an 11-year-old boy. I caught his hand. "You still have us, Harry." He smiled faintly, brushing the tip of his finger across my palm. Reflexively, I loosened my grip. His nimble fingers slipped between mine, locking us into an interlaced hold. Something stirred in my chest, strange, unsteady. I wanted to pull away, yet feared it might wound him. Before I could decide, the Sorting Hat finished its work. Blaise, Sabini, Pansy Parkinson, Ron Weasley. The results matched the original tale. Under Dumbledore's lead, the school sang its peculiar anthem. I took the chance to drift away from Harry and turn my focus to the feast. Slytherin, with its smaller intake of new students each year and Lucius Malfoy's generous donations to the Board of Governors, boasted the finest meals of all 4 houses. Crabbe and Goyle tore through the dishes like a storm, sweeping the table bare. "Next time, send them to another table," Draco muttered, piling food onto my plate while keeping his distance. "Their tutors must have been asleep on the job." "Rather like attracts like. Once we prove our worth, we'll naturally draw the right kind of people." "Well said." He set down his goblet, his gaze drifting toward Theodore Nott. Nott's father too was a Death Eater. It seemed Draco had been planning to form ties with him. But my words made him reconsider. He was born to shine, he had no need to bow his head. To humble himself before another would only invite scorn. "Aurora, sometimes I think you're the elder sibling," Draco sighed softly. "You often see things more clearly than I do." "Then call me sister, just once." I leaned close, whispering against his ear. "Don't joke around." His skin, pale as mine, flushed easily, his ears turned crimson as though they might bleed. How could he be this adorable? In truth, I was the older sibling. It had only been Lucius's desire for his son to carry greater responsibility that led the family to present Draco as the elder. Father and mother always said we're meant to support each other, to grow together. The Malfoy legacy was never meant to rest on your shoulders alone. All I want is to be like father no matter how the world storms outside. The Malfoy family remains a safe harbor. Draco idolized Lucius. Without even realizing it, he mirrored his father's manner, his speech, his poise. "Draco, just as you are now, you're already enough. I like you, the real you, not some version of you remade into something unrecognizable. Even if that person looked perfect, he still wouldn't be Draco." "Aurora." He could no longer hold himself back and pulled me into his arms. "Everyone always told me I had to become better before I could be loved, but only you, Aurora, you accept all of me." A storm of emotion stirred in his gray eyes. "You were the one who tempted me first. I only spoke what was in my heart. My mother once told me that when 2 people hold twin wands, their hearts will slowly grow in tune with one another. She said not to resist opening up." I felt strangely lightheaded, though the drink in my hand contained no alcohol. Draco, he must have bewitched me. How else could it be that just looking at his face left me dizzy, with every secret I had ever buried tumbling out? "Aurora, I haven't cast any spell on you." "What?" He heard my thoughts. Nor did I give you any potion. You know perfectly well it's illegal to use Veritaserum without consent. His expression was wounded, as though I had wronged him. How could you? A secret. I'll tell you another time. His finger brushed against my lips. Infuriating. Until now, I'd always been the one in control. Yet here I was, the one being teased instead. Father always said a girl shouldn't have to make the first move. He took my hand and pressed a kiss to the back of it. His lips were soft. It was the simplest of courtesies, yet my heart pounded wildly in spite of myself. Draco, let Aurora eat in peace. You've been clinging to her so much she hasn't even touched her food. Sabine, his voice shattered the intimate haze. Do whatever you like once you're back in the Slytherin common room. Following his gaze, I noticed for the first time that students from every house were sneaking glances at us. Perhaps this was what came with sitting beside the savior. I suddenly found myself sympathizing with you, Ron. Have something to eat first. Draco cut the food into neat, bite-sized pieces, his tone gentle. Since when did Draco Malfoy start stealing work meant for house elves? Doesn't your family still have Dobby? Zabini goaded. Dobby wasn't the only house elf the Malfoy family had once owned, but he had been one of the more capable ones. House elves were considered fixtures of every old pure-blood household. Typically, only when one died would the magic of an estate give rise to another. But Dobby had long since been given to Harry. Lucius had all but handed over a family asset. The reason was simple. Dobby had developed a will of his own, and no longer served the Malfoys with loyalty. For a house elf to betray its family was a humiliation like no other. Why did Zabini have to bring this up? Was he trying to sow discord between the Malfoys and Harry? It was the only explanation I could think of. Draco's face darkened. Harry is family to us. Father gave Dobby to him so he would be properly cared for. To Mr. Malfoy's generosity. With a mischievous smile, Zabini raised his glass in mock salute, clearly aiming to provoke Draco. Not a word of our explanation did he actually believe. I suddenly felt a wave of weariness. People around me seemed unable to stand anyone else living better than themselves. Zabini was like that, and many other pureblood families were no different. Only those leeches, the so-called vampires, secretly hoped you would thrive endlessly so they could keep a share for themselves. Whether in the magical world or the muggle one, you could rely on only yourself. Aurora, you can rely on me too, Draco said. I realized that as long as we were close enough, he could hear my thoughts. But why couldn't I hear his? Our feelings were clearly mutual. Draco ignored Zabine, his teasing. After all, we had lived together for 6 years and had built a bond strong enough to withstand casual mockery. Once I opened up the Potter Manor, Harry began apologetically. Fool, it's just a house elf, don't mind Zabini. Haven't you noticed I always call him by his surname? I reassured him. In English-speaking countries, using first names implies intimacy. Only close friends call each other by their given names. Draco, long time no see. It was Pansy Parkinson. She slid into the seat when Crabbe and Goyle vacated theirs. In the original story, she was always by Draco's side. She had grown even more striking. Black hair, pale green eyes, graceful movements, a poise like a perceptive Persian cat. Since she had caused me injury in the past, Lucius never invited the Parkinsons to Malfoy Manor. Parkinson, Draco nodded. She looked slightly disappointed, but quickly composed herself. Since last time, I never got the chance to apologize to Aurora. I sent a few letters, but never got a reply, she said lightly, as if I had overreacted. Perhaps the owl dropped them along the way. The polite pretense among pureblood families. I forced a smile. If she wanted to play the part, I could play along. I've missed the white peacocks at Malfoy Manor. They spread their tails for me. She beamed with delight. The white peacocks were free to roam the garden, but extremely selective. They only fanned for Lucius and Narcissa, and especially for Narcissa, without fail. Lucius once joked that the white peacocks were the ultimate test of a family member's charm. More like blatant favoritism. Yet, truly, my mother was the most beautiful in the Malfoy family, bar none. She is indeed beautiful, but not quite to the extent you described. Draco hesitated. But you, Aurora, he uncharacteristically trailed off. It was only much later that I learned Narcissa wore enchanted earrings that distorted her appearance. Apart from the caster Lucius and myself, who was immune to any magic, no one could see her true face. Lucius, ever the domineering Malfoy. Without these measures, my mother's breathtaking beauty would have caused a frenzy. Crowds would flock like paparazzi around a celebrity, leaving no passage clear. Concealing her beauty was, in truth, a form of protection. No wonder Draco never stared at her endlessly like I did. He even teased me about my mother fixation. A boy who constantly invokes my father has no right to mock me. Aurora. Sabine's voice came from beside me, his expression one of deep exasperation, as though he couldn't believe my cluelessness. What is it? He arched a brow, his long, slightly tilted brown eyes narrowing as he gestured for me to look around. And then, I saw it. Pansy had taken advantage of my distraction to lean in far too close to Draco. Two of them seemed to have endless things to talk about. Pansy carried 2 lifetimes of memory. As Draco's classmate for 7 years and once his girlfriend, she knew him inside and out. As for Draco, apart from the 11 years we'd spent side by side, the original story had barely explored him at all. His skill in potions and flying had only ever served to highlight Harry's persecution by Snape and his own natural talent. Draco, ever polite, humored Pansy's chatter, but anyone who knew him as well as I did could see it, he was suppressing his irritation. Miss Parkinson, the Nimbus 2000 hasn't even been released yet. How did you learn its exact specifications? Pansy froze. She couldn't possibly remember the broom's official launch date. All she knew was that in her last life, Harry had gotten into a spat with Draco, only to receive a Nimbus 2000 from Professor McGonagall as a reward, and as an exception, had joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team in his very first year. What she'd forgotten was that the Malfoy family held shares in the Nimbus company. That was why Draco had early access to try it out. Product specifications before release, top secret. Pansy, desperate to cozy up to Draco, hadn't considered that at all. Miss Parkinson, thank you for the clue. I'll be sure to catch the traitor who leaked it. Draco's face darkened, and Pansy didn't dare say another word. Brilliantly done. So, what were you two talking about so eagerly? Feigning innocence, I slipped my arm through Draco's. I'll tell you later. His expression softened immediately. Brother, I still want some of that. I pointed toward the pudding across the hall. Greedy thing. We'll have some tonight. Mother packed plenty, no way Hogwarts can compare to her cooking. Resting my chin on Draco's shoulder, I let my gaze flick sideways toward Pansy. Was my possessiveness toward Draco really this strong? Even though we couldn't, even without Pansy, there would one day be Astoria. And Pansy's failure to become Mrs. Malfoy likely had everything to do with her dark hair. With a black-haired bride, the Malfoy line's proud platinum hair was far less likely to endure. Astoria's sister, Daphne Greengrass, had also been sorted into Slytherin. Like Astoria, she was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl, quietly observing our every interaction. In the original story, she was nothing more than Pansy's shadow, barely a footnote, not even a proper side character, a nameless extra. Harry Potter had always been told from Harry's eyes alone. But for every so-called extra, they were the protagonists of their own stories, just swept away by the tides of history. A few lines were all that remained of their lives. And me? I was both witness and participant to it all. Even if my name would never remain. All first-year Slytherins, gather here. As if by instinct, the new Slytherins fell into formation behind Draco, lining up neatly. Compared to Gryffindor's chaos, the order was striking. Aurora, stand behind me, Draco instructed. You're always so scatterbrained, don't get lost. He caught my hand and pulled it into his own. Without the cover of school robes, our fingers laced together in plain sight of everyone. It was as if our closeness had been laid bare to the world. A secret thrill bloomed in my chest. From where I stood, just behind him, I couldn't see his expression yet. The bond of our twin ones let me feel his emotions. He must have felt the same as I did. Draco, Aurora isn't 3 years old. She won't get lost, Sabini teased. She's worse than a 3-year-old, Draco replied with a grin. She's managed to lose her way even inside Malfoy Manor. Our house is huge, getting lost is perfectly normal, I argued. Oh really? And who was it that stumbled into a hidden chamber, couldn't get out, and cried herself to sleep? He whispered, holding me against his chest. Pressed so close I could feel the soft vibrations of his voice rumbling through him. That was Armand's fault. He tricked me on purpose. The portrait of Armand Malfoy, the very first of our line, delighted in mischief. Everyone in the family had been his target except Draco. He had lured me into a secret chamber, locked me in, and no matter how I pleaded or how many passwords I tried, he refused to release me. Then, abandoning his post, he simply wandered off into one of his other portraits. In the end, only Lucius was able to use his rights as head of the family to find me and let me out. I never understood why Armand disliked me. I'd always shown him respect. I don't know why he acted that way either. Remembering the incident, Draco's eyes filled with pain. That had been the first time he'd ever lost his temper with Armand. "If you keep bullying Aurora, I'll never come see you again," he had shouted until his voice broke. "Then don't. It's not the first time you've abandoned me." After that, Armand vanished. He didn't retreat into another portrait. He simply disappeared from them all, as though he'd never existed. A shiver of panic ran through me. Armand was the first Malfoy. If he's gone, does that mean the family itself will cease to exist? "No," Draco said dismissively. "He was throwing a tantrum. When he's had enough, he'll come back." Yet unease gnawed at me. Armand had wronged me, and Draco had taken my side against him. I should have been glad. But Draco's indifference to Armand's absence wasn't what I wanted. Deep down, I hadn't truly resented Armand's mischief. I'd accepted his spite, even felt my guilt lightening because of it. Was it some strange streak of self-punishment at work? Why did I feel this way at all? We continued along the corridors of Hogwarts. At one point, I thought I glimpsed a figure flit across a portrait frame. An older Slytherin then pulled Draco aside, whispered the password for the common room, and guided us into the dungeons. Severus Snape was already waiting. His presence was overwhelming, black robes trailing behind him, his face cold and forbidding. Hawk-like eyes swept over us, leaving many of the new students trembling. The Slytherins needed little intimidation to keep order. He spoke briefly, laying down the rules. In short, unless something dire arose, we were not to disturb him. Slytherin has held the House Cup for 7 consecutive years. I expect that record to continue. Potter, step forward. Harry froze for a moment when his name was suddenly called. Yes, Professor Snape. Everyone knew what it meant for Harry Potter to end up in Slytherin. Dumbledore's years of planning had crumbled. The weapon he had groomed so carefully had walked straight into the enemy's camp. Was Snape's sudden summons to Harry done at Dumbledore's behest? No one could say for certain. I will repeat the headmaster's warning once more: do not approach the corridor on the right of the 4th floor. As he spoke, Snape cast Harry a deliberate glance. I couldn't make sense of it. In the original story, the Philosopher's Stone had been such a crucial object. Why leave it in a place practically within reach, and worse still, announce it so publicly? To warn students away without giving a reason? At an age when curiosity burned brightest, wasn't this the surest way to provoke them into seeking it out? It felt less like a warning and more like a deliberate invitation for Harry to uncover the secret. Hogwarts has become Dumbledore's training ground for Harry, Draco murmured knowingly. Exactly. He's been with Dumbledore so long already, who knows what sort of indoctrination he's gone through. Aurora, you should have more faith in Harry. Draco ruffled my bangs again. He always enjoyed leaving me in disarray. Ugh, you're insufferable. Unlike me, Draco never had to worry. He'd inherited Lucius's perfectly straight hair. Curly hair, left untended, turned me into a golden lion. I still can't believe we've been assigned the same room. Could Hogwarts really have made such a mistake? Boys and girls sharing quarters? I glanced around at the daycare. A king-sized bed fit for Malfoy Manor itself, and a bathtub nearly the size of a pool. The interior stretched impossibly wide thanks to space-enhancing magic, offering luxuries no outsider could imagine. This is outrageous. No wonder Narcissa hadn't bothered to prepare personal items for me. Everything here was provided. How much did Father donate to Hogwarts to arrange all this? Before I could dwell further, I was wrapped in a warm embrace. Draco's pale hair brushed against my shoulder, tickling lightly. He wore only a thin shirt beneath his sweater. The dungeons lay beneath the black lake, and the damp seeped into everything. We had lit the fireplace, but sharing warmth between us worked even better. "Aurora, this is wonderful," he whispered. It was wonderful that we didn't have to part. But there was only one bed, and it was meant for two. That meant for the next 7 years we would be sleeping side by side. At Malfoy Manor, Lucius and Narcissa had never once seemed concerned with such details. They had always arranged for us to stay together. Was Hogwarts no different? Yet soon enough, adolescence would catch up with us. Draco was already showing signs of it. Beneath his delicate features, the line of his jaw was sharpening, and his Adam's apple had begun to stand out. His once androgynous beauty was taking on a firmer shape. "Draco, Aurora, are you inside?" A knock sounded at the door. Reluctantly, Draco let me go. It was Harry. "What took you so long? Did your godfather only just let you go?" I checked the hall, and seeing no one lurking, pulled him inside. "This place, it's just like Malfoy Manor," Harry murmured, his gaze settling on our shared bed. You two sleep together here too, just like at the manor?" His tone wavered with hesitation. "Is there a problem with that?" Draco's brows drew together. "I mean, no, nothing." Harry's eyes fell, his lashes casting deep shadows across his face. His fingers clenched at his trouser seam, knuckles standing out stark and tense. "Harry, what did your godfather call you for?" To break the tense atmosphere, I quickly changed the subject. I noticed that Harry was starting to spend more and more time with me. I wasn't blind to it. After all, back in China, I was already an adult. From my perspective, it was just his longing for a warm family environment, a projection of the comfort he had never fully experienced. Much like in the original story, where Harry developed feelings for Ginny Weasley. A previously minor character suddenly became Hogwarts' school beauty. But Ginny's presence could never compare to Hermione, who had shared years of trials and hardships with Harry. Ultimately, Harry's choice to marry Ginny was motivated more by family attachment than romantic love. Now I had taken Ginny's place in that story. To hold on to the warmth he felt from the Malfoys, he shifted his attention to me and nothing more. Deep down I still longed for true love. "Sorry, Harry. He just kept telling me not to go to the fourth floor corridor, and he gave me this." Harry pulled a package from behind him. An invisibility cloak. Originally, it was Dumbledore's gift, but this time, Snape had personally handed it to Harry. It was practically an open invitation. "Harry, it seems the fourth floor corridor is meant as a trial for you," Draco said in a heavy tone. "Secretly giving you the cloak, guiding you toward adventure." "Doesn't Dumbledore care about Harry's safety?" I asked, voicing the worry I'd held inside. "Don't forget, the greatest white wizard Dumbledore was first a politician. He prides himself on maintaining peace and justice in the wizarding world, and Harry is just a tool to him." Draco gestured. "This is what Dad said, but I think it makes sense. Sacrifice the few to save the many. A textbook example of a high-return investment," Harry said, holding the card that came with the cloak, laughing bitterly. "An orphan with nothing and no attachments. If I die, the Ministry can legally reclaim the Potter family's wealth." "You won't, and we won't allow it." I shook his shoulders. His green eyes lowered. A life controlled by others seemed second nature to him. "Harry, a Malfoy never makes a loss. I don't care what Dumbledore has planned, people only live once. You have to treasure your own life." His eyes widened in disbelief. "Aurora, you don't have to spill everything you're thinking. What's there to hide? Honesty is the ultimate weapon." I pressed on. "Listen, your godfather brought you back to Malfoy Manor not to be a burden on us until you turned 11. What the Malfoys invest, we collect back 100-fold. "Huh, Aurora, that's exactly you." Harry laughed until tears filled his eyes. The previously oppressive atmosphere vanished instantly. "Of course, we even brought a house elf with us," I said, feigning indignation. "So don't waste the efforts of those who have helped you. No matter their motives, they made your life better. No one gives endlessly without expecting something in return. It's simpler to admit it openly than to hide it. Since people assume there's a purpose, acknowledging it frankly is easier than pretending otherwise." "Aurora, thank you." The first time I truly saw laughter in Harry's eyes, I realized how different it was from before. Until then, His smile had never reached that far. The friendliness, the warmth, even the hint of shyness, it had always felt like a mask he wore. Underneath it all, he was still a Leo, a boy with a fierce will to control, with a wild defiance he kept buried deep. Aurora, I understand. You're only so worried about me because you care. His emerald, green eyes gleamed like cut jewels, dazzling in their rarity. Even in the West, true green eyes were uncommon, barely 2% of the population. And most of those were muddled with brown or a dull gray-green. Pure, vivid green was rare. Emerald green rarer still. As rare as the Malfoy's platinum hair. Westerners loved to sing praises of eye color, and Harry's were the kind that drew the world in. As long as you know, you're not fighting alone. As one of your investors, I'll always be watching over you. I clapped his shoulder with great seriousness, then promptly collapsed in laughter against Draco. Aurora, you little imp. Draco caught me around the waist before I tumbled to the floor. I quickly looped my arms around his neck, terrified of slipping all the way down in a most undignified heap. He smelled of the Malfoy family's signature fragrance. The blend was so complex that even the greatest modern perfumers, with all their instruments, could never hope to decipher the recipe. On each Malfoy, the scent bloomed differently. On Lucius, it was dry cedar. On Narcissa, sharp and clear water narcissus from the east. On Draco, a soft, earthy, green note of leaves and grass. It's late. I'm heading back. See you tomorrow in the common room. Harry wished us good night and slipped away to his own dorm. You did well, Aurora. Draco drew me back against him, his arms tightening. Better to tear down the pretense now. We don't need to play at Gryffindor's false virtue. Harry's a Slytherin, he'll understand. He brushed my hair aside, lips warm against the nape of my neck, his arm cinched closer. Tomorrow, wear your hair loose. Don't pin it up. His voice was low, deliberate. You want to leave marks again? I pinched his arm lightly in protest. They're beautiful. I can't even see them. Beauty meant for me alone to see, Draco murmured, his fingers sliding to my throat, hidden in plain sight. Before us, the tall wardrobe mirror reflected our entwined forms. The girl, caught by her lifeline, leaning into the boy's embrace. This place hasn't been opened in years. Draco's gaze roved over the room. Even mother's and father's names remain here. Narcissa Malfoy. But why not Narcissa Black? When she enrolled, she should have used her maiden name. Unless Hogwarts adjusted the names to reflect one's truest identity? It had to be that. Just like the Marauder's map, which revealed only the bearer's true self, how Barty Crouch Jr.'s disguise had been exposed. Aurora, drifting off again. Draco's teeth closed playfully on my earlobe in reprimand. There ought to be earrings here. Wait, could it be? From his pocket, Draco drew a velvet box. I heard that father once gave mother a pair of earrings that sealed her beauty, only he could remove them. Aurora, would you mind wearing them for me? I don't want to become ugly. I quickly covered my earlobe, breaking free from Draco's hold. Is that so? He looked visibly disappointed. I just don't like the way those boys look at you. Well, I don't like the way those girls look at you either, I muttered under my breath. Whoever cares more is already at a disadvantage. I'd always pretended to be magnanimous. But Draco had heard my unspoken thought. A sly smile curved his lips. Then why don't we each wear one? Would that be fair? Only the caster can see through the spell. Only you will have me entirely. Do you understand? His eyes gleamed with persuasion. I guessed this was his real aim all along, to make me accept the compromise willingly. A Malfoy's schemes, always used against his own. Infuriating. Aurora, silence means consent. He took my earlobe between his lips, sucking lightly, then harder, in uneven rhythms. A tingling, numbing sensation spread through me. His warm breath brushed against my cheek. His long fingers lingered at the curve of my neck. I let out a helpless sound and quickly clapped a hand over my mouth. Why would I make a noise like that? Sweet, soft, almost a whimper. Draco froze for a moment, then his breathing grew heavier. The tip of his tongue traced the curve of my ear. I could hardly stand, and in the mirror before me, I caught sight of my own flushed, needy expression. Faster. If this kept going, the consequences would be unimaginable. That's enough. My earlobe was completely numb. By the time I realized it, the earring was already in place. A tiny serpent coiled around my pink ear, tongue flicking, its mouth clutching a gleaming emerald. Aurora, it suits you. I felt no change in my appearance. Of course not, my body resisted all magic. With Merlin's blessing as my shield, there was nothing to worry about. Draco, now it's your turn. I picked up the other earring and held it against his ear, comparing where to place it. Brother, you're too tall, I can't reach. Though we were twins, I was half a head shorter. Wasn't the girl supposed to grow taller first? Very well. Smiling faintly, he swept me up by the waist and tossed me onto the bed. I shrieked, almost dropping the earring. You scared me. I pressed a hand to my chest to steady my breath, then swung myself to straddle him. Now it begins. Looking down from above, I braced my arms on either side of him. Aurora, are you planning to take me by force? Draco teased. He tucked a lock of my hair behind my ear, one hand sliding to my waist. Don't, it tickles. My waist was far too sensitive just to touch, and I flinched. And he knew it. I couldn't hold myself up any longer and collapsed into his arms. Why, Miss Malfoy, are you throwing yourself at me? He stroked the top of my head, sounding quite pleased with himself. It's all your fault for causing trouble, Malfoy's little steward. I tried to sit up, but he held me firmly in place. Aurora, like this it's fine too. He was above me, so close that the moment I tilted my head, I met his gray eyes gazing down at me with such tenderness. As if bewitched, I leaned forward. Warmth bloomed across my lips. And this time, he pressed even closer. This wasn't a fleeting brush. He deepened the kiss, his hands locking around the back of my neck, leaving me no room to escape. Not that I wanted to. I reveled in it. My fingertips tingled. In my mind, it was as though fireworks burst one after another, filling me with light and sound I could neither see nor hear clearly, only feel. Had my usual reserve made him so cautious before? When he finally let go, I collapsed against his chest, breathless. Aurora, did you like it? His eyes searched my face, intent on catching every flicker of expression. My heart melted completely. Yeah. It was my first time. Mine too. I know. We shared a smile. If Mother and Father ever found out about this. Father said. Draco caught my look, coughed lightly, and added, as long as we don't, you know, before marriage, it's fine. And what exactly is you know? I teased. His face turned visibly red. You wicked little liar, his fingertips traced lightly along my waist. Haha, all right, I give in. Stop tickling me. What exactly is that? He pressed. It's that, ahaha, I surrender. Isn't surrender enough? I curled up like a shrimp, trying to escape his playful attack. In any case, I gave Father my word and I don't break promises. At last, he relented. The playful warmth still lingered on my skin as I leaned against him, both our bodies flushed from the exchange. In the dim glow, the fire popped and crackled, filling the silence. I nearly forgot the main thing. I slapped my forehead. The earring I'd been holding was nowhere to be seen. What do we do now? The bed was so enormous, who knew where it had rolled off to? I scrambled across the sheets, searching anxiously. Then suddenly, Draco lifted a lock of my hair between his fingers. Don't move right there. The earring had tangled in my hair. He was so close. So close that I could count each of his long, thick eyelashes. His movements were impossibly gentle, careful not to tug on my hair. Brother, isn't it a little tight? Maybe we should just cut that part. No, he refused firmly. Your hair is beautiful. I knew how much he adored my hair. He always sneaked touches while I pretended to sleep, running his fingers through it. He once told me he loved the way it felt between his fingers, smooth like silk. Finally got it, he exhaled in relief. Put it on for me, Aurora. He returned the earring to my hand. His earlobe already bore a small piercing. When did you get your ears pierced? I asked. I asked Dad to help me. The boy's cheeks flushed pink. So that meant today's arrangement had been coordinated with Lucius? Dad knows our earrings are a pair too? If that was the case, Could my anticipation grow just a little more? His eyes shone. Dad said you'd agree. I carefully slid the earring through and fastened it. Even as the one who had cast the spell, Draco still looked impossibly handsome in my eyes. His gaze lingered on my earlobe, reluctant to leave. It's bleeding. And he pressed his lips to it again. He licked away the remaining drops of blood from my earlobe. Aurora, your blood tastes sweet. When he was done, I felt utterly drained, melting into his embrace and drifting off to sleep fully clothed. Aurora, wake up. We'll be late if we don't leave. The boy was still half asleep. I couldn't bring myself to wake him immediately. He shivered awake and hurried to get ready. Draco, you never sleep in. Is it because we're somewhere new? I asked casually. Not because of that, Draco grumbled. You slept like a little pig, hadn't changed, hadn't replied to Dad and Mom's letters, and of course, I had to clean up your mess. I completely forgot. I rushed to help. I grabbed his silvery, green tie, flipped and twisted it, and fashioned a perfect trinity knot. Perfect. I admired my work, beaming. From now on, you'll help me with this, okay? He watched intently as I adjusted his cufflinks. My mother used to do the same for Dad. A smile glimmered in Draco's eyes. Clearly, he was thinking the same thing as me. The first class is Godfather's potions lesson, we can't be late. He took my hand, and we hurried to the hall. Draco, Aurora. Harry waved to us. He had been waiting in the common room all along. At Draco's side, Goyle and Crabbe slumped like twin mounds of meat, half asleep and clearly starving. Calling them useless gluttons would have been right on the mark. Poor Draco, what kind of hangers-on did he have in the original story? Let's go. Draco gave Harry a nod, and the two tag-alongs scrambled after them in a clumsy rush. Harry's eyes flicked between me and Draco. You're both wearing the same earrings, is that a Malfoy tradition? Something like that. Draco's fingers brushed my earlobe. It's still a little swollen. I'll put some ointment on it for you later. As if I didn't know exactly who was responsible for the swelling. I instinctively covered my ear, which only made Draco laugh. He cleared his throat twice and smoothly changed the subject. Harry, my godfather, likes to start the very first class by grilling new students on their preparation, though he usually doesn't target Slytherins. His gaze swept the hall, voice dropping lower. Aurora and I have helped him as teaching assistants before. If Gryffindor's in the same class, well, there's always a show worth watching. Potions demand precision and absolute care. Even the smallest mistake can't be allowed. That's why he gives first years such a scare right away. I added, so just don't let it rattle you. Harry nodded thoughtfully. Aurora, you seem especially worried. I'll misunderstand Professor Snape. His emerald green eyes, sharp and searching, seemed to pierce straight through me. He's my godfather after all. And godfather wasn't so far from simply father. I don't want family ties soured by poor communication or misunderstandings. All right, he smiled in agreement. In the original story, Harry endured 7 years of Snape's constant hostility at Hogwarts, so much so, he rarely even added professor to the man's name. But now, lifting his potion textbook thick with handwritten notes, Harry promised, I won't let you down. What could have caused such a dramatic shift? Chapter 69. The Most Protective Slytherin. Snape always kept his distance from Harry. He didn't often visit Malfoy Manor to check on the son of his old friend. Perhaps he trusted that the Malfoys would never mistreat Harry? As a result, Draco and I were actually closer to him than Harry was. At the Slytherin table, both first years and upper years ate in calm, orderly silence. A sharp contrast to the chaos at the neighboring Gryffindor table, where the Weasley twins had slipped something into the pumpkin soup. Anyone who drank it started retching up slugs. Someone had eaten the bread they handed out. It must have been laced with fever powder, because the poor boy's face turned scarlet and steam puffed from his ears. The sight was so alarming that people around him scrambled from their seats. But what fun is a prank if no one pays attention? Their eyes darted around and soon landed on Harry. Fred, I don't think we've given the first years a proper welcome yet. Quite right, George. Let's be good Gryffindors and extend the hand of friendship to Slytherin. They clapped Harry on the shoulder with exaggerated cheer. Before he could react, they tried to slip a packet of powder into the collar of his robes. Hey, stop that. I had been watching them closely the whole time and caught one of their wrists in a firm grip. Oh, look who's here, Malfoy's little princess, rushing to play hero. The packet of powder had already been tucked back into his sleeve. Too bad, he smirked. Your reputation doesn't exactly suit the role. Everyone knows Slytherins are up to no good. While he was mocking me, I seized the moment, smacking his wrist with a sharp crack. The powder dropped to the floor. Draco bent down, wrapped it in his handkerchief, and examined it. It's itching powder, he announced. You wanted Harry to make a fool of himself in front of everyone. At Draco's signal, Crabbe and Goyle stepped forward. They loomed like a wall of muscle, shoving the Weasley twins back with their massive hands. Though tall, the twins were thin as reeds, looking frail against Crabbe and Goyle's bulk. No brawling at the table. Professor McGonagall swept in, her sharp voice cutting through the commotion. Professor, the Weasleys tried to shove this powder down Harry's neck. I caught them in the act, and now they're pretending otherwise. McGonagall prided herself on fairness. With the culprits caught red-handed, she had no choice but to snap Mr. Weasley. Gryffindor loses 10 points. Professor, is this Gryffindor's way of showing friendship to Slytherin? Harry, the innocent victim, asked the question with perfect logic. Now it wasn't just a prank, it was a matter between houses. And the target of the bullying was none other than Dumbledore's protégé, Harry Potter. McGonagall's face stiffened with embarrassment. Her frustration with the Weasleys, who had botched things so thoroughly, boiled over. Both of you detention for a week and a 10-inch essay on top of it. The detention can take place in my office. I have potion ingredients that require sorting. A deep, smooth voice resonated from behind. PR Professor Snape. Draco and I immediately corrected ourselves. He gave us a curt nod before turning away, never sparing Harry a glance. His black robes swirled as he strode off, billowing like storm clouds. You'll report to the dungeons tonight, McGonagall added, forced to vent her anger entirely on the twins. Your godfather really is standing up for you. Truly, no one was more protective of their own than a Slytherin. No words were needed. A glance was enough for Slytherins to understand. Come on, if we don't hurry, we'll be late, Draco urged from beside me. I knew it, he was jealous. A rush of sweetness swelled in my chest. Beneath my robes, I secretly reached for his hand, threading my fingers through his. Even here at Hogwarts, we could still. And the thrill of such open, blatant intimacy before so many eyes only made my heart beat faster with a hidden delight. He hooked his little finger around mine, a subtle reply. What I didn't realize was that our secret had already been noticed by someone else. Our very first potions lesson at Hogwarts was shared with the Gryffindor first years. Naturally, I sat beside Draco. Several Slytherin girls looked disappointed. Most of them came from pure-blood families. Pansy Parkinson, who in the original story never left Draco's side, was now sitting with Daphne Greengrass. She had once been Hermione Granger's sworn enemy, yet now, knowing how events might unfold, she seemed uncharacteristically eager to strike up conversation with the Muggle-born girl. The Parkinsons had never produced a Death Eater, but they were staunch pure-blood supremacists. For Pansy to behave like this was nothing short of betrayal. Draco's lip curled in distaste. The Parkinsons have sunk this low. Everyone makes their own choices, I said lightly, resting my hand on his arm. Who would be foolish enough to kick someone when they're down? According to Rowling's design, Hermione would one day be the most promising candidate for Minister of Magic. Maybe that Muggle-born has something special we don't know about, I suggested. Slytherins always acted out of self-interest. If Draco was to listen, it had to be framed as advantage. Doesn't look like there's anything special to me, he scoffed. At the moment Draco glanced Hermione's way, she became the target of the Platinum Prince's fan club, who swarmed her with hostility. I always knew Draco was popular, but I hadn't realized it was to that extreme. The second Snape entered the classroom, every Slytherin fell silent, abandoning their whispers and focusing intently on their head of house. Admiration shone plainly in their eyes. Severus Snape, youngest head of Slytherin in history, potions master, master of occlumency, his brilliance was beyond dispute. And his inventiveness, shield of silence, the Levicorpus curse, Sectum Sempra, all his own creations. He was not tall, even a little gaunt, yet his presence was overwhelming. Then came the familiar opening, Potions could decide life or death, bring fame and glory. Only those with true talent may glimpse its secrets. His eyes swept across Draco and me. The boy at my side straightened proudly. Earning the recognition of such a master was no small honor. From Harry's perspective in the original, Draco was painted as Snape's lapdog. But to Draco, Snape was godfather, mentor, nearly a second father. When the war ended and Lucius busied himself trying to distance the family from the Death Eaters, it was Snape who remained as the central male figure in Draco's life. So what was so strange about him showing joy when someone so powerful acknowledged him? The original narrative's bias was not to be underestimated. Now then, let's see how well you've done your reading. Here it comes. In the original story, Snape posed 3 questions to Harry, and when the answers were strung together, they read, "Lily, I deeply regret your death." Some readers even confirmed this with J.K. Rowling, only to be surprised. She had never planned it that way. It was entirely a fan interpretation. Yet what a beautiful coincidence. Perhaps, in some mysterious way, Snape was using Rowling's words to atone for his past actions. Snape's gaze swept over the class and finally settled on Mr. Weasley. Holding the roster, he scanned the room as if searching for the student himself. Anyone with a passing knowledge of the wizarding world would know that red hair ran through the Weasley line for generations. In the class, there was only one Ron Weasley, the younger twin of the Weasley brothers. From Gryffindor, and his older brothers had just attempted to bully Harry Potter. Perfect. I mentally gave Snape a huge thumbs up, trying hard to suppress the grin threatening to spread across my face. Ron stood up, trembling like a war criminal about to be publicly executed. He tried to speak, but his nervousness made his voice quaver. Snape asked 3 questions in succession. Beyond answering, "I don't know," Ron offered nothing of note. His face turned bright red, the freckles on his cheeks seeming even more pronounced, almost blending with his hair. His embarrassment was utterly comical, prompting most Slytherins to bury their heads in their textbooks to hide their urge to laugh. Draco nudged Harry with his elbow, smirking with mischievous amusement. Clearly, in Snape's eyes, simply confining the Weasley twins wasn't enough. He went further, taking it out on Ron himself. 10 points from Gryffindor. With a sweep of his hand, his robes billowed like a giant bat. The Gryffindors glared angrily at Ron. Hermione, eager to make up for Ron's mistake, raised her hand as high as possible, lifting herself off her seat. But Snape ignored her entirely. "Mr. Malfoy, answer the previous question." Draco, having memorized the content perfectly, delivered the standard answer effortlessly. Snape's lips twitched almost imperceptibly, signaling Draco to sit down. "Haven't you taken notes on the material yet?" Once again, Draco stole the spotlight. His position in Slytherin remained unshakable. Even if Harry Potter had joined Slytherin, potentially threatening his dominance, with Snape subtly tipping the scales, there would be no issue. When it came to practical potions work, Snape blatantly assigned Draco and me as teaching assistants. Open favoritism. Did only Dumbledore have the right to do that? I finally experienced the thrill of being a beneficiary of privilege, and it felt really good. No wonder Draco in the original books lost himself amidst the flowers and applause. The Malfoys and Snape's favoritism had coddled him, robbing him of growth. But honestly, unless faced with extreme circumstances, isn't living in an ivory tower something most people would secretly desire? Who would voluntarily seek trouble without reason? Draco and I moved separately, doing our best to avoid the cauldrons set up by the Gryffindors. Especially Neville Longbottom. His potion began bubbling and emitting a foul odor on the verge of exploding. I shouted a warning, "Professor Snape!" Snape muttered a curse under his breath, flicking his wand so that Neville's cauldron was instantly cleaned. Thank Merlin. If a swelling solution exploded, the consequences would be unimaginable. Who knew how many students would have ended up in the hospital wing for observation? Unfortunately, plenty of clueless onlookers still crowded around. Hermione, seated some distance from Neville, naturally couldn't see what the potion looked like. With Neville's work wiped out and ignored, the frustration he'd been suppressing finally broke free through her. She shot up from her seat. "Professor Snape, are you being unfair to Gryffindor students?" Snape turned toward her with deliberate slowness. "You dared challenge his authority in class." "And you are?" He picked up the roll. "Miss Granger." No one here is interested in your grand opinions. Now focus on your work. Unless, of course, you'd like me to wipe yours clean as well. Hugh Slytherin snickered. Pure blood surnames were drilled into us from childhood. Granger could only mean Muggle, born or at best half-blood. Before Hogwarts' letter had reached her, her knowledge of magic would have been virtually nothing. She likely had no idea that Severus Snape now held one of the highest standings in Britain's wizarding world. For her, he was probably the most influential figure she'd ever met in her life. And yet she chose to openly defy him in class, of all places? That was Gryffindor's brand of courage. Never mind that potions, even the simplest, could turn dangerous with the smallest error. Hermione's swelling solution was incomplete at a critical stage. To abandon her work mid-brew in order to champion Neville, heedless of her own or her classmates' safety, that was recklessness, not righteousness. After being shut down by Snape, she couldn't regain her focus. Her distracted expression gave her away entirely. "Miss Granger, your cauldron." I walked over and murmured a warning. "You Malfoy! Just now, it was you who—" In her mind, I was to blame for Neville's grade being erased. Typical Gryffindor prejudice, utterly exasperating. But before she could vent, the stench from her potion rose sharp and acrid. The classmates around her pinched their noses, but didn't dare abandon their own cauldrons. I looked toward Snape, waiting for his judgment. "Aurora, when did you become so indecisive?" Draco strode over and, without hesitation, vanished Hermione's cauldron entirely. "Miss Granger, your assignment is unsalvageable. I hope you understand," I added quickly. After all, this was the only female member of the Golden Trio and future Minister for Magic. I had no desire to make her my enemy so soon. Her eyes flicked between our identical hair. "Malfoy." Her expression said it all. She'd branded us Snape's lapdogs. Miss Granger disrupting class. 5 points from Gryffindor. "You and Mr. Longbottom will stay after. Neither of you leave until you've successfully brewed a swelling solution." "Miss Malfoy." Snape inclined his head to me. His meaning was clear. "You'll be overseeing them." Awkward. And this was only the first day of term. Neville whispered, "Sorry, Miss Malfoy, for wasting your time." At least, he knew his place. He began gathering fresh ingredients to start again. "Wait." Chapter 73. A Fierce Battle. The real reason Neville kept blowing up cauldrons was that his touch altered the properties of potion ingredients, bringing them to life. It was, in a way, a gift. In the future, he would become Hogwarts professor of herbology. But from Snape's perspective at the time, Neville was little more than a walking time bomb in class. Not only were accidents constant, he was clumsy and slow, hardly the kind of student a teacher would favor. And teachers, after all, are only human. Who wouldn't prefer clever, quick-tongued pupils who brought a bit of joy to the classroom? "Mr. Longbottom, I've been watching how you handle your ingredients." I picked up a sprig he had touched and placed it beside one left untouched. The one he'd handled had sprouted. "Excellent observation. 10 points to Slytherin." I nearly jumped when Snape's voice sounded right behind me. Spinning around, I found him standing there. "Mr. Longbottom, fetch yourself a pair of insulated gloves. I don't want to discover any more of your surprises every class." Neville flushed bright red. "Sorry, Professor Snape." I gave him a reassuring smile. I hadn't forgotten that on the boat ride to Hogwarts, he had shared his sweets with me when I was seasick. In Slytherin, repaying debts wasn't an insult, it was a virtue. Hermione, as expected, had already finished her swelling solution. Her expression, however, was a touch awkward. "Miss Malfoy, you helped Neville?" She stopped me at the end of class. "I'm an assistant. It's what I'm supposed to do." I nodded politely. In truth, I admired her greatly in the original story, brilliant, resourceful, always decisive at crucial moments. She hesitated. "I'm sorry." "It's nothing. You were only a little too anxious." Draco was already waiting at the door, peering in. I didn't want to keep him. "Excuse me, I'm in a bit of a hurry." "May I call you Aurora? I noticed your housemates do." "You may, Hermione." I returned the courtesy with a smile. "Goodbye." That Muggle born kept you long enough," Draco muttered irritably. "She cleared up a misunderstanding," I replied simply. "Aurora, don't cheapen yourself like Pansy," he warned me flatly. "I've heard Professor McGonagall is quite fond of her. She intends to give her special training." Even Gryffindor's head of house makes mistakes. Draco scowled. Who knows? I heard she was the first to spot McGonagall's disguise. Professor McGonagall's animagus was a silver tabby cat, revealed to every first year in their very first transfiguration class. Every Malfoy was a born animagus, though none were ever registered with the ministry. Letting outsiders know our forms would be dangerous. So I was no stranger to animagi. I had once seen my mother's form an extraordinarily rare nine-tailed fox. Her fur shimmered white as snow, her upturned eyes a deep wine red, and at her brow a strange sigil gleamed. 9 great tails swayed and danced behind her. But she had been pinned down by a ferocious snow leopard. Horrified, I wanted to run to her, but Draco covered my mouth and pulled me away. Our parents can take animagus form? Merlin, was it always that intense? Father and mother said their animagus forms appear after the 4th year Yule Ball. Draco mused. Then, could it be the same for us? I silently swore to myself, after the ball, I must return to Malfoy Manor. I had no idea what animal I might transform into if I were caught at Hogwarts. It would be a disaster. I don't know, but I'll be with you. Draco's expression softened. He wasn't skilled at flowery words, his feelings were always conveyed through action. To see through Professor McGonagall's animagus form that truly is remarkable. When his emotions weren't stirred, Draco's rational side returned, and his tone grew calm. In the original story, Hermione had also discovered another unregistered animagus, Rita Skeeter, senior journalist for the Daily Prophet. She could transform into a beetle, eavesdropping on secrets and spying on every move of her subjects. Grandfather once had close ties with the first Muggle-born Minister of Magic, Nobby Leach. But rumors claimed that Nobby Leach was forced to resign after Abraxas poisoned him. As long as there's profit to be made, a man's bloodline is irrelevant. That was the lesson Lucius and every Malfoy patriarch, whose portrait hung in our halls, never ceased to instill in us. Strange, isn't it? The Malfoys never disdained Muggles as a whole, only the common rabble. With Muggle high society, ties had always been intimate. Even influencing presidential elections, dynastic shifts, their reach was everywhere. Aurora, do you really think I'd be crude enough to insult Granger to her face? Do I strike you as that tasteless? Draco shot me a sharp look. Of course not. His raised eyebrow made me quickly change my answer. In the original, though, he had been anything but polite. Fortunately, Hermione was generous enough not to retaliate, otherwise, the future Minister of Magic would have had no trouble crushing a disgraced Malfoy. Aurora, I'm not a fool like Crabbe or Goyle, he sighed quietly. You and Parkinson both seem unusually friendly toward Granger, only Parkinson is more obvious about it. He had noticed. I thought I'd been discreet enough. Whatever information you've picked up, don't worry, I won't sabotage things. His furrowed brow revealed how my lack of trust wounded him. Brother, I shut my eyes for a moment. The ministry has had enough of being shackled by pure-blood families. They're preparing a new round of idol-making. A Muggle, born with no magical lineage, much easier to control when put in the spotlight. He grasped it immediately. Sybil Trelawney made a similar prophecy. Perhaps the Parkinsons heard it as well. Everyone's rushing to place their bets, nurturing such a figure as their mouthpiece. If that's the case, wouldn't Harry be the better choice? His disbelief was plain. Harry's performance so far hardly makes him easy to control. That was exactly why someone as mediocre as Fudge could cling to the minister's seat for over a decade. Whether it was Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix or the Death Eater remnants behind Lucius, both factions had kept relatively quiet under his watch. Cunning little liar. He let the matter drop, and the weight in my chest finally eased. Chapter 75. Encountering Online Backlash. Aurora, just remember, I'll always trust you unconditionally. He rested his hands on my shoulders, whispering in my ear. My heart tightened. What should I do? I felt even more guilty. Thank you, Draco. I pressed my head into the hollow of his shoulder. You too. How long are you going to dawdle? Came Zabini's teasing voice from behind. I had completely forgotten where we were, acting all clingy with Draco right at the classroom door. My body, like so many times before, had grown used to relying on him. Sigh, I exhaled, reluctantly pulling back from Draco. This is fine. Draco placed his hand on my shoulder. Anyone watching will think I'm the one clinging to you. I leaned against his chest, stealing a glance at the passing students. Everyone hurried by, paying no particular attention to us. I finally let out a long sigh. Much later I saw a fanfic circulating secretly at Hogwarts, featuring us as the main pairing. The story made me blush, and my heart race seeing ourselves through the crowd's eyes was intense. Even though I thought I had hidden our closeness well back then. At the table we received replies from our parents. My glorious habit of falling asleep without washing up had been reported word for word by Draco. Narcissa subtly hinted that I should pay attention to personal hygiene. I wanted to sink into the floor. Draco had also been quick to inform them about Harry joining Slytherin. The Daily Prophet even ran a feature on it. The news caused a huge stir. Though Lucius did his best to control public opinion, some remained pessimistic. They claimed Harry had been corrupted by Voldemort's former followers, the Malfoy family. He was no longer the Golden Boy or the Chosen One, but a coward who had forsaken his parents' blood feud and fallen into the enemy's arms. The Gryffindors fully endorsed this conclusion. Every morning, a flock of owls carrying shouting letters descended upon Harry. Draco and I were also affected. We had to instruct Hogwarts house elves to deliver breakfast directly to our dormitory. Draco, Aurora, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Harry's apologetic gaze filled me with guilt. If he had chosen Gryffindor, none of this would have happened. It was my inadvertent choice that had altered his life trajectory. I finally understood the power of online or magical mob mentality. No matter how you argued, bystanders could always pick apart your words. Had Harry gone to Gryffindor, the narrative might have shifted to accuse him of ingratitude. Aurora, don't worry about me. Harry seemed unaffected. His green eyes were calm and tender, like a jade lake in King High. I shared some good news with him. Upon hearing the matter, Lucius had used the Malfoy family's communication network to intercept all the shouting letters sent to us. For more subtle messages, if Harry allowed, the Malfoys could filter them in advance. Harry's eyes lit up. I trust Uncle Lucius completely. This is the best way to handle it. Worried he might misunderstand, I quickly added, it's just a temporary measure. Once things settle down, it'll be different. I know. Harry held my hand. Everything the Malfoys do is to protect me. Am I really such an ungrateful person? His expression was restrained, tinged with sadness. Aurora, do you really see me that way? Merlin, I was only worried he'd overthink it. How did this guy twist it around to make it my fault? I smacked him lightly in annoyance. It's just because I care too much. Yes, and for that thank you. He tugged me forward and pulled me into his arms. His short black hair was always impossible to tame, sticking up at the back as if the wind had tousled it, but it was so soft to the touch. A few stray strands brushed against my cheek, prickly and ticklish. At 11, his build was already well proportioned, just like Draco's, both of them beginning to shoot up in height. The dim cupboard light in the Dursley home hadn't damaged his eyesight irreversibly. Now Harry didn't need glasses at all. His sharp emerald eyes were striking. Snape's favorite shade of green. Harry really was growing into himself. It was my first time being this close to him. I wasn't used to anyone but Draco touching me. When he didn't let go, I gave his shoulder a small pat. Harry, people are watching. Aurora, you never push Draco away. His voice sounded so aggrieved. That's different. Draco is my brother. So, you keep your distance from me because you see me as the opposite sex? He asked tentatively. Of course I see you as the opposite sex. What, should I think of you as a girl instead? I answered without hesitation. Got it. His tone suddenly brightened as he loosened his hold on me. Come on, next class is flying. Draco's already waiting at the Quidditch pitch. He trailed behind at an easy pace. With his long arms and legs, just a couple of calm strides kept him right at my side. Why were all my friends taller than me? Narcissa and Lucius were tall and elegant. Surely I ought to inherit at least some of that advantage. Aurora, over here. Draco waved. The tall, handsome boy stood with sunlight gleaming off his platinum blonde hair, a halo circling his head. He looked like one of those angels from Muggle religion. He squinted slightly. The fairer the skin, the more the sun stung. We burned easily, so we always had to slather on heavy sunscreen. This morning, we helped each other apply it. Aurora, why is your face so red? Did you get sunburned? Did I not rub it in properly? Draco's guilt poured out in a rush. No, no, I'm fine. The thoughts running through my head were definitely not something I could share. But I'd underestimated the bond of our twin wands. They'd already carried my unspoken feelings straight to him. Without a word, he curled his lips in a knowing smile and pressed a kiss to the hair at my forehead. As if to say, I know. Merlin, it was far too intoxicating. The more tender he was, the harder it was to keep my composure. Give me your hair tie, Draco said, hand outstretched. Huh? I blinked at him. You don't want to look like a golden lion when the wind hits you, do you? His grin was downright mischievous. Oh right, thanks. I turned my back to him, feeling his long deft fingers weave through my hair. Not bad at all, the Malfoy family's house elf in disguise. Zabini, now changed into casual clothes, couldn't resist teasing when he spotted Draco braiding my hair. Blaze, you're an only child. You wouldn't understand. If you had a sister, you'd cherish her too. Draco didn't rise to the bait. His hands worked smoothly, practiced and gentle, not a single tug, until a soft, full braid took shape down my back. Hair looks better down, more ladylike, Zabini said with a dramatic shake of his head. Mind your own business. This way it's neat and practical. I'd never had patience for provocateurs. Style really did look like Elsa's braid from Frozen. Draco had gathered the side strands into it as well, leaving no loose hairs for the wind to catch. His skill was only getting better. Aurora, it suits you, Harry said honestly. I think so too. Zabini chuckled and cursed under his breath. The three of you really are the same, like family, like house. Then he lost interest and turned away. Aurora, Blaze just has a sharp tongue. Draco hesitated, but when he saw I wasn't the least bit concerned about Zabini, he dropped it. Flying lessons were the wizarding world's version of P, and every first year, whether they had ever touched a broomstick or not, was itching to try, fists clenched in anticipation. Draco and Harry were both naturals, their talent undeniable. When it came to his son's training, Lucius spared no expense. In the original timeline, he had sponsored the Slytherin Quidditch team with 7 Nimbus 2000s. Now, unwilling to waste Draco's gifts, he went further, hiring none other than Victor Crumb, the young Quidditch prodigy, to coach. He was close to our age, working every summer and winter break to support himself. Later, in the canon story, he would stand for Durmstrang in the Triwizard Tournament and become Hermione's publicly acknowledged first love. Once, I asked him why he came all the way to Britain for part-time work. In his thick Bulgarian accent, he answered simply, Mr. Malfoy pays too well. Showered daily in luxury and indulgence, Draco and I had somehow avoided being spoiled rotten. Perhaps that too was a kind of talent. With Draco and Harry at the top of their game, even I, half a novice, had picked up a decent amount just by following along. So for the three of us, flying lessons weren't a challenge at all. They were a chance to relax and bask in the sun. Living under the Black Lake day after day, I craved the warmth of sunlight on my skin. We raised our arms with confidence and shouted in unison, up. The brooms shot obediently into our hands. Harry, Aurora, shall we race? Draco suggested, his eyes gleaming. Around us, other students were still shouting themselves hoarse at their unresponsive brooms. Neville's broom rolled on the ground as if mocking him. Draco turned his head away, barely holding back a laugh. Nearby, Ron was straining with all his might, but his broom didn't so much as twitch. Seeing Draco twist away with that stifled grin, Ron thought he was laughing at him. All the pent-up frustration inside him cracked wide open. Rejection by Harry, his father's humiliation at the ministry, a life of hand-me-downs and second-hand scraps, and across from him, the polished, shining Malfoys who drew every eye. In that moment, Ron finally exploded. What's so funny? Ron didn't dare confront Draco head-on, but muttered it under his breath. The Weasleys had long since learned what happened when eggs smashed against stone, but bitterness still burned in him. Why did Merlin pile every blessing on the vile, arrogant Malfoys? Draco, sensitive as ever to hostility, turned, his hawk-like gaze locked on Ron's scowling face. Do you have a problem, Weasley? Lightning quick, he glanced at the broom lying stubborn on the ground and immediately realized Ron had misunderstood. Ron's face went crimson. He had never imagined his muttering would be caught so directly in the act. Brother, what's happening? The tension between them mirrored the original story, both sides taut as bowstrings. I rushed forward. Weasleys may be dirt poor, but their vanity is second to none. He actually thinks everyone's watching him. Clueless about the exchange, I turned to Neville for clarification. The awkward boy just waved his hands, looking just as confused. "Brother, let's go. You were about to race. Don't waste time with people who don't matter." Draco's disdain alone was enough to set Ron's temper ablaze. But when the words "none of your business" fell from his lips, they struck Ron's raw nerves again. "You're the one who's nothing here. Malfoys can't even have daughters. You're just some stray brat they picked up." Why was this suddenly about me? "Talk about miss," directed anger. Classic move. "What did you just say?" Draco seized Ron by the collar, dragging him toward a broom. His eyes burned red with fury. "Brother!" I wasn't against Ron being taught a lesson, but Madame Hooch was still present. Draco half dragged, half flew Ron just above the ground. Ron's legs scraped against the dirt as they moved. "Apologize to Aurora," Draco barked. "Never." Ron's neck stiffened, his Gryffindor courage outweighing the obvious disadvantage. In his mind, he was telling the truth. Word of Ron calling me a bastard spread quickly. The Malfoy line had indeed run unbroken for 1,000 years, always sons, never daughters. Harry sped toward us on his broom. "Weasley, that's slander and defamation. Apologize to Aurora at once or expect a summons from the Malfoy family court." His emerald eyes burned as though lit with fire. The Weasleys couldn't afford the fees if they sold the roof over their heads. "Learn to bow to reality, redhead." Slytherins who knew us shouted their support. Though, truth be told, it sounded more like they were pouring oil on the fire. "Savior? Malfoy's lapdog barking for your master, are you?" Ron's face had already taken a punch from Draco, blood streaming from his nose. Yet even through the pain, he sneered, lips twisting into a smirk that made him hiss with every breath. Now he was lashing out at everyone, Harry included. "You," Draco, beside himself, hauled Ron higher into the air, clearly ready to drop him. There was no way Madame Hooch hadn't noticed by now. Ron's insults and shouting carried far. Anyone with working ears could hear them. The problem was making sure it didn't get out of hand. "Brother, let it go. If this blows up, the press will drag me and Harry through the mud again." I caught his arm, trying to calm him. Ron only grew bolder, spitting, "Coward of the Malfoys." Chapter 78. James Potter's Old Broom. "Brother, Weasley's trying to bait you into hitting him, then he'll squeeze us for medical costs. Maybe even a new wand. Don't fall for it." "Aurora's right. The Malfoys may have money, but that's not how it's meant to be spent," Harry chimed in. I leaned close, whispering into Draco's ear, "Madame Hooch is watching. Get into a fight during flying lessons, and you'll be barred from trying out for the Quidditch team." "Think of Father, he never let the Ministry get the better of him." I pressed down on his fist. I could feel the strength slowly ebbing from him. "What's going on here?" Madame Hooch finally swooped in. And perhaps it was only my imagination, but she looked ever so slightly disappointed. Could it be that she wanted to see inter-house conflict, but in reality, it was a test of Harry's true abilities? Was all of this orchestrated by Dumbledore? Professor McGonagall looked stern, her sense of justice unwavering. He dealt out punishment fairly. Both Ron, for instigating, and Draco, for acting on it, received serious reprimands. "You two clean up these flying brooms after class." Draco was clearly displeased, but considering that Quidditch training and selection required Professor McGonagall's guidance, he suppressed his anger and accepted the punishment. "Brother, I'll help you." I stepped beside him. "These old brooms even worth cleaning? They should have been discarded ages ago." He pinched the handles with disdain. "They're neither smooth nor aerodynamic. All cheap junk," I chimed in. "Aurora, I really want to punch him." Draco's eyes, sharp as poison daggers, fixed on Ron with deep resentment. "I know, you're standing up for me, but there's no need to make a scene. Why not just tell Father directly?" I suggested gently. "But you always tease me, always mentioning Father. And now you want me to tell him?" Draco looked aggrieved. "That's different. My parents are the only ones who truly have authority over my life. The Weasleys publicly insult me, but in reality they're spreading lies claiming Father cheated during his marriage. Knowing Lucius, calling him cunning and despicable would probably come across as praise. But to accuse him of infidelity with anyone besides Narcissa, that's like poking a viper in its nest." A platinum-haired noble who loves his wife to death would never tolerate anyone questioning his devotion to Narcissa. Understood. Draco's lips curved slightly. We both thought of the same solution. If the Malfoy patriarch's pride is touched, he could unleash his influence to crush the nearly bankrupt Weasleys. Why use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? A simple warning from Lucius would be enough for his partners to take action. Ron Weasley should consider himself lucky. 7 years at Hogwarts without tuition fees, all expenses covered by the Ministry of Magic. Otherwise, a suspended Mr. Weasley could never support 7 children. As we helped Draco sort the brooms, we discovered one that had belonged to Harry's father, James Potter. The flamboyant James Potter signature screamed of its owner's bold personality. James, the youngest and cherished son of the Potter family, a Gryffindor chaser, handsome and charismatic, had every reason to be proud. Harry traced his father's signature with his fingers, lost in thought. "Look, there's another line." Slowly, the words appeared. "Dear friend, fate has brought us together. The secrets of Hogwarts will be fully revealed to you. Think of the temptation. My friend, are you ready?" The letters shimmered across the broom before vanishing. "Of course, high reward comes with high risk. If you dare to explore Filch's office. Open the drawer. Confiscated items, highly dangerous. I'll be waiting for you there." The text flickered a few times before disappearing completely. No matter how we handled the broom afterward, no new message appeared. Could this be a trap? I asked. In the original story, it was precisely this kind of temptation, the Horcrux notebook, that lured Ginny Weasley into opening the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. Draco and Harry were clearly more intrigued. "Aurora, don't overthink it. This is a relic left by Harry's father, Uncle James." Harry's eyes glimmered with reluctant awe and longing. That broom was Hogwarts property, school equipment. But Harry clearly didn't want to give it back. "We can ask my godfather for help," Draco said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. He had no idea about the bad blood between Snape and the Marauders. If Snape found out his lifelong rival had left behind a broom, and that his own godson was being urged to steal it, James Potter would be lucky to escape without a thorough thrashing. Maybe we should ask Father first?" I suggested. Lucius knew perfectly well how messy that history was. Mishandle a detail, and it could cause no end of trouble. "Aurora, honestly, you still sound like a little baby, running to Father about everything." But when he saw the look on my face, he gave in at once. Fine. I'll write to Father tonight." As for the broom itself, out of the corner of my eye, I caught Ron Weasley scrubbing away at another broom. He looked busy, but his ears were angled toward us, straining to overhear. If James Potter's broom spent the night in the Quidditch shed, what were the chances someone with less than noble intentions might damage it? The original story painted Ron as a good character, but I couldn't shake the feeling he wasn't content living in the shadow of the Chosen One. Always itching to prove himself. With that thought, I explained the situation to Madame Hooch. Harry was the most famous orphan alive. His parents' sacrifice had bought the wizarding world a fleeting peace. The Potters had nearly been wiped out. A child longing for a piece of his parents, no professor with a shred of compassion would refuse such a request. She examined the broom closely, her gaze softening. "Yes, I recognize the handwriting. That's James's." A wave of sorrow crossed her face. "Take it, child. It's yours now." She rested a gentle hand on Harry's shoulder. "Thank you." Harry hugged the broom to his chest. "You and your father, you're so alike." He was an exceptionally talented chaser. "I've seen you and Draco fly. You've already started proper training, haven't you?" Madame Hooch asked. "The house Quidditch teams are recruiting now. First years can't play official matches, but they can be reserves." Her smile turned knowing. "You mean?" Draco's eyes lit up. "I'll speak to Severus. I'll recommend you both for the Slytherin team. No trials needed." What an unexpected gift. Beside us, Ron stood frozen, thunderstruck. Chapter 80. A walking energy potion. Ron looked utterly miserable, sulking alone in the corner while we basked in our good fortune. I wasn't about to waste sympathy. He'd brought it all on himself. Best the red-headed boy learned to accept reality sooner rather than later. This time, Harry didn't side with the Weasley. Malfoys don't hand out second chances. My stomach's caving in. "Come on, let's go." Hopefully the scraps at the Slytherin table will be enough to fill me up. As naturally as breathing, I reached for Draco's hand. We hadn't gone far before I noticed Harry lagging behind. His face was unreadable, torn between emotions. He clutched the broom in one hand, while his other hung, half-extended in midair. Was he waiting for me to take it? Now that was awkward. Harry, let's race. You've got a broom, don't you? Last one to the gates is a piglet. All right. He pulled his hand back, swung his leg over, and mounted his broom in one smooth motion. Want me to give you two a lift? Wouldn't be fair for me to win on a broom. The breeze lifted his fringe, exposing his broad forehead. In that instant, his spirited expression overlapped perfectly with James's photo. Not so sure about that. Draco and I exchanged a grin and bolted forward. Hey, we haven't even started yet. Harry was already falling behind. We never said when the race started, Harry. Don't get careless, I shouted, sprinting with all my strength. My braid whipped against my back in rhythm with my steps, until the tie came loose. Silver, blonde hair spilled down like a waterfall. The ribbon Draco had tied for me, woven of silver and green satin, had slipped away. He had made it himself, and I treasured it dearly. Its sudden loss left me disheartened. Much later I would learn that someone picked it up and kept it as a secret keepsake. Snape, having already received Madame Hooch's message, signed off with a flourish on Slytherin's request to use the Quidditch pitch. Don't embarrass yourselves. He cast a sharp, assessing glance at Harry's broom, then swept away. I was certain he had noticed the name James Potter. Aurora, Quidditch practice is going to drain every drop of our free time. By the end of each session, Draco and Harry were nearly collapsed on the ground. The grueling regimen pushed the limits of 2 11-year-olds, leaving them breathless. Is this really training? Or is he just punishing us? Draco muttered under his breath. With Professor Snape watching, the captain wouldn't dare, Harry whispered, lips barely moving. Without focus, one might not catch his voice at all. Let me give you a massage. Here, or here. Draco stretched out, resting his leg across my lap. Ah, there, right there, he almost yelped. The muscles are knotted tight. You didn't stretch properly before practice, did you? I pressed and kneaded, light and firm by turns, until Draco exhaled in relief. Much better. Your hands are getting skilled, Aurora. All thanks to you. You keep showing up covered in bruises. His pale skin made the mark stand out all the more. Can't help it. His eyes flicked instinctively toward Harry. I want to be the best. You already are. The best, Draco. The best brother. His gaze sparkled, as if filled with starlight. You two done resting yet? Bellowed Marcus Flint, Slytherin's Quidditch captain at the time. Ready. Draco shot up, suddenly bursting with energy. Aurora, you're like a potion of stamina. What kind of comparison was that supposed to be? Harry staggered as he tried to rise, his steps heavy and unsteady. I rushed to catch him. Professor Snape, Harry has a fever. The sheer exertion must have overwhelmed his body. Just moments ago Snape had been his usual composed self, but his face changed instantly. In a flash, quicker than the blink of an eye, he appeared before me. His speed was nearly that of apparition. By the time I registered what had happened, he was already sprinting off with Harry in his arms, his black robes billowing behind him. It's only in moments of crisis that you see where someone's heart truly lies. In the original story, when Lupin transformed into a werewolf, it was also Snape who shielded Harry and the others. Training continues, Flint bellowed, seemingly unfazed by a teammate being carried off the field. And so, Draco's practice had to go on. Aurora, I knew what he wanted to say. Harry has his godfather watching over him. I'll stay with you. The boy's smile broke out, bright and unguarded. I knew then I'd made the right choice. When you're done, we'll go see him together, I promised. Perhaps Flint really did mean this as a way to put both Harry and Draco in their place. Even in the changing room, Slytherin's official Quidditch players muttered their complaints. Still, without leaning on the Malfoy name for favoritism, Draco's effort seemed to earn their respect. Aurora, I'm sore all over. I'll look after you later. Somehow, we'd both completely forgotten about the existence of restorative potions. I asked one of Hogwarts house elves to bring porridge and some light snacks. By the time we arrived at the hospital wing, it was nearly supper. Madame Pomfrey, we're here to see Harry. Harry Potter, come in. Her face was stern as she fussed aloud. I've said it before first, years have no business playing such a dangerous sport. Their bones aren't even finished growing, their stamina's nowhere near enough. And you, Severus, you're just as reckless as Rolanda, throwing Harry into the fire like this. Do you have any idea what he'll be facing in the future? Puppy. Snape's voice cut in, sharp and raised. Clearly, some words he didn't want us hearing. Madame Pomfrey vented her temper by yanking the curtain with a sharp snap. Visiting time is only 10 minutes. I hurried to the chair closest to Harry's bed. Are you all right? I reached out to touch his forehead cautiously. A towel damp with cold water rested there. His cheeks were flushed, his ears giving off little puffs of steam, the side effect of rapid cooling. Much better, Draco. How was practice? Fine. Just drills, nothing special. Their gazes brushed for an instant, then broke apart. Both were carrying heavier thoughts. I swapped the towel for a fresh one. Hungry? Want to eat something? I lifted the lunchbox in my hand. Godfather, can Harry eat? Puppy didn't forbid it. With that, Snape rose and strode straight out of the infirmary. He's been with you all this time? Draco asked, envy flickering in his expression. He said he'd go back once you two arrived. Aurora, thank you. Harry's eyes drifted toward the food in my hands. Right on cue, his stomach growled loudly. Wait, don't tell me he actually wants me to feed him? Harry, how can you let Aurora do the work meant for a house elf? Draco frowned. Where's Dobby? Now that Dobby no longer officially belonged to the Malfoys, calling his name twice drew no response. A flicker of frustration and something darker passed across Draco's eyes, as the elf's former master, being ignored, stung sharply. It's fine. I moved my chair closer to ease the tension. Gently stirring the white porridge, I scooped a spoonful and brought it to my lips to check the temperature. Here! Harry opened his mouth, taking a careful bite. Aurora, when I was sick, my cousin. She cared for me like this too. Had I reminded him of Narcissa? I and Narcissa shared many similarities. Lucius had always affirmed it. In his treasured photo albums, a platinum-haired boy and girl were always inseparable. The girl leaning against his father was always his mother. Once at Hogwarts, Lucius had placed enchanted earrings on Narcissa to mask her true appearance. Her youthful beauty had changed, though she remained stunning, her looks softened so as not to overwhelm anyone. Narcissa became Harry's projection of the perfect maternal figure. When one falls ill, the first thought is always of one's mother, and Harry had long been without family. Draco's mood gradually calmed, and he sat silently beside me. In no time, the bowl of porridge was gone. I handed Harry a handkerchief. You'll have to manage this yourself, I teased. Shyly, he took it. Thanks. Harry, do you need to stay under observation? No, Madame Pomfrey said as long as the fever breaks, I can go. He looked healthy now, his complexion rosy. Did the potion really work this well? Professor Snape made me drink a whole bottle of his special potion just now. Harry's expression was near indescribable. Huh, Snape never cared about taste. We all learned that lesson as kids. Huh, can we interview the great hero? How does Professor Snape's special potion taste? Like socks that haven't been washed in 1,000 years. We all burst into laughter, leaning back in our chairs. Mr. Potter, you seem to be fine now. The infirmary curtain was pulled aside as Madame Pomfrey came in to tidy the beds. Please free this bed for those who truly need it. With a swift, thorough sweep, she even packed Harry's clothes. I told Severus it wasn't that serious. There are people outside missing limbs and still lining up, and here he's giving green lights to his own. I grabbed Harry and Draco, whispered a few thanks, and dashed out of the infirmary. Snape really loses control when he cares. The precious child left behind by the goddess must be protected at all costs, and crucially, this child shared a face with his old rival. A pitying tear for you, Godfather. First-class tragic male lead in Harry Potter. Harry, are you okay? Though he seemed fully recovered, I had dragged him across the castle right after his fever broke. Nothing worse should happen, right? Aurora, that was a secret formula brewed personally by Godfather, Draco said, clearly wanting my attention focused. But, he added with a sly shift, Harry, you have to brush your teeth properly tonight. Otherwise, tomorrow, Aurora and I will definitely stay far away from you. All right. Hogwarts in late autumn meant that by 7 or 8 in the evening, the sun was long gone. I shivered and a coat settled over my shoulders. I just finished practice, I'm not cold. Draco glanced away, pretending it was nothing. But Harry only just recovered. Better he keep warm. Go inside already. You want to catch a cold too? My chest tightened with warmth. I pulled the coat tighter around me. On me, Draco's much larger jacket looked more like a dress. When we returned to the Slytherin common room, plenty of people exchanged knowing smiles. Only Zabini had the gall to tease. Aurora fresh off a date. 2 at once, no less? Impressive. He gave me a mocking thumbs up. Blaze, shove off, Draco shot back with a laugh. I drew in a deep breath. The coat still carried that witty scent unique to Draco. Wrapped in it, surrounded by him, the thought alone made my cheeks burn. Don't tell me Harry's passed his fever to you. Let's check your temperature. Draco pressed his hand to my forehead, testing my warmth. Harry, you should get some rest too. And with that, he tugged me away to our rooms. The moment the door closed, he pulled me tightly into his arms. Draco, what is it? Aurora, when you fed Harry earlier, I nearly went mad with jealousy. You've never even fed me. His voice sounded wounded, almost sulky. Little dragon, are you a baby? Aren't you embarrassed? I teased, poking his cheek and using the pet name on purpose. He was growing taller, but still carried a hint of baby fat in his face. With those red lips and bright teeth, he really was everyone's darling. No wonder the bad boy act drew more fans than Harry Potter himself. He turned his head, and my finger slipped right past his lips. You! Heat closed around me. I yanked my finger back in a rush. A thin thread of silver clung to his mouth. Draco's ears flushed scarlet. Whatever he was imagining only made it worse. Thump, 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 thump. Pressed against his chest, his heartbeat pounded in my ears. I let my fingertips rest against the warmth of his chest, and he caught them interlacing his fingers with mine. Strangely, my racing heartbeat began to sync with his. Tension, excitement, a rush of heat that muddled my head. I lifted my free hand to touch my cheek. So hot. Like I was about to catch fire. I laid my head against his chest. The silk of his dark, green Slytherin tie was cool beneath my skin. His arms locked around me, leaving no room to escape. Outside, he played the elegant young noble. But within, he was a dragon, possessive, relentless. Draco, the Latin for dragon, the name of a constellation. Had Lucius and Narcissa known exactly what they were naming him? Ah, I gasped. He'd nipped my finger. Why bite me? Because you're still drifting off, he murmured. I wasn't drifting. I was thinking of you the whole time. Chapter 84. The Little Liar of the Malfoy Family. Aurora, today you Draco circled me, glancing left and right with suspicion. What is it? I mean, the perfume. You sprayed several times today. Normally you only use one spritz. He hesitated, then asked cautiously, so, who are you meeting? We have defense against the dark arts. Forget it, you'll see soon enough. I wasn't about to explain further. That class? With Professor Quirrell? The man's bald and a stammerer. It's absurd. His brows knit together as he spoke without thinking. What? Who said I'm interested in him? Draco Malfoy, don't insult my taste. I smacked him lightly with my textbook. Really? Who knows what's going on in your head? You even bother with Longbottom, he muttered under his breath, puffing his cheeks like a sulky squirrel deprived of its favorite nut. Draco, you care so much about me. It makes me happy. I leaned forward and embraced him. But you don't need to, because you already know where my heart lies. You sweet-tongued little liar, he sighed, fingertips brushing against my earlobe. There rested the enchanted earring sealed with a confundus charm to mask my true appearance. Father said no spell could affect you. The moment I gave you this earring you knew, didn't you? My heart skipped a beat. So, he had noticed after all. Sorry. He shook his head. It's not your fault if the earring loses its power, and I shouldn't have tried to seal away your face for my own selfishness. I should adapt, grow stronger, instead of hiding you away, making you mine alone, Aurora. I thought you were angry with me. I rested against his shoulder. So then, Aurora, will you finally tell me why you're acting so strangely today? Oh, Merlin, so he'd been waiting for that. Well, promise me to sit apart from me in defense against the dark arts, all right, I suggested quickly. Draco and Harry settled in the very front row, while I hid myself in a shadowy corner at the back of the classroom. Wearing a mask in front of Professor Quirrell would have been far too rude, so I had to rely on my own means of protection. My nose was unusually sharp, able to distinguish scents most people would never notice. Long ago, under Narcissa's guidance, I had begun blending perfumes of my own design. Professor Quirrell reeked of rot, the stench so foul it turned my stomach. He tried to mask it with garlic, but the result was worse, like mixing poison with poison. A walking biological weapon. My tolerance was lower than most, which didn't help. Sure enough, the moment Quirrell shuffled into class, Draco immediately picked up on my little scheme. The outrage on his face only made me want to laugh. At last he understood why I drowned myself in perfume today, nothing more than armor against the assault. It wasn't until the break between lessons that he finally looked as if he'd survived a war. Aurora, you rotten little liar. You knew about this all along, didn't you? And you didn't tell me or Harry on purpose. Harry pulled a pair of plugs from his nose and raised his brows at Draco. You mean both of you already knew? Draco practically leapt off the floor in fury. Brother, I swear I had no idea Harry knew. We didn't plot this behind your back. I shot Harry a desperate look, begging him to help me out. But that traitor just sat there, saying nothing. Even if I jumped into the Yellow River, I couldn't wash myself clean. Title of little liar was mine to keep. Wait until we get back, I'll deal with you then, Draco hissed in my ear. I hunched my shoulders in faint fear. In truth, his bluster was adorable. I ought to have Father raise it at the school board meetings, he declared, make the professors go through a full 360-degree evaluation. Personal hygiene should absolutely be graded. If it were the Snape from the original story, I imagine he'd have lost plenty of points on that score. I support you. Better yet, let students rate them too anonymously. Merlin knows how impossible it is to stay awake in Bin's class. One has to admire Hermione. Even in the most soporific lessons, she still managed to scribble diligent notes. Dumbledore's hiring practices were unconventional, to say the least. Sybil Trelawney had at least a scrap of genuine gift, but Lockhart? Useless Flash. Hagrid? Obsessed with dangerous beasts. The safety of Hogwarts students clearly wasn't high on the headmaster's priorities. Sometimes it seemed the school existed for one purpose only, to forge the so-called savior. Every challenge carefully staged, every danger conveniently placed. With his wisdom, could Dumbledore really not see through Quirrell's facade? It was no different from a breeding ground for poison, pitting them against each other until only one weapon remained. Harry scarred, battered, shaped into the ultimate tool against Voldemort. If Harry hadn't accidentally destroyed the Horcruxes, Dumbledore's plan was for him to march willingly to his death. Harry in my heart, he was already family. This time around, I would give him happiness. But above all else, there was the Malfoy family in Draco. Such a good soul, hidden behind his sharp tongue and pride. Aurora, I thought you were like Granger from Gryffindor, always wanting to know everything, trailing after the professors day and night. Mother keeps asking me if she's putting too much pressure on you. Draco's voice softened, almost earnest. The Malfoy family already has enough wealth. Even if we did nothing after graduation, we'd still want for nothing. Aurora, I don't understand. Why do you push yourself so hard? Of course, because one must always be prepared for the day when nothing isn't enough. I need to absorb knowledge like a sponge, devouring every bit of nourishment I can. Relying solely on my understanding of the original story isn't enough to carry the weight of changing the Malfoy family's fate. Yet all of this, I have no one to confide in. I must bear it alone. I looked at Draco. I want to grow stronger, brother. My gaze locked with his. I want people to mention me not as the mysterious girl who came with the Malfoys, but as Aurora. Those spreading lies, Father has already made them pay. I want to prove my own worth not just as your daughter, but as myself. I don't want to look back in years and realize that, aside from the Malfoy name, I am nothing. Every second-generation heir feels this way. Standing on the shoulders of giants, enjoying the shelter of their predecessors, yet desperate to carve out one's own significance. Ambition coupled with greed, the saying goes. It's not the second generation that wastes their talents we should fear, but the ones whose ambitions soar. And perhaps, I've become exactly the kind Lucius fears the most. How many heirs have squandered fortunes trying to start something on their own, only to crash and burn? I vaguely understood why Lucius dotes on us. Being a custodian of the family legacy is safer than blindly charging ahead. But knowing the story's outcome, I cannot just live a life of hand-me-down victories. Oh no. What am I thinking? Still wanting to coast along? Even lying flat is impossible. Draco's face turned pale. Aurora, do you think I'm nothing beyond the Malfoy name? Of course not, I protested, but angered Draco wasn't listening. I was only trying to stay one step ahead, preparing for what I knew was coming. I like you right now, all I have that leaves an impression is the Malfoy name. No, Aurora, what hurts is that I can feel your desire to distance yourself from me. His gray eyes were filled with pain. Why can't you rely on me, as mother relies fully on father? Am I unable to give you a sense of security? My lips parted, but no sound came out. I couldn't defy the laws of this world. I couldn't tell anyone the story. In the original, Narcissa had to hold up the Malfoy family alone while Lucius rotted in prison. The hardship she bore was beyond imagining. With the death of the last male heir of the Black family, the name Black was doomed to vanish. The task Voldemort forced onto Draco was no different from sending a 16-year-old boy to his death. That was the future awaiting the Malfoys. Too little time, too much to do. Aurora, let's just take some space. Even now, weighed down with misery, Draco still wouldn't speak harshly to me. But his wounded eyes said everything. I stared at his retreating back, my eyes burning with unshed tears. He had never turned his back on me before. I wished he would stop, turn, and pull me into his arms to soothe me. But he didn't. I wandered aimlessly through the corridors of Hogwarts. Aurora, what's wrong? A familiar voice. Armand the first Malfoy. His portrait had been missing from Malfoy Manor for years, and here he was in Hogwarts. I was one of the founders of Hogwarts, he said proudly, his handsome face glowing with satisfaction. We were the patrons behind the scenes. Salazar was my dearest brother. No wonder Malfoys were always sorted into Slytherin, just a thought, and the decision was made. You've already felt the luxury of the accommodations, haven't you? His chin tilted ever so slightly. It's been a long time, Armand. I thanked him sincerely. You quarreled with Draco, didn't you? He asked with curiosity. How did you know? He follows you everywhere like a shadow, Armand teased. You've been gone so long. Why not go back? Still angry with Draco? How could I be angry with my fa? He cut himself off halfway. Hogwarts is like a second home to me. I'll go where I please. His temper was mercurial. Even Lucius could only humor him when they met. I was no exception. The only one he treated differently was Draco. His running away from home was likely nothing more than a cover. Here at Hogwarts he could see my brother every day. Armand, you lived here once. I caught the slip immediately. He gave no answer, only studied me in silence. But I felt he wasn't looking at me, he was gazing through me, remembering someone else. Aurora, would you like to see a treasure? A great discovery of mine, he said, lowering his voice conspiratorial. I'd been caught off guard by Armand more than once, and I always kept my guard up around him. And yet, no matter how he treated me, a voice deep inside always excused his whims. He was the first Malfoy. By rights, as his descendant, he should be the one to indulge me. But it was the other way around. What treasure? I asked cautiously. In the original story, Hogwarts would soon see a troll. I only remembered that Hermione held out until Harry and Ron arrived. The exact place, the little details, were long blurred in my memory. Was he really planning to throw me straight into the fire pit? My wary expression must have shown, because he instantly lost interest. Draco's already waiting there. Come if you want. He turned his back on me, sulking. Draco, I still didn't know how to face him. Yet my body moved before my mind did, following the pace of the portrait as it strode along. He slipped through one frame after another, weaving easily between the neighboring portraits. He greeted the others with practiced familiarity. Hey, Armand, here to check on your precious little dragon again? The old man flushed scarlet, pretending not to hear, and vented his temper on me instead. What are you dawdling for? If you miss Draco, don't blame me. I drew a deep breath, forcing the storm inside me to settle. "Don't trick me. If you drag me into danger again, I'll go home and burn your portrait." "How dare you talk to me like that?" he snapped, laughing in fury. "Copy Platinum Glory 100 times when you get back. You're the one being ridiculous. You won't stop pestering me. I'd rather you ignored me the way you ignore father." Wonderful. Now, not only had I failed to untangle things with Draco, I'd also offended the First Lord Malfoy. And he was said to be the most petty, the most vengeful of them all. "You too will be the death of me. See if I bother with you again." He hurled the words and vanished from the frame. "Insufferable old man," I muttered under my breath. Just as I turned to leave, Armand's voice floated out behind me again. "Well, hurry and follow." So he wasn't mocking me? He truly meant to lead me somewhere? I gripped my wand tightly, reaching out through the resonance of our twin wands to sense Draco's position. And to my surprise, it aligned with the direction Armand had shown. The unruly first Malfoy hadn't deceived me. My steps grew lighter. "Wait for me, Draco." He was standing before a grand, gilded mirror, staring so intently he didn't notice my arrival. Only when I wrapped my arms around him from behind did he stir and turn to me. "Aurora, am I dreaming?" For a moment I thought, "You stepped out of the mirror." I started to speak Armand's name, but he only waved a hand at me and disappeared into the nearest frame. Day's longing turns into night's dream. I lifted my gaze to Draco's eyes. "What is this?" The mirror of Arised. It's said to reveal the deepest desire of one's heart. Draco pointed to the inscription, the word Arised. "Read backwards. It's desire." "What did you see?" Everyone's desires were different. One could only see one's own. Draco turned me gently by the shoulders so we both faced the mirror. Reflected there were our grown selves, on a peaceful afternoon at Malfoy Manor, locked in a tender embrace beneath the spray of the ornate fountain. A child with golden hair and gray eyes played in the garden nearby. "Aurora, do you remember? Twin wands mean our hearts are linked. What I see is the very same as you." His hand was locked firmly around my waist. The mirror's reflection had already shifted now. It showed the master bedroom of Malfoy Manor. And what it revealed of us was enough to make one's face burn. We had grown into adults every bit as wild in passion as Lucius and Narcissa themselves. "Don't look." I covered Draco's eyes with my hand. Why is your head always full of these things?" A smile lingered at the corner of his lips while I was left alone to face the ever-intensifying scene in the mirror, stammering, unable to form a coherent sentence. "But Aurora," he said, gently pulling my hand down and brushing a kiss across my palm, "you're the one thinking the same thing." A wave of heat surged in my chest. The mirrored versions of ourselves seemed suddenly aware of us. They began to approach. The grown Draco was breathtaking, broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted, his once short hair now flowing to his waist. He radiated an aura that warned strangers away, yet when his gaze fell upon the mirrored me, it softened into a look of timeless tenderness. The woman beside him leaned lightly against his side, me, yet older, transformed. A vision of beauty to rival Narcissa herself, draped loosely in an oversized men's shirt. One bare shoulder slipped free, long elegant legs stretched into view. Her lips were swollen, her eyes hazy with exhaustion and desire, her entire body steeped in languid allure. The woman noticed us first. She reached out, interlacing her fingers with mine through the glass. "Draco, weren't we just fighting then?" Her tone suggested accusation, yet her expression was nothing but sweet mischief. The man indulged her playfulness. "At the time my head was stuffed with weeds," he murmured, sweeping back her tousled platinum curls to expose the swan-like curve of her neck, marked all over with red blossoms. "Really, Draco? Showing this to the little ones, you've gotten wicked." "They want to see even worse," Draco muttered, his words blurred. Suddenly, a blanket dropped over the mirror, cutting off the scene. Rustling noises stirred within. "Why did you cover it?" "He wouldn't stop staring at you." "Draco, you're jealous of yourself." Their voices grew fainter, swallowed into silence. Were they our future selves? Or the hidden desires of our hearts made flesh? My hand still rested on the mirror when arms slid around my waist from behind. "Aurora, before you came I saw something strange." In the Malfoy family portrait, Mother's eyes, they were red. and beside grandfather stood a dark-haired man, his features uncannily like mother's. Who could he be? A black-haired man with ties to Abraxas. Who else but Tom Riddle? I had never studied Narcissa's resemblance to Riddle closely before, but Draco's words struck me. Aside from hair and eye color, their features were almost identical, as though carved from the same mold. What was Narcissa's connection to Voldemort? No wonder, in the original tale, he entrusted her with confirming whether Harry Potter lived. Such a task would only ever fall to one utterly trusted. The picture grew darker, more unsettling. Had I stumbled upon the hidden truth, the missing piece the original story never revealed? Draco couldn't see the young Voldemort hiding in the notebook like I could. Naturally, he couldn't make the connection. As for me, I had only glimpsed that boy Voldemort as an infant. After being scolded by Abraxas, he never appeared again. Such a temper! Every day, grandfather would cradle that tattered notebook in his hands. Its pages were long yellowed, carrying that unmistakable musty scent of an old book. Abraxas, fastidious as he was, didn't mind at all. He pressed it under his pillow, hiding it away, as if in doing so, his Tom could appear in his dreams. Lucius worried about Abraxas's mental state. He couldn't bear to see his father so consumed, and more than once suggested throwing the notebook away. These conversations happened countless times, and never ended amicably. In Lucius's determined gaze, I knew he would take action. Maybe we should ask father who that black-haired man is, and about mother's red eyes, I suggested. Red eyes, I remembered. Mother once worried that my eyes might turn red too. So Narcissa had known all along. She must have used some method to conceal her true eye color. Mother wasn't really a black, but perhaps Voldemort's daughter? The answer seemed inevitable. Only Voldemort could make the Black family kneel and force them to recognize his offspring. For someone chasing immortality, offspring are largely optional, especially if they pose a threat better eliminated sooner than later. That would explain why she hid her identity. If that were true, Draco and I might share Voldemort's bloodline. We too would be heirs of Slytherin. What are you thinking, Aurora? Draco asked cautiously. The mystery of our origins, Draco. I'm not certain. Maybe when we return to Malfoy Manor, we can ask Mother in person. The laws of the world prevent me from revealing future events outright. But through careful guidance, the original characters can discover the answers themselves. For now, this is the compromise. Aurora, I'm sorry. I don't know why, but I've started feeling so anxious. I worry that we might drift apart, but what I saw just now in the mirror of Arised has eased my mind. He imitated the reflection, gently moving my hair aside. Don't leave marks. We had just shared our thoughts. Refusing him now, before I could think it through, the touch on my neck sent a rush of warmth through me. A ticklish, slightly sharp sensation. My body instinctively pressed back against him. Aurora, he whispered my name. Suddenly, faint footsteps echoed down the corridor. Draco, I warned softly. Reluctantly, he let go, helping me tidy the long hair draped over my shoulders. This is our secret. He gathered my hair and murmured, don't let a third person see it. What if someone finds out? I stood in front of the mirror, turning left and right, afraid of slipping up. Then be ready to accept the punishment. His eyes gleamed, and I couldn't help but feel he was looking forward to delivering it. I won't let you get away with that. I pushed back against his closeness, terrified he might leave another mark, one that could be seen. Aurora, how did you find this place? The mirror of Arised was hidden in a very secret spot. I kept Armand's guidance to myself. When the first Malfoy departed, he tapped his lips and mimed locking them shut. His existence had to be kept secret from Draco. So I only mentioned the resonance between twin wands. Draco drew his own wand, and immediately the two began to hum in harmony. I stared at the wands as they playfully resonated with each other, lost in thought. If Draco and I truly carried Voldemort's bloodline, then both of us could open the Chamber of Secrets. We might avert the crisis before Ginny Weasley was ever possessed. Perhaps even prevent it entirely. Young Voldemort wasn't quite as monstrous as the stories painted him. When he was with Abraxas, he hadn't drained his grandfather's life away. In the original story, Dumbledore hid the Philosopher's Stone inside the mirror of Arised. To obtain it, one had to desire it not at all. A near impossible task. In China, many prayed to gods, sought immortals, and pursued the Tao for the sake of longevity. Voldemort's obsession, eternal life, wasn't so different. The tragedy lay in the method. He split his soul too many times. The result was the loss of reason, leaving him irritable, unstable, consumed by rage. But if his reason had endured, he might have been an extraordinary leader. That book left in the library, the one teaching how to split the soul, was it really chance? Or was it Dumbledore's subtle hand, steering a rival onto a path of ruin? Thought made me shiver. His genial face, his kindly air, made lowering one's guard around him all too easy. Mr. Malfoy, Miss Malfoy, what brings you here? Damn it, speak of the devil. Dumbledore, smiling, eyes twinkling. Professor Dumbledore, apologies, we wandered into this room by mistake, Draco stammered, utterly flustered his first time speaking alone with the headmaster. Professor Dumbledore, we were caught by the vision inside the mirror. We lost track of time, I quickly added. Oh, Dumbledore's brows lifted slightly, intrigued. May I ask, what did you see, Miss Malfoy? Draco's fingers tightened around mine, his palm damp with sweat. What we saw, our future selves, must never be spoken aloud. Compared to Draco, Dumbledore's presence was overwhelming. He gazed around the chamber, leisurely, then remarked, finding this place isn't easy. Perhaps a portrait offered you a small hint? He knew about Armand. Of course he was the headmaster of Hogwarts. Professor, I said smoothly, I saw the Malfoy family, generation after generation, flourishing, and in our hands, shining brighter than ever. Exactly the sort of answer Dumbledore expected, wasn't it? Very good. Thank you for your honesty, Miss Malfoy. He gestured toward the mirror. I hope this remains our little secret, yes? He winked at Draco. Of course, Professor. Draco exhaled, relieved. But, I hesitated, afraid to push too far. Miss Malfoy? Dumbledore crouched slightly, lowering himself until his gaze met mine directly. Those brilliant blue eyes shone with startling clarity. Beneath his aged features, I glimpsed the vigor and fire of his youth. My friend Harry Potter. I want to bring him here to take a look. I spoke my true intention. Dumbledore's face softened into a genuine smile. Training and testing the so-called savior, that was his true aim. What he hadn't expected was that the Malfoy heiress, apart from family interests, actually cared enough to consider a friend. This mirror reveals the deepest desires of one's heart. Harry only has fading photographs to remember his parents by. I hope he might glimpse them here, perhaps even speak with them through the mirror. Aurora, that's a fine thought. His eyes twinkled even brighter. But I must warn you, many witches and wizards have been lost to the mirror of Erised, unable to pull themselves free. You mean? You may bring young Mr. Potter once as a reward for discovering this place. Agreed? He winked at me playfully. For an instant, even his heavily lined face seemed less aged. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. I couldn't help but notice he called me Aurora, not Miss Malfoy. Could that be his way of acknowledging me? But standing before a century-old, cunning leader of the White Wizards, I dared not guess at his true thoughts. He lifted a hand in farewell, watching us go, his eyes sharp once more. The kindly old grandfather, only a mask. Every political leader has their ruthless side, both to others and to themselves. Aurora, you really do respect your elders, Draco teased, ruffling my hair. Don't mess it up. If it shows, we'll be in trouble. I quickly batted his hand away. I forgot. He realized too late. The great instigator, and you can't even remember things? Should I ask Father to send you a remembrall? The Malfoys did seem strangely entangled with remembralls in the story. Draco snatching Neville's had exposed Harry's talent for flying. Lucius, grabbing for the orb that held a prophecy, had fumbled and shattered it, failing the mission and earning Voldemort's wrath. Both father and son undone by Harry. If that wasn't the protagonist's aura, what was? You want to bring Harry here? That's playing right into the old bee's hands. Draco slung an arm over my shoulder, drawing me close. Little liar, what scheme are you hatching now? Why not turn his plan back on him? Let's see what he's truly after. The invisibility cloak had been gifted long ago. If the fish didn't bite, who knew what trick Dumbledore would try next? When we relayed it all to Harry, his emerald eyes gleamed with a dark green light. Aurora, you'd already predicted how I would react. The weight of his presence pressed down on me so hard I could barely breathe. Of course the protagonist carried his own overwhelming force of will. "Harry, don't blame Aurora," Draco interjected. "If she hadn't spoken that way, Dumbledore would have tried some other ploy to push you into danger." Harry's gaze locked onto me. For an instant I felt like prey in his grasp, doomed to let out one last cry before being swallowed whole. Then suddenly, he laughed. "How could I ever blame you? Look at you so frightened." His hand reached for my head, as it always did, ready to ruffle my hair. But his wrist was caught, stopped short. "Don't. Aurora doesn't like it." "Do you hate having your hair messed up, or just the person doing the messing?" Harry asked casually. His tone was easy, almost playful, but his hawk-like eyes locked on me, missing not the slightest twitch in my expression. For reasons I couldn't explain, a chill ran down my spine. I felt like prey in its final struggle, begging the hunter for mercy. "Of course the first one," I blurted out without thinking. "You lot all have straight hair, you can't possibly understand the pain of curls. Every day it takes forever to fix, and if you're not careful it frizzes into a lion's mane," I added, turning my defense into a little rant. His gaze softened. "Aurora, even if you looked like a little lion, you'd still be adorable." "Don't tease me, Harry." I lunged for his ribs, fingers digging into his sides. Harry laughed so hard he couldn't stand, collapsing into a crouch on the floor. His ribs and waist were ridiculously sensitive. It was the same way Draco usually forced him to yield when they played around. "All right, that's enough." Draco caught my wrist before I could launch another attack. "Harry, back to business. When are you planning to go?" "No time like the present. How about tonight after curfew?" Harry replied. But his eyes lingered on my waist. Of course they could see clearly that I was nestled in Draco's arms. "Fine," came Draco's lazy drawl behind me. "Just don't forget the invisibility cloak." He swept my hair to one side. From that angle, the mark he'd left on me was plain as day. I couldn't help but suspect he was showing it off on purpose. Ah, boys and their pride. That night, Draco all but forced me into a sweater. "We're just tagging along, Aurora. No sense in catching a cold over it." He tugged my coat tighter around me, then muttered, "Sometimes I think you care a little too much about Harry." "Jealous, brother?" I teased, nudging him. He said nothing, silent for a long while. When I finally glanced up, he burst out laughing, pinched my cheek, and said, "Do I look like a petty man? Harry Potter? Hardly worth worrying about." Yes, that was my Draco, brimming with confidence. I rose on tiptoe to peck his cheek. "A reward," I whispered in his ear. "Hem." He covered his mouth, coughing theatrically while fighting to hide the smile tugging at his lips. "My proud little dragon, so unbearably cute." "Ahem, Draco, Harry's here," I whispered. "Where?" "I don't see him." Draco glanced around, baffled. Then Harry pulled down the hood of his cloak, his head suddenly floating in midair. Draco nearly screamed, his grip tightening so hard on my hand it stung. But at the last second he held it back. Too proud to lose face. He exhaled sharply. "Harry, you could have at least warned us." "Why can't Aurora see me even under the cloak?" Harry cut in, going straight for the heart of it. That was Malfoy family business and my secret lifeline. No outsider could know. No magic works on me, not spells, not artifacts. "Obviously, it's my extraordinary sense of smell," I declared. It was the same gift that made me excel in potions. Snape had long since left most ingredient, testing to me subtle variations in quality were things I could pick out with nothing but my nose. But would Harry buy that explanation? "Aurora, with a nose that's sensitive, your animatus form has to be canine." "Ugh, comparing me to a dog." I lifted his invisibility cloak and slipped inside, stomping hard on his foot. He nearly let out a yelp, but Draco's quick reflexes had him covering Harry's mouth. It turned out Mrs. Norris, Hogwarts caretaker Filch's cat, had noticed something unusual on our side. It crept forward cautiously, testing the area. I opened the tunic I'd prepared in advance, then gave Harry and Draco a meaningful look. "Run." Though Filch adored his cat, his salary as a caretaker couldn't compare to a full Hogwarts staff member, let alone the exclusive recipes from the Malfoy family. Narcissa had a pet fox named Luke, after Lucius' nickname. A picky gourmet, every batch of pet food had to pass his inspection. Once released, the sales were phenomenal. Luke's status was unmatched, and Lucius had been jealous for quite some time, though he took his revenge every night. Mrs. Norris, lured by the aroma of the tuna, abandoned her post entirely. By the time Filch arrived, only an empty can remained, and the cat was blissfully satisfied. Proudly, it showed its discovery to its owner. Filch flew into a rage, picked up the empty can, examined the label thoughtfully, then carefully confiscated the crime tool and trudged back with Mrs. Norris. All of this, the little snakes living in Hogwarts had reported to me. Yes, ever since I uncovered Narcissa's connection to Voldemort, I'd been trying to converse with the snakes. Turns out I too have the snake tongue. I became even more convinced that Narcissa also carried Slytherin blood. The snakes live in Hogwarts pipes, witnessing everything that happens in the castle daily. When they reported this to me, I fell into deep thought. Filch is powerless, born to a wizarding family, but unable to perform magic and driven by jealousy. He never lets a rule-breaking student slip by. He's why he claimed that the era when Umbridge, famed for her cruelty, became Hogwarts headmistress was the best. He's careful, deliberate, never overdoing it. That's not his style. There's only one possibility. Everything is under Dumbledore's instruction. Filch is just performing theatrics. Ultimately, it's all guiding us toward the 4th floor, where the Mirror of Eris is hidden. Is this a trap or simply following the current? Who's really in control? Until the very end, no one is the true victor. The three of us sprinted down the corridor, ignoring whether the invisibility cloak covered us completely. Futilda finally. The other two acted as if nothing had happened. Aurora, your stamina is terrible. We've only been running a little and you're already struggling. Draco patted my back gently, helping me catch my breath. I tried to retort, but I couldn't get the words out. Choked on my own saliva, I began sneezing uncontrollably. Sage. From the previously silent darkness came the squeak of shoes on the wooden floor. Draco quickly covered my mouth and dragged me beneath Harry. That sour, musty scent. No need to think, I already knew. In the dark, Draco freed his other hand to cover his nose. Only later did I realize Draco's sense of smell was just as keen as mine. It must be tied to our bloodline's gift. Harry, though, seemed far more tolerant than either of us. We didn't dare breathe too loudly, terrified Quirrell might discover us. Quirrell, however, was far more cautious than we'd expected. He swept his gaze over every corner, Lumos casting light into the room's deepest shadows. So many times, he passed within mere inches of us. Then, with a sudden motion, he yanked away the velvet cloth draped over the Mirror of Eris. His fingers traced along its frame, but he found nothing. Soon, though, the reflection seized his attention. Only then did I realize, except for Draco, whose heart was bound to mine, I could see the vision shown to anyone else who looked into the mirror. It was a young Quirrell staring back. Delicate features, sharp-eyed, a promising Ravenclaw. He brimmed with theory, eager to test himself in the real world. Until he met the nightmare of his life, Voldemort, who first took form by possessing vermin. Quirrell's deepest wish was simple, to resist Voldemort's corruption. But it was far too late. His whole body began to shake. With a loud thud, his knees hit the floor. Muttering, he begged for forgiveness. Master, serving you is my honor. How could I harbor any hidden intent? Please, believe me. The mirror's vision shifted. Familiar black hair, crimson eyes. Voldemort in his prime, standing atop the world, sovereign and absolute. But he wasn't alone. At the pinnacle of his power, what he desired was not solitude, but a companion to share eternity. The figure beside him had long, platinum blonde hair. I could only see his back. I strained to catch more detail. But a sudden voice shattered everything. Quirinus, what are you doing here? Professor Snape. He'd arrived without a sound. We hadn't noticed at all. We'd been too absorbed by Voldemort's desire. A chill of dread ran through me. Too careless. I thought I knew the script. I thought I had my buffer, thought I could act without consequence. But the fool was me. Ike, Quirrell scrambled to his feet, brushing off dust that wasn't there, rubbing his hands nervously. I thought I saw students out of bed, so I followed them here. Snape arched an eyebrow. He clearly believed not a word. I'd advise you not to lose yourselves. Snape's gaze was piercing, fixed now on the mirror. And there Lily Evans. Alive. Rushing into his arms. No, Lily Snape. Pregnant, her hand guiding his down to the swell of her belly. husband and wife, already a family, dreaming together of a beautiful future. Snape closed his eyes. Then, with a flick of his wand, the velvet cloth dropped once more, concealing the mirror completely. Tonight's patrol was mine, Quirinus. Were you planning to take my shift? Oh, of course not I. I'll be on my way now, Quirrell stammered, fumbling his retreat. No wandering students, thence, Snape murmured. But I did notice a few little rats. His gaze cut sharply toward our hiding place. Best call Filch to clean this up later, he muttered to himself. I was certain he had seen us. With a tug at his robes, he turned and left. Only when his footsteps faded did I let out a long breath. My heart was pounding so wildly it nearly leapt from my throat. My back was pressed tightly against Draco's chest, so close that I could hear his heartbeat, and he mine. His hand was still clamped firmly over my mouth. I signaled for him to take it away. Instead, he pressed down harder. I made as if to bite him, but he slipped away with practiced ease. Snape hasn't gone far yet, came Harry's whisper from behind us. Chapter 96, Quirrell's Peculiarities. Merlin, how could I have been so careless? These endless reversals were wearing me thin. Stop teasing Aurora, she's terrified enough. Draco yanked the invisibility cloak away. I exhaled deeply, as though surfacing from underwater. Just now, I didn't dare breathe too deeply, afraid of taking in that foul stench. Draco pulled a handkerchief and dabbed lightly at my forehead, then wiped the sweat from my palm. Harry said nothing. He walked straight toward the mirror of Erised. He lifted one corner of the velvet cloth, and by the faint glow of his wand, gazed at his reflection. Aurora, what do you see in the mirror? He asked softly. A flourishing Malfoy family, I answered with the most proper response. And you, Draco? I, the same as Aurora. In the dim light, Draco's eyes shone unusually bright. The tips of his ears had flushed pink. For the glory of the Malfoys, Harry echoed. The Potter family had been reduced to him alone. Yet in the mirror, they all stood together, James and Lily, Fleamont, and Euphemia, his grandparents surrounding him, radiant with pride. They looked relieved, seeing that their descendant was being cared for. The scene shifted. Harry holding the portkey to the Potter estate, inheriting his family's legacy. Under his management, the Potter fortune expanded even further. If not for the Mirror of Erised, I would never have known Harry shared Lucius's love for amassing wealth. I couldn't tell if it was the Potter knack for business awakening at last or simply Lucius's influence rubbing off on him. After all, his ancestor Linfred was said to have invented Skeel, Row, and Pepperup Potion, making a living by selling remedies to fellow wizards and leaving a sizable inheritance for his 7 children. His grandfather Fleamont had multiplied the family fortune fourfold through his Sleek Easy's hair potion. Though perhaps the Potters and Malfoys weren't so different after all. The vision shifted again. This time Harry was grown, tall and lanky, with a mop of unruly black hair, the very image of James Potter. He was down on one knee, offering up a lavish diamond ring. He lifted her slender hand and slipped the ring into place. Her face was hidden beneath a veil of delicate lace. He raised it gently, tilting her chin with careful fingers. Aurora. Draco's voice, unused for so long, suddenly broke the silence, calling my name. Harry's concentration shattered. The image in the Mirror of Erised vanished without a trace. And why were his ears turning red? What is it, Draco? I whispered back. I think I smell it again, that foul stench. Could it be? Quirrell hadn't retreated after all. Once he confirmed Snape had gone, he crept back, clearly intent on probing deeper. We're out of time, Harry hissed, throwing the invisibility cloak over us again. The reek grew stronger, Quirrell's ragged breathing filling the air. It was suffocating, almost poisonous, as though the very air were tainted. At last, he scrambled forward on hands and knees until he was right before us. What on earth was happening to him? He wheezed and trembled, his body convulsing like a man plagued by some wasting disease. Before we could think further, Quirrell clawed at his own robes. And within moments, stripped himself bare. I froze, horrified. Some twisted fetish. A flash of pale skin, too much to take in. And then a pair of hands clamped firmly over my eyes, not leaving so much as a crack to peek through. Quirrell collapsed on the floor, sobbing, groveling before his unseen master. "Master, I beg you punish me." "As harshly as you will." No sooner had the words left him than another set of hands covered my ears. My two companions, in uncanny unison, had sealed away both sight and sound. But some things can't be muffled completely. The noises, unspeakable noises, still crept through. What in Merlin's name was he doing? Suddenly Harry leaned close, whispering urgently against my ear. "Aurora, run!" And the next thing I knew, the two of them had me by the arms, dragging me at a sprint down the corridor. I didn't dare look back. All I remembered was the wind rushing past my face and the horrifying glimpse of Quirrell's bare, battered body, crawling in the shadows. "Pervert! Masochist!" Draco cursed as we ran. How could Dumbledore even offer a position to someone like that? Doesn't he care about the safety of young witches and wizards? This time even Harry went pale. "They say the greatest white wizard once admitted to a man," Draco added, his tone dripping with malice. "We share the bloodline of Gellert Grindelwald. That white, bearded old man, how immense must his charm have been to make the once mighty leader of the pure blood party willingly confine himself in Nurmengard." Father had mentioned it before. With Grindelwald's strength at the time, and wielding the Elder Wand, he would never have been defeated so easily. The only reason? He did it willingly. Truly a battle-ready romantic. My grandfather, Abraxas, was the same. The Malfoy family, with all its wealth, supported a penniless Tom Riddle. My father? Even more absurd. His intended bride was supposed to be Bellatrix Black, the eldest of the Black family, set to inherit the bulk of their fortune. Somehow, he ended up with the youngest daughter, Narcissa. An entire family of hopeless romantics. Dumbledore is... Harry's mouth hung open. Draco and I exchanged a glance, confirming his suspicions. He looked so lost that I couldn't help but worry a little. Then he smiled faintly. "Aurora, I'm fine, just a bit tired. Tonight, thank you for bringing me there. I saw Mom and Dad." He stared at me as if trying to see someone else through me, and the life I've been hoping for. The final image in the mirror of Erised was frozen at Potter Castle. Under the witness of friends and family, Harry held a grand, fairytale wedding with his bride. She tossed the bouquet into the air. "My life will not be controlled by anyone," he whispered. Back in my room, sleep eluded me for a long time. Creature and Voldemort, such a mutually dependent relationship. Under Voldemort's cruelty, Creature felt valued and gained perverse satisfaction. This explained why he could be swayed by weak, incomplete soul fragments, sacrificing his own promising future to become a servant. Voldemort was a born mind reader, skilled at uncovering human weaknesses and using threats and temptation to achieve his goals. Reading the original story, I had never considered this dimension. "Aurora, can't sleep." Draco's hand rested on my waist. I turned toward him, sinking into his embrace. "Tonight, I have to write to Dad about this." That familiar line again. Of course, but for Dumbledore, he'd just call it Creature's harmless little hobby. "Unless there's a serious classroom accident," we said in unison. "What schemes are you plotting now, little trickster?" he teased, brushing my nose. "You tell me." But how could it be that easy? Quirrell was a Ravenclaw with a wealth of theoretical knowledge. Yes, his adventures had left him stammering, even afraid of his own students, but his timid, cautious nature also meant he rarely made mistakes. And besides Lockhart, with his hollow bravado, Hagrid with his lack of restraint, both had caused far greater accidents in class, yet Dumbledore never took decisive action against them. This would need to be handled carefully over time. But the very next day Draco, Harry, and I were summoned by Snape. His face was grim as he pulled from his robes an open tin of cat food. The label's manufacturer, the Malfoy family, was printed in bold, impossible to miss. "Godfather, what's wrong? You want to keep a pet cat too?" I widened my eyes, feigning innocence. With a flick of his wand, new words appeared beneath Malfoy family, not for circulation, for internal use only. Merlin's beard. What I'd taken from home was an unreleased sample. I was finished, caught red-handed. My mind spun at lightning speed, scrambling for a way out. "Godfather, we only went to see the Mirror of Erised with Harry after getting Professor Dumbledore's approval." Draco jumped in to defend me. Snape's eyes sharpened. "Aurora, Draco, Use those heads stuffed with gillyweed for once. Did Dumbledore's permission include breaking curfew? Of course. Old fox. He'd lured us into admitting fault. I was still too naive. Seeing my face go pale, Snape continued. Ever since Mrs. Norris ate from this tin, she's refused the kibble Filch provides. He's determined to uncover the truth. What do we do then? The evidence was undeniable. We couldn't argue it away. Godfather, Harry's innocent. If Filch demands consequences, let it fall on me. If you make a mistake, you own it. Filch or not, what could he do to me? Aurora, you understand how dangerous it is to wander Hogwarts after curfew? I'm certain Lucius and Narcissa have warned you both of this. If you intend to wade into this mess, I suggest you first write to your father, Snape hinted darkly. So he'd already received Dumbledore's decision on our punishment. What he could influence was how far it reached. Within the limits of his authority, he was giving me a way out. Thank you, Godfather. Like when I was small, I clung to his leg. Aurora, this is hardly appropriate, you're heavy now, he ground out, though he still scooped me up with ease. There's no one else here, I mumbled. Thank you for looking out for me, but mistakes I make now I can't run from them forever. A shadow of sorrow crossed his face. I knew, he was thinking of Harry's mother again. That's why, Godfather, I won't run. I met his eyes squarely. I sometimes wonder if the Sorting Hat made a mistake. Huh? I blinked at him, baffled. Reckless, impulsive, like a Gryffindor, he pressed his lips together, a flicker of a smile there. I've no idea how you ended up in Slytherin. Ugh. Head of house, too bad, I'm already here. And as far as I know, Hogwarts doesn't allow transfers, so you'll just have to put up with me. Once you're in Slytherin, there's no returning the goods. The trace of amusement in Snape's eyes vanished in an instant. Now then, here is your punishment for breaking school rules. You lot like sneaking out at night, don't you? Meet at the Forbidden Forest entrance after curfew. What? He couldn't possibly be replaying the original plot, could he? The Forbidden Forest, one of the most dangerous places of all, strictly off-limits to students, yet opened up just to test the so-called savior. Dumbledore, you really don't see Harry as a person at all, do you? This time, Ron wasn't the one tagging along, it was me. Godfather, the forest is far too dangerous. Draco looked at me, clearly torn. Aurora, be good. Stay in the dormitory and wait for me. No. He had no idea what awaited in that forest: centaurs, acromantulas, even Quirrell possessed by Voldemort. If secrets were uncovered, silencing witnesses would be all too easy. Let me protect you, Draco. Did you forget my special constitution? I whispered in his ear. Even so, I can't let you take the risk. Otherwise, how could I face father and mother? His refusal was firm, and his eyes turned pleadingly toward Snape. Draco, Hogwarts itself runs under magical protection. Once a professor sets a punishment, it cannot be altered. That's why you asked Aurora's opinion so many times, isn't it? Draco's expression twisted with regret. Draco, you should respect Aurora's choice. Harry, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Easy for you to say that's because Aurora isn't your closest family, Draco snapped, his anger finally finding a target. Harry faltered, visibly at a loss. Draco, I made you worry. That's my fault, but I want to stay by your side to face everything together. I quickly caught hold of his hand. Besides, it was my idea to use the Malfoy family's special cat food to distract Mrs. Norris. Still, Draco's voice softened, though resentment lingered. He shot Harry a sharp look. It's all because of you. Always overflowing with sympathy. Father warned me nothing is more dangerous to a Malfoy than a soft heart. Oh, Merlin, my brother, when he's angry, really doesn't watch his tongue. Poor Harry, how awkward must that have been. Brother, don't fall for someone's scheme to drive a wedge between us. Dumbledore had directed Snape to punish us, whether I was included or not. Either way, it was a pretext to divide us. Draco would believe the Malfoys were dragged down by meddling, while Harry would be burdened with guilt, distancing himself so as not to cause more trouble. Truly, a neat little two birds with one stone ploy. And if I'd thought earlier that I was just being paranoid, Ron Weasley's sudden appearance at the forest entrance made things all the clearer. So this was the partner Dumbledore chose for Harry? A Gryffindor as purebred as they come, from a family that stood against the Malfoys at every turn? Weasley, what trouble have you gotten into this time? Draco sneered, instantly grasping the headmaster's intent. Little Ron here was caught wandering at night, though in his case it's more like sleepwalking. Not quite the same as you lot, Hagrid offered by way of explanation. He clapped a massive hand on Ron's shoulder, and the redhead nearly toppled under the weight. Draco and I exchanged a glance. Not even trying to make up a decent excuse anymore, are they? Two Malfoys in one group, Harry and Ron in the other, Hagrid declared without hesitation. So determined to keep us apart from Harry, what effort. Well done indeed. Sir, aren't you going to ask for our opinion first? Harry tilted his head up, smiling with harmless sweetness. Harry Hagrid was never good at lying. He shuffled awkwardly, sounding almost guilty. The groups were decided long ago. So that was the plan? To forge friendships in crisis, to bind them together by standing shoulder to shoulder in danger? What a neat little calculation. Well then, Harry, I'll see you later. I hurried forward and slipped an alchemic charm around his neck. Aurora, if you give me yours, what about you? His brow furrowed and he caught my wrist, refusing to let me go. I've got another one, don't worry. Mother made it. It'll block any dark magic attack, everything but the 3 unforgivable curses. Narcissa's mastery of both dark magic and alchemy surpassed even Lucius. Perhaps it had something to do with her unusual bloodline. Her protective charms were priceless, the kind of artifact gold alone couldn't buy. Harry ran his thumb over the engraved P. Does that stand for Potter? Yes. Mother heard about the incident in the Forbidden Forest. She rushed to finish it, and made me promise to give it to you. Thank you. I noticed it again whenever Harry's emotions flared. His emerald eyes seemed to burn brighter. Just like now. Ron stretched his neck to sneak a look. He pouted, but curiosity won out, and envy flickered openly across his face. Even if the Weasleys sold everything they had, they couldn't afford even the simplest version of such a charm. Harry tucked it carefully under his shirt, pressing it against his skin. Ron rolled his eyes dramatically. Sensitive as ever, he thought Harry was showing off on purpose. Draco and I exchanged a glance. Clearly Ron hadn't grasped Dumbledore's true intentions at all. But perhaps that was for the best. It was through contrast that Harry could see who truly cared for him. Come on then, kids, time to set out, Hagrid bellowed cheerfully. Great oaf, Draco muttered under his breath. As the gamekeeper of the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid lived alone out here, tending also to his dim-witted half-brother, Grop. Personal hygiene, however, was not his strong suit. Bits of rock cake clung stubbornly to his tangled beard, dropping in crumbs as he walked. You lot'll have Fang to go with you, he called out. Thank you, Mr. Hagrid. I quickly reached out to take the leash. Fang, a massive Neapolitan Mastiff, looked terrifying at first glance. I'll handle him. Draco stepped in front of me. The proud boy, always protecting me in his own way. Despite his fearsome appearance, Fang was gentle to a fault. He licked Draco's hand in greeting. Draco stifled the urge to recoil. Muttering filthy beast, he nevertheless couldn't hide the twitch of a smile tugging at his lips. Lucius kept 2 Scottish deerhounds at the Malfoy estate, purebred and elegant. Draco and I had grown up with them, inseparable companions. A true dog lover could never resist returning that affection. Sure enough, Draco soon gave in, his resistance crumbling. We parted ways with Harry and Ron, twin wands casting light to guide our steps. The ground was tangled with brambles, and Draco and I leaned on each other as we pressed forward slowly. Thank goodness for Fang. I stroked the massive head as he carefully chose the clearer paths for us. I wonder how Harry's faring. An absolute nightmare, with a Weasley beside him, Draco scoffed. Suddenly Fang stiffened, his huge body going rigid. The fur along his back bristled, standing on end. Danger ahead. Could it be?